Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
1. Chapter 1, The Unseen Haki. Chapter 1, The Unseen Haki. The back mountains of Konoha were a place of deep, ancient quiet. Towering trees, their bark gnarled and thick with moss, stretched toward the clouds, their canopy filtering the dying light of the sunset into a soft, dappled green. The air was rich with the scent of damp earth and pine. It was a scene of profound peace, a world away from the bustling village below. But in a small clearing within this tranquil space, a young figure moved with a tense, desperate energy that shattered the calm. His name was Ragnar. He was a boy of perhaps 7 or 8, with clothes worn from constant use and a focused intensity in his eyes that seemed far older than his years. His hands flew through a series of hand seals, his movements precise from relentless repetition. Clone technique. Poof! A puff of white smoke erupted beside him, coalescing into a second, slightly hazy version of himself. It stood for a moment before dissolving into nothingness. The clone was unstable, transparent at the edges, but it was a clone. Substitution. His seals shifted again. Another burst of smoke, and where he had been standing, a section of weathered log now rested on the grass. He reappeared a few feet away, breathing heavily, sweat beading on his forehead. Success, he whispered to the empty forest, his voice a low rasp of exertion. The 3 basic techniques are initially mastered. More training. Just need more training. A flicker of hard-won satisfaction touched his lips, but it was quickly swallowed by the weary, watchful maturity that lived in his gaze. That look told a story. This was not a child playing at being a ninja. Ragnar had been in this world for several years now. A world of hidden villages, of chakra and hand signs, of 5 great nations locked in a fragile, bloody balance. He knew the names, Konoha, Suna, Iwa, Kiri, Kumo. He knew the power that ninjutsu could wield, the dazzling, terrifying spectacle of it. Once, in another life, he had seen it as a story, something thrilling and cool. Living it was different. The reality was a quiet, constant hum of dread. His timeline was wrong. He was early. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was dead. The third, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was still earning his title, not yet the professor. The legendary Sannin were just promising names. The yellow flash was a student. The white fanged and the Hyuga prodigies were fresh graduates. The gears of history were turning, grinding toward a conflict he knew was coming, the Second Shinobi World War. It could be a year away. It could be tomorrow. His memories of the exact dates were frustratingly vague, blurred by time and the trauma of his journey. When that war came, shinobi like him, young, foreign, expendable, would be the first into the meat grinder. His identity sealed his fate. He was not a son of Konoha. His original village, a small, nameless settlement on the border of the Land of Fire, had been caught in a skirmish over resources. It was erased from the map 3 months ago. The memories were a blur of smoke, screaming, and the glint of enemy kunao. He had been left for dead, a deep gash in his side, until a Konoha patrol found him. Konoha had shown mercy, or perhaps pragmatism. A corner of the village was set aside for refugees. And because the chakra test revealed a spark of potential within him, he was granted a precious slot at the Ninja Academy. A charity. An investment. Ragnar understood the unspoken contract. Konoha gave shelter and training. In return, when the war drums beat, the refugees would form the first wave. They would bleed on distant fronts to protect the heart of the village. In this era, no one batted an eye at the idea of children on the battlefield. His background, his mediocre talent, it all pointed to one role: cannon fodder. He had no legendary bloodline. His chakra reserves were average, his control passable. He was ordinary. So he compensated with a brutal, grinding obsession. Enough thinking. Train. The light was fading from purple to deep blue. Ragnar shook his head, as if to physically dislodge the dark thoughts, and walked to a training post at the edge of the clearing. The wood was scarred and dented, the marks of countless fists, kicks, and knees etched into its surface. A testament to empty hours and burning muscles. He took a deep, steadying breath of the cool evening air, feeling the ache already settled in his bones from the morning's drills. He looked at his hands, wrapped in thin, fraying bandages. Then he shifted his stance and launched a sidelong kick into one of the deepest grooves. Thwack. The impact jolted up his shin. 1. Thwack. 2. Thwack. 3. He fell into a rhythm, the sharp, percussive sounds echoing in the silent forest. Sweat sprang from his pores, tracing clean lines through the dust on his skin. His tunic stuck to his back. The fatigue came quickly, a heavy weight settling in his limbs. A sharp, familiar pain began to bloom in his ankle, a warning throb of overuse. He gritted his teeth, his jaw tight. His breaths came in ragged gasps between strikes. 34. 35. His leg was a trembling pillar of fire. He stopped, bending over with his hands on his knees, sucking in great gulps of air. He allowed himself only a minute, the shadows stretching longer around him. Then he straightened, turning his focus to his upper body. 1,000 punches, he commanded himself, his voice a hoarse scrape. He began, his fists pistoning forward at the air, then at the post, alternating between straight blows and uppercuts. The impact vibrations numbed his wrists. 500 elbow strikes. He pivoted, driving his elbow into the wood with a solid thud. Each impact was a message to his own weakness, not enough. Never enough. Finally, it was over. The last of his strength drained away, and Ragnar collapsed backwards onto the cool grass. He lay sprawled, chest heaving, staring straight up. The first stars were pricking through the deep velvet of the sky, a breathtaking scatter of diamond dust against the infinite dark. "It's so beautiful," he breathed out, the words tinged with a profound, aching sadness. It would be perfect, if not for the world beneath it. For a long moment, there was only the sound of his breathing and the distant rustle of leaves. Ding! A sound, clear and electronic, resonated not in the air, but directly within the core of his mind. Host detected undergoing training. System spirit awakened. Binding to the god-level pirate treasure chest system. Ragnar froze. His exhaustion vanished, replaced by a spike of pure, electric shock. Binding successful. Congratulations, host, on becoming the master of the god-level pirate system. A first meeting gift package has been issued. Please acknowledge receipt. Ragnar pushed himself up on his elbows, his heart hammering a frantic, hopeful rhythm against his ribs. Was this a hallucination? A trick of his oxygen-starved brain? He looked around the darkening clearing. Nothing. Yet the voice had been unmistakable. After a lifetime of struggle in two worlds, a single, choked word of pure, desperate hope left his lips. Acknowledge receipt. Poof. With a soft, tangible sound, the air 6 inches in front of his face shimmered. A golden treasure chest materialized, hovering silently. It was ornate, solid, and real, glowing with a gentle inner light. It was like something from the final reward screen of a video game, a promise of power made manifest. It's real. He scrambled to his knees, ignoring the shriek of protest from his muscles. His hand, trembling slightly, reached out. His fingers brushed the cool, metallic latch of the chest. As he lifted it, the lid swung open. A brilliant, pure white light erupted, forcing him to fling an arm over his eyes. It was warm and intense, but not painful. When the radiance faded, a single, gleaming golden card lay nestled inside the velvet-lined interior. A stream of information flowed into his consciousness, simple and direct. 3-colored Haki comprehension card. This card allows the host to comprehend the 3 colors of Haki. Use immediately. Haki. Armed. Observation. Conquerors. The terms landed in his mind with the weight of destiny. A system from another world, a power from a different story, offering a key in this one. His lips trembled, not from fear, but from a surging, volcanic hope. Yes, he said, the word of vow. Use it now. The golden card quivered. Then it dissolved into a stream of luminous particles, like molten gold made of light. It spiraled gracefully through the air and flowed directly into the center of his forehead. The world dissolved. Time lost meaning. He was plunged into a river of understanding. The principles of armament Haki, the hardening of will into an invisible armor, the flow of internal energy to defend and strike. The subtleties of observation Haki, the expansion of perception beyond the physical, sensing intent, feeling the flow of life itself. And the majestic, rare truth of Conqueror's Haki, the manifestation of one's indomitable spirit to overwhelm the will of others. It was not like learning. It was like remembering. The knowledge unfolded within him, instinctual and profound, as if the seeds had always been there, waiting for this light to make them grow. An unknown span of heartbeats later, Ragnar's body shuddered. He drew in a sharp, ragged breath as his awareness slammed back into the clearing. The night was fully dark now, the stars blazing overhead. He looked down at his hands, turning them over in the starlight. He could feel it. The potential, coiled tight within him like a spring. A new energy, distinct from Chakra, hummed just beneath his skin. I actually comprehended them, he whispered to the night, coloring his voice. All 3 colors of Haki. It's incredible. He understood the value. In this world of ninjutsu and genjutsu, armament could be an ultimate defense against taijutsu and a devastating offense. Observation could negate ambushes, see through deception. But conquerors, that was the true shock. That Haki was said to belong only to those who stood above others, those with the quality of a king. A slow, weary, but genuine smile touched his lips for the first time that day. He wasn't just cannon fodder anymore. He had drawn a different card. He was Ragnar. And he had just been given a fighting chance. Chapter 2 The Price of a Fighting Chance. Chapter 2 The Price of a Fighting Chance. It took Ragnar the entire night, sitting in the quiet dark of his small room, to finally begin to understand the system that had chosen him. The god-level pirate treasure chest system. Its stated purpose, according to the cool, flowing text that appeared in his mind, was to cultivate the strongest pirate king in history. Ragnar stared at the words in his mental vision, a flicker of weary amusement crossing his face. A pirate king. In the land of fire. In a village of shinobi. The sheer incongruity of it was almost laughable. The style was completely wrong, a painting from another world grafted roughly onto this one. But he wasn't laughing. He was clinging to it like a lifeline thrown into a stormy sea. The system's mechanics, once explained, were deceptively simple. It would randomly generate treasure chests in different locations across the world. His task was to find them and open them. Each chest contained an item from the world of One Piece. It could be anything. A power like the Haki comprehension card he'd already received. A weapon. Something related to a person or character from that other world. Or, as the system dispassionately noted, it could be something utterly ordinary. Every opening was a gamble, a test of fate and fortune. He called up his personal system panel, the data glowing with a soft blue light only he could see. Host, Ragnar. Abilities. Conqueror's Haki, LV1. Observation Haki, LV1. Armament Haki, LV1. Upgrade to next level requires 100 experience points. Experience 5/100. The panel was stark, focused solely on the powers granted by this foreign system. It made no mention of his chakra capacity, his progress in the 3 basic techniques, or his shuriken accuracy. This was a separate path, running parallel to his shinobi training. As for gaining the experience points needed to level up his haki, the system was frustratingly vague. It stated that even basic living activities, like breathing, could generate minute amounts of experience, but the rate was glacial. Ragnar understood he would have to experiment, to push himself in new ways, to discover what actions this system valued. But I have them, he thought, clenching a fist and feeling the new, latent energy hum within. The 3 colors. It's a foundation. A real one. The cold knot of dread that perpetually sat in his stomach loosened, just a fraction. For the first time since his village was destroyed, he felt a sliver of genuine confidence, not just desperate hope. He did not, however, let it make him complacent. A crutch was useless if you forgot how to walk. A strong man wasn't built in a day. This golden finger was an assistant, a miraculous boost, but the core, the disciplined heart of a survivor, had to come from him. He had to temper that heart like steel. So, well before the first hint of dawn tinged the sky, Ragnar was already running. His feet pounded a steady rhythm on the dirt paths and cobblestone streets of a sleeping Konoha. The air was cold and sharp, carrying the scent of night-blooming flowers and damp wood. The moon was a pale sliver, the stars still stubbornly holding their positions. In the profound quiet, his breathing was loud in his own ears, each exhale a puff of mist. It was during this pre-dawn run that he saw another early riser. A boy, maybe a few years older than him, clad in a startlingly bright green full-body spandex suit. He had a wild, bowl-cut hairstyle, and as he performed incredible stretches and lunges by the training grounds, his teeth seemed to gleam with an almost supernatural whiteness in the gloom. The boy noticed Ragnar and flashed him a wide, enthusiastic grin and a thumbs up. Ragnar gave a curt, breathless nod in return and kept running. The face was familiar, tickling the edges of his memory, but in his oxygen-deprived state, he couldn't place it. Just another Konoha eccentric, he thought, filing the image away. After his run, he returned to his simple, one-room cabin in the refugee quarter. It was Spartan, containing only a bedroll, a small stove, and a shelf for his meager possessions. Without pause, he retrieved a worn wooden training post and a handful of practice kunao. He began drilling his shurikenjutsu, the blades thwacking into the marked center of the post with methodical repetition. He soon noticed a difference. His aim was sharper, his throws more consistent. Was it just the product of endless practice, or was it something else? He focused, not on his eyesight, but on his awareness of the post, the weight of the kunao, the arc of its flight. A faint, new sense seemed to guide his wrist. Observation Haki. It wasn't active, not yet, but the seed was there, subtly enhancing his natural perception. A fierce, quiet pride swelled in his chest. Following a brutally cold wash that shocked his system awake, he prepared a simple breakfast of rice and dried fish, ate in silence, then shouldered his ninja tool bag. As he walked through the awakening streets, he saw other children his age being seen off by parents, their lunches packed, their clothes straightened with fussy affection. A familiar, hollow ache echoed in his chest. He was alone. Konoha provided the basics, shelter, a food stipend, an education, but it was a transactional kindness, cold and efficient. It kept him alive so he could one day die for the village. The ninja school building was a sturdy, functional structure, a testament to the vision of the second Hokage. It was still a young institution, barely a decade old, and lacked the refined curriculum and facilities it would boast in Naruto's time. The political landscape was also different. The Hyuga, though powerful, were not yet the unchallenged top clan there Byakugan, in Ragnar's estimation, was tragically underutilized, focused on the gentle fist and medical insight when its potential for strategic reconnaissance was staggering. But such thoughts were for the future. For now, clans like the Hyuga and Uchiha were distant peaks, and he was a boy from a ruined village with no name. He had no capital to even stand in their shadow. Ragnar. The voice was friendly, upbeat, cutting through his grim thoughts. He looked up to see a boy with brilliantly sunshine blonde hair and a handsome, open face approaching him with a smile. Minato Namikaze, the Academy's acknowledged genius, whispered to already possess Chunin-level skill, able to graduate whenever he wished. Ragnar had always been a solitary figure. His status as a refugee from a minor village marked him. He was the outsider, the weirdo who trained too hard and spoke too little. Most of his classmates either ignored him or met him with thinly veiled disdain. Minato was the sole, persistent exception. Faced with the future fourth Hokage's disarming friendliness, Ragnar felt his usual wariness rise. He gave a minimal, polite nod. Hello. Without another word, he turned and continued into the school building, feeling the weight of stairs and hearing the muffled whispers that followed him. Minato stood for a second, scratching his cheek with a slightly sheepish expression. Okay then, tough crowd. Minato, why bother with that guy? A new voice drawled. 3 other boys had come up behind Minato, forming a distinct trio. One was lanky with a perpetually bored expression, another was heavyset and munching on a bag of chips, the last had his hair tied up in a spiky ponytail. The first generation of the Inoshikacho trio, Chikaku Nara, Choza Akimiki, and Inoichi Yamanaka. Hey, you're all here, Minato said, turning to them. He works very hard, Minato offered simply, his gaze following Ragnar's retreating back. What's that supposed to mean? Shikaku asked, his eyes half-lidded. Nothing, we should get to class. We'll be late, Minato deflected, and the 4 of them moved off together, a natural, easygoing unit that highlighted Ragnar's isolation. The classroom was a cacophony of shouts and laughter before the instructor arrived. Ragnar took his usual seat in the back corner. The space around him remained empty, an invisible barrier his classmates respected. He used the time not to socialize, but to close his eyes and mentally rehearse. The hand seals for the 3 techniques. The kinesthetics of the shuriken throw. The newfound, intricate sensations of the 3 haki, trying to grasp their edges in his mind. As he did, he pulled up his system panel again. His eyes narrowed slightly. Experience, 20/100. It had changed. From 5 to 20. The intense morning run, the focused weapon training, the cold shower shock, these acts of deliberate, strenuous self-improvement had generated 15 points in a few hours, far more than a whole night of passive existence. Physical exertion. Focused training. Pushing my limits in line with this pirate ethos, he theorized. That's the key. His internal revelation was cut short as the classroom abruptly fell silent. The ninja instructor, a stern-faced Chunin, had entered. His eyes swept the room, his expression grave. Students, he began, his voice commanding attention. Before we begin today's ninjutsu theory, an announcement. We have a new student joining our class. She comes from our allied nation, the land of whirlpools, and the Uzushiagakur village. Please welcome her. A wave of excited chatter and applause rippled through the room. A new student. The land of whirlpools. Ragnar's mind raced. That was Uzushio, the home of the Uzumaki. A moment later, a small figure appeared in the doorway. It was a girl, perhaps 7 or 8. She had large, bright, violet eyes that held a touch of nervousness, and hair of a stunning, vibrant red that seemed to capture all the light in the room. Gasps and murmurs of awe spread among the students. Red hair of that intensity was a rarity in Konoha. Hello, everyone, she said, her voice clear but cautious. My name is Uzumaki Kushina. I look forward to your guidance. As she gave her little bow, her eyes swept the classroom. They passed over the eager faces in the front, glanced across the middle rows, and for the briefest moment, her gaze flickered to the back corner, to the solitary boy sitting apart from everyone. Her pupils contracted, almost imperceptibly, before she looked back to the instructor, a faint, unreadable expression crossing her features. Ragnar met that glance, and for a reason he couldn't explain, the hair on the back of his neck stood up. It wasn't hostility. It was recognition of something. Something other than just another outsider. He slowly unclenched a fist he didn't realize he'd made. The world, it seemed, had just become more complicated. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Or, for every 50 Power Stone partying face. 3. Chapter 3 A Red-Haired Shadow. Chapter 3 A Red-Haired Shadow. All students have heard Uzumaki Kushina's introduction, the ninja instructor said, the ghost of a smile touching his usually stern face. I trust you will all get along well. Uzumaki-san, please find a seat. Kushina's bright violet eyes scanned the classroom. The front rows were packed, a wall of curious and chattering students leaving no empty desks. Her gaze drifted toward the back. After a moment's hesitation, she gathered her resolve and walked down the aisle, her steps quiet on the wooden floor. She stopped beside the last desk in the corner, where the solitary, cold-faced boy sat. She looked at him, a nervous flutter in her stomach. Excuse me, she said, her voice softer than she intended. May I sit here? Ragnar glanced up at her, his expression unreadable. He didn't speak. Instead, he simply shifted his posture, moving his few belongings, a single notebook and a pencil, further to the edge of his desk, creating a clear space on the other side. It was permission, granted in silence. Kushina let out a small, relieved breath she hadn't realized she was holding and carefully sat down on the stool, placing her own empty bag on the floor. Keep a low profile. Don't cause trouble. The words of the Uzumaki elders echoed in her mind as she settled in. Konoha was the Uzumaki clan's great tree, their sanctuary. She was here to be a good guest, a quiet student. Alright, let us resume, the instructor's voice cut through the murmurs. Continuing from last lesson, we will delve deeper into chakra formation theory. Everyone, open your textbooks. A rustle of paper filled the room as students complied. The instructor launched into his lecture, his voice a dry, factual monotone. Chakra is the energy produced by the body's perfect fusion of various component energies. It is the source for performing ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. It can be molded into threads to bind, or blades to cut. He paused, looking over the class. Now, a review question. Can anyone tell me the fundamental composition of chakra? A familiar, confident hand shot into the air before anyone else could even think. Yes, Namikaze-san. Proceed. Minato stood, his posture poised. Chakra is primarily composed of two energies, the physical energy extracted from every cell of the body, and the spiritual energy honed through training, study, and life experience. The combination of these two, blended into one, is what we call chakra. Precisely. Well articulated. You may sit. The instructor gave a nod of approval. A wave of soft whispers followed. Several girls in the front row looked at Minato with admiring blushes. Several boys scowled, their youthful pride pricked by the effortless display of intellect from a peer. Ragnar observed it all with detached neutrality. It was a predictable schoolroom dynamic. He turned his focus inward, listening to the instructor's words but also cross-referencing them with his new, internal understanding of Haki. Both were energy systems, born from the self. Chakra was a fusion of body and spirit. Haki felt like the pure expression of will, spirit given tangible force. The parallels and divergences were fascinating. A small, hesitant voice, barely more than a whisper, came from his right. Ragnar broke his concentration and turned his head slightly. Kushina was looking at him, her face flushed, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her dress. She looked deeply embarrassed. What is it? Ragnar asked, his tone flat and cool. It's nothing major. She said quickly, waving her hands in a flustered motion. It's just. I haven't received my textbook yet from the administration. Could I possibly share yours? Ragnar considered her for a silent moment. Her request was simple, reasonable. He saw no malice, only the awkwardness of a new student. Without a word, he reached into his worn ninja tool bag and pulled out a thick, well-thumbed textbook on basic ninjutsu theory. He slid it across the desk towards her. Return it when you're done, he stated, his voice offering no warmth. Kushina took the book, surprised by the lack of resistance. The elders had warned her that children in a great village like Konoha could be arrogant, cliquish, hard to approach. This boy was direct. Thank you, she murmured. She noticed then that he had given her the book, yet had nothing open in front of himself. Aren't you going to look at it? She asked, confused. I have a memory, Ragnar replied, his gaze already returning to the front of the class. Wah. Kushina blinked, then understood. He meant he didn't need the book because he'd memorized the material. A spark of indignation flickered in her chest. How rude. Her inner, more fiery self screamed. I'm a princess of the Uzumaki clan. Humph. But she clamped down on the impulse. Low profile. No trouble. She took a slow breath, plastered a small, polite smile on her face, and opened the textbook, resolving to be the model of a quiet, well-behaved transfer student. The school day passed with the structured rhythm of theory lessons and practical drills in the academy yard. Ragnar moved through it all with his usual focused efficiency, a ghost in the bustling machinery of the class. As the final bell rang and students spilled out into the late afternoon sun, Ragnar shouldered his bag and made for the gate. He was already mentally cataloging the evening's training regimen when a familiar, sunny presence intercepted him. Ragnar. Minato Namikaze fell into step beside him, offering that disarming smile. They just opened a new ramen shop in the market district, Ichiraku Ramen. A bunch of us are going. Would you like to come? Ichiraku. The name triggered a distant, bittersweet echo in Ragnar's mind. So it existed even now, decades before it would become a certain blonde Jinchuriki's sanctuary. The offer was genuine, he could see that. A part of him, a very small, lonely part, twinged at the simple normality of the invitation. But the larger part, the survivor, saw the clock ticking. Training, system comprehension, experience points, survival. He had no time for ramen and casual friendship that could become a liability or a distraction. Thank you, Ragnar said, his voice polite but final. I have other commitments. He gave a slight, formal nod and walked past Minato, heading for the quieter residential lanes. Minato watched him go, then rubbed the back of his neck with a soft, embarrassed chuckle. See, a total brick wall, Shikaku Nara drawled, appearing with Choza and Inoichi. Waste of effort. Choza crunched on a rice cracker. I just think, he seems like he could use a friend, Minato said quietly, his gaze lingering on Ragnar's retreating back before he shrugged and turned to his team. Alright, to Ichiraku. The sunset painted Konoha in hues of amber and gold, casting long, peaceful shadows. The village did look tranquil, a postcard scene. But Ragnar saw the quiet as deceptive, the peace as fragile. As he walked, his mind turned over the system's primary function. The treasure chests generate randomly. I haven't seen a single one yet. It was a lottery he couldn't force. He pushed the frustration aside. Even without more chests, the 3 Haki were a monumental gift. If he could cultivate them to their peak. His mind called up images from another story, a vice admiral with no devil fruit, his fists clad in supreme Haki, chasing a king across the seas, standing toe-to-toe with legends. That level of power, translated here, it could change everything. It could make him more than just a survivor. Why is your hair that color? Uchiha. Never heard of it. Must be some backwater place. Hey, red hair, are you some kind of freak? The voices were loud, taunting, laced with a cruel, childish arrogance. They cut through Ragnar's thoughts like a kunal. He stopped walking. His eyes, cold and analytical, lifted to the scene unfolding at a street corner ahead, where a narrow alley met the main path. 3 figures, 2 boys and a girl, all academy students, had formed a loose circle around a 4th. Their target was small, with a flash of vibrant red hair that seemed to burn in the slanting sunlight. Kushina. She stood with her shoulders hunched slightly, her eyes darting, looking for an escape that wasn't there. She looked small, trapped, and utterly powerless under the barrage of words. The elder's commandment to keep a low profile was clearly warring with the fiery temper Ragnar had glimpsed beneath her shy exterior. Schoolyard bullying, a universal, ugly constant. Ragnar felt a flicker of disgust, not born of heroism, but of a profound recognition of waste. This was pointless, stupid energy better spent on anything else. That annoying red hair, the girl in the trio sneered, her voice sharp with mean-spirited glee. Let's just cut it off. To Ragnar's mild surprise, she actually produced a small pair of sewing scissors from a pouch, the metal glinting. One of the boys shifted uncomfortably. Hanada, I don't know, isn't that going too far? The girl, Hanada, scoffed. What are you scared of? My cousin is a genius of the Uchiha clan. If there's any trouble, he'll handle it. She said it with the absolute certainty of someone who has always been sheltered by a powerful name. Emboldened by her own words and the implied protection, Hanada stepped forward, the scissors held open like shears. A cruel smile played on her lips as she reached for a lock of Kushina's brilliant red hair. Kushina flinched, her eyes wide. The order to not cause trouble warred with a primal urge to fight back. She was frozen. Ragnar watched, his face an impassive mask. He felt no overwhelming surge of righteous anger. This wasn't his fight. Getting involved meant attention, potential conflict with an Uchiha-connected brat, a disruption to his carefully maintained isolation. Every logical part of his survivor's mind told him to walk the other way, to take the long route home. But another part, older and quieter, remembered being the outsider. Remembered the glint of different kunao in a different attack. Remembered the feeling of being powerless. As Hanata's fingers brushed Kushina's hair, and the scissors began to close, Ragnar let out a soft, almost imperceptible sigh. His feet, seemingly of their own accord, carried him forward out of the shadows of the setting sun, directly into the circle of bullies. End of chapter. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Or, for every 50 power stones partying face. Chapter 4, The Calloused Hand. Chapter 4, The Calloused Hand. Stop it. Kushina's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. The clan elders were right. The children of the great Konoha could be cruel. In that moment, the cold-faced boy from her class seemed almost kind in comparison. The girl, Hanada, wore a look of twisted delight, her eyes fixed on the vibrant red hair with a desire to ruin something beautiful. As the cold metal of the scissors began to close around a thick lock, a hand shot out and clamped around her wrist, stopping the blades an inch from their target. The hand was not much larger than hers, but it was a world apart. It was covered in rough calluses, a map of relentless labor. Pale, thin scars crisscrossed the knuckles and palm. The grip was like iron. Hanata's initial shock curdled into anger. She looked up, met Ragnar's cold, assessing eyes, and felt a sudden, primal chill. Who are you? She spat, trying and failing to yank her arm free. What you're doing is wrong, Ragnar stated, his voice devoid of heat, a simple declaration of fact. Who do you think you are? The 2 boys, emboldened by numbers and the chance to play hero in front of Hanada, stepped forward aggressively, puffing out their chests. It's him. Kushina whispered, her disbelief giving way to a confused surge of hope. This aloof, silent boy was intervening. Hanada, recovering her bravado now that her friends had stepped up, finally managed to wrench her wrist from Ragnar's grasp. She rubbed it, glaring. This is none of your business. If you don't get lost, we'll beat you up too. The 2 boys, taking this as their cue, lunged forward with clumsy, wild swings. Ragnar didn't even change his expression. He took a single, smooth step back, letting the first punch whistle past his face. As the boy overextended, Ragnar pivoted on his heel and delivered a sharp, controlled side kick to the boy's stomach. The air left the attacker's lungs with a loud whoosh as he folded and crumpled to the ground. The second boy froze in momentary shock, and Ragnar used that hesitation to snap a front kick into his midsection, sending him stumbling back to join his friend in the dirt. Ding. Experience +10. Ding. Experience +10. The system's chime echoed in Ragnar's mind. His internal focus sharpened. Physical conflict. Overcoming opposition. That grants experience. The two boys groaned, clutching their stomachs, their bravado utterly deflated. Ragnar looked down at them, a strange, analytical thought forming. He lifted his foot and lightly stomped on the first boy's shoulder, not hard enough to injure, but with firm pressure. Ding. Experience +5. He did the same to the second. Ding. Experience +5. It really works, Ragnar murmured, almost to himself. His eyes, previously cold, now held a glint of pragmatic interest. These bullies weren't just a nuisance, they were a potential resource. He proceeded to deliver several more measured, non-crippling stomps to their legs and backsides. Ding. Experience +3. Ding. Experience +2. For a brief, surreal moment, the alleyway became an impromptu grinding spot. Grunts of pain and the soft thud of feet on cloth-covered limbs were the only sounds. Fortunately, the secluded corner remained empty of witnesses. There was, however, a limit. After contributing a total of roughly 50 experience points between them, the system fell silent. No matter how Ragnar prodded them, no more notifications came. The well was dry. Amazing. Kushina breathed, her earlier fear replaced by wide-eyed awe. His method was brutal in its efficiency, and a little scary, but seeing her tormentors reduced to writhing on the ground was undeniably satisfying. On the ground, the two boys were a patchwork of minor bruises and wounded pride. They had surrendered mentally minutes ago. Why is he still hitting us? Are you a ninja? Hanada squeaked, her voice trembling. Her shield of arrogance was cracking, revealing the frightened child beneath. Let me tell you, my cousin is Uchiha Tsuki. If you bully me, he'll make you pay. The name was flung out like a final, desperate weapon. Leave, Ragnar said, the single word leaving no room for negotiation. You. Humiliation burned hotter than fear on Hanada's face. Being dismissed was worse than being struck. She shot Ragnar a look of pure, venomous hatred, memorizing his features, before turning and fleeing down the alley without a backward glance at her fallen lackeys. The two boys scrambled to their feet and stumbled after her, casting terrified glances over their shoulders. Puff. A small cloud of white smoke erupted from the spot where Hanada had been standing. As it cleared, a modest, unadorned bronze treasure chest materialized on the cobblestones. It pulsed with a faint, ethereal light invisible to anyone but Ragnar. Treasure chest detected. Accept? The system inquired. Accept, Ragnar thought. The chest vanished in another wisp of smoke, stored within the system's intangible inventory. He wouldn't open it here, not with Kushina watching. Thank you, Kushina said, the words heartfelt. She clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, her earlier timidity mingling with sincere gratitude. Ragnar acknowledged with a curt nod. He gave her one last, fleeting glance, then turned to walk away, the matter seemingly concluded. Kushina blinked, taken aback by his abruptness. But the memory of the circling bullies, the glint of the scissors, made the shadows between the buildings seem suddenly deeper and more threatening. She bit her lip, then called out, mustering her courage. Wait, classmate, could I walk with you, just until I get to a busier street? Ragnar paused mid-stride. He didn't turn fully, but his head tilted slightly back toward her. You're scared, he stated, not asking. Yes, Kushina admitted, the word heavy with shame and truth. She nodded vigorously. Where do you live? In the Eastern District, the old compound near the Senjo lands, she replied, hope flickering in her violet eyes. I'll take you there, Ragnar said, his tone still flat, devoid of gallantry. It was a statement of a new, temporary objective. Thank you. The relief in her voice was palpable, and a small, genuine smile broke through her nervousness. Walk, he instructed, and set off at a pace she could match. Kushina hurried to fall in step beside him, leaving the tense alley behind. Two small, contrasting shadows stretched long ahead of them on the sun-warmed street, one walking with a detached, purposeful stride, the other following a half-step behind, her vibrant hair a banner in the fading light. For a half-hour, they moved in near silence, the only sounds their footsteps and the distant life of the village. They finally arrived at a secluded, well-kept compound. The architecture was older, dignified, bearing the subtle, enduring crest of the Senju clan on a gatepost. Ragnar wasn't surprised. The first Hokage's wife, Mito Uzumaki, was still alive. It made sense that a young, important clan member like Kushina would be placed under her care and protection here. We're here. Thanks again, Kushina said, turning to face him fully. Right. Ragnar gave the compound a final, sweeping glance, then turned to leave without further ceremony. Oh, wait. Kushina's voice stopped him once more. A blush crept up her cheeks. I'm sorry, I never even asked your name. He stopped but didn't turn. After a beat, his voice carried back to her, clear in the quiet evening. Ragnar. Just Ragnar. Ragnar. She repeated, committing it to memory. A bright, unburdened smile lit up her face. I'll remember. Thank you, Ragnar. With a final, cheerful little wave, she skipped through the gate into the compound's courtyard. Only after she had disappeared from view did Ragnar finally move. But he didn't head home. The sky was a deep indigo, the first stars appearing. He had time. He began to run again, not sprinting, but with a steady, distance-eating jog, using the last of the dusk to push his physical endurance further. As he ran, his mind worked. The fight had been illuminating, not just for the experience points, but for the confirmation of a suspicion he'd felt while walking with Kushina. His senses, heightened by the nascent observation Haki humming within him, had detected a presence, a shadow, clinging to the edges of his perception, tailing them at a discreet distance the entire way. There had been no malice in that presence, only a watchful, professional intensity. ANBU. It made perfect sense. They weren't following him. They were guarding Kushina, the likely future vessel of the Nine Tails. His intervention had been unnecessary from a security standpoint. If he hadn't stepped in, the black-clad operatives would have emerged from the shadows to deal with the bullies before the scissors ever touched a hair. His actions had probably just been a curious footnote in their daily report. Subject Art 14, Refugee Academy student, demonstrated basic taijutsu proficiency and escorted the asset home without incident. He pushed the thought aside. It didn't matter. He had gained experience, a treasure chest, and a clearer understanding of how his new senses worked. The encounter, while disruptive, had been net positive. As he ran, the cool night air filling his lungs, he pulled up his system panel. Experience, 75/100. He was close. Very close. The quiet streets of Konoha blurred past him, not as a home, but as a training ground. A battlefield in waiting. And he, Ragnar, was finally loading his weapons. End of chapter. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Or, for every 50 power stones partying face. 5. Chapter 5, The Sound of the Wind and a Shadow. Chapter 5, The Sound of the Wind and a Shadow. Back in the stark simplicity of his one-room cabin, Ragnar closed the door and latched it, shutting out the night. The quiet inside was immediate, broken only by the sound of his own breathing. His heart beat a steady, anticipatory rhythm against his ribs. He couldn't wait any longer. He focused inward, and the bronze treasure chest materialized before him, hovering just above the worn floorboards. It was unassuming, its metal dull in the low light from his single lantern. Open the treasure chest. The system prompted. Yes, Ragnar affirmed, his voice low and firm in the stillness. Poof. With the same soft, ethereal sound, the lid of the chest swung open on silent hinges. Inside, resting on a bed of faint, dissipating light, was a single, plain white card. No grand golden glow this time. Ragnar felt a flicker of pragmatic disappointment, quickly suppressed. He reached out and picked up the card. Information streamed into his mind as his fingers made contact. Skill, Tornado Comprehension Card. The user can generate a protective, dragon-shaped vortex of air by rotating their arms, forming an absolute defense. Learn. The card dissolved into particles of cool white light that seeped into his palm. Instantly, a new set of knowledge unfolded within him. The mechanics of the move, the specific, circular arm motions, the way to channel energy to create a spiraling air current, the footwork required to stabilize the center. It was a defensive technique born from pure physical mastery, a way to create a shield when no other was available. He recognized its origin, a technique used by a swordsman from another world when disarmed. Simple, direct, practical. He called up his panel. Host, Ragnar. Abilities. Conqueror's Haki, LV1. Observation Haki, LV1. Armament Haki, LV1. Tornado, Skill, LV1. Upgrade to next level requires 100 experience points. Experience, 75/100. A new line. It was no 3-colored Haki, but it was something. A tool. In a world of kunao and shuriken, a personal whirlwind could be the difference between a fatal hit and a glancing blow. Better than nothing, he thought, the survivor in him immediately cataloging its potential uses. After a quick, bracing wash with cold water, he changed into a clean, threadbare training shirt and sat cross-legged on his bedroll. He closed his eyes, slipping into the meditative state taught at the academy, a method to focus the mind, to draw forth chakra by harmonizing spiritual energy with the body's physical energy. Chakra capacity was everything. It was the fuel for ninjutsu, the stamina for prolonged battle. He knew of legends, Minato, with no bloodline, wielding monstrous reserves the Raikage, a humanoid-tailed beast. It came down to conditioning, to awakening every cell's latent potential. Tonight, the meditation felt different, clearer, sharper. With the nascent observation Haki humming just below the surface of his consciousness, he could feel the chakra within him. It wasn't just an abstract concept anymore. He sensed its flow through his network of pathways and tenketsu, a warm, vital current moving from his core to his limbs and back again. It was a vivid, intimate awareness of his own internal energy. His efficiency, the speed at which he could gather and refine chakra, had noticeably improved. He meditated through the deep quiet of the night, the world outside his window shrinking to the rhythm of his breath and the flow of energy within. Just before the first hint of gray touched the sky, Ragnar's eyes snapped open. He rose, muscles stiff but ready, and stepped outside into the pre-dawn chill. A training post, thicker than his thigh, stood planted in the hard-packed earth. He began without ceremony, hammering the post with a series of punches and kicks, the impacts jarring up his limbs. 100, 200. Sweat beaded on his skin despite the cold, his breath pluming in the air. Focusing inward, he willed the new energy to surface. Armament. A profound change swept over his right fist. From the wrist down, it darkened, taking on a deep, metallic black sheen, as if dipped in molten iron. The transformation was instant. He felt a new density in his hand, a solid, unyielding power. Crunch. With a shout, he drove the blackened fist forward. It struck the center of the wooden post not with the sound of flesh on wood, but with the crack of stone splitting. The tough grain didn't just dent, it shattered. A clean, fist-sized hole punched straight through the center of the post, splinters flying. Ragnar stared, his own breathing loud in the sudden silence. The raw destructive force, a genin relying on pure taijutsu couldn't have done that. He looked at his hand. The black coating flickered and vanished, lasting only about 20 seconds. The drain on his chakra was minimal, a faint tug compared to the significant pull of molding chakra for even a basic ninjutsu. The duration was tied to the skill's level, not his reserves. This was an efficiency he could exploit. He spent the next hour experimenting. Activate. Strike. Deactivate. The armament would last between 20 to 30 seconds before fading, requiring a small but constant chakra expenditure to reapply. It was a new rhythm to learn, a tempo of battle entirely his own. Satisfied, he shifted focus. Assuming a deep horse stance, he began the motions inscribed in his mind by the white card. His arms started slow, tracing wide, deliberate arcs in the air. The movements were not random, they followed a specific, coiling pattern, the shape of a dragon. As his speed increased, the air around him began to stir. A breeze kicked up dust at his feet. The grass flattened in a growing circle. His arms became a blur, and the breeze became a wind, whistling as it spun. The loose gravel and leaves were caught in the vortex, orbiting him in a frantic dance. At the peak of the motion, for just a moment, the swirling air seemed to coalesce into the faint, roaring visage of a coiling dragon before dissolving back into chaotic wind. It was a barrier of pure force, defensive only, but it would turn aside thrown weapons, disrupt incoming taijutsu. Tornado. He held it for a count of 10 before letting his arms drop, panting slightly as the miniature storm dissipated around him. Ding. Experience is full. Upgrade available. The notification was a welcome chime. He pulled up his panel. Experience, 100/100. He had a choice. One upgrade. Conquerors, armament, observation, or the new tornado skill. All were at level 1. His mind, ever tactical, weighed the options. Conquerors, LV1 to LV2. Its current intensity was likely little more than a faint pressure, useless for intimidation. An upgrade might make it a viable shock tactic, but not decisive. Armament, LV1 to LV2 would increase durability and striking power slightly, extend duration perhaps. A direct boost to his main offensive tool. Tornado, LV1 to LV2. Stronger winds, longer duration, useful, but still purely defensive. Observation, LV1 to LV2. This was the key. At its peak, this Haki could perceive intent, sense lies, see seconds into the future, hear the very voice of the world. In the ninja world, a place of deception, ambush, and genjutsu, perception was survival. Strength meant nothing if you walked into a trap. He thought of the legends, of mighty figures brought low by trickery and betrayal. Forewarning was the ultimate advantage. The choice crystallized. In a world of shadows, he needed to see them first. System, he whispered into the quiet dawn. Upgrade observation Haki. Ding. Upgrade successful. A wave of sensation, profound and disorienting, washed over him. It was as if a film had been scrubbed from his mind. He sat down heavily on the damp grass, closing his eyes. The world exploded into detail. He could hear the skittering of a beetle under a rock 10 meters away. The rustle of a single leaf clinging to a branch across the small yard. The distant, rhythmic snores of a neighbor 3 houses down. He could feel the subtle vibrations in the earth from his own heartbeat. The flow of the pre-dawn breeze became a tangible map across his skin. And then, a disruption. Rustle. A soft, deliberate compression of grass. Not an animal. The footfall was too controlled, the presence too focused. His eyes snapped open, his hand flashing to his tool pouch and emerging with a kunai held in a reverse grip. Every nerve was alight. He stared, not with his eyes, but with his newfound sense, at the thick trunk of an ancient oak at the edge of the training ground. Who's there? His voice cut through the morning stillness, sharp as the blade in his hand. For 2, 3 heartbeats, there was only the enhanced symphony of the waking world in his ears. Then, from behind the tree, a small, familiar voice, laced with guilt and surprise, answered. Mr. Ragnar? It's me. A petite figure edged into view, her brilliant red hair a vivid splash of color against the gray-green bark. She looked sheepish, her hands clasped nervously in front of her. Kushina. Ragnar's posture didn't relax, but the immediate, combat-ready tension bled away. The kunai vanished back into its pouch with a smooth, practiced motion. His upgraded senses had confirmed it moments before she spoke, no malice, only a nervous, childlike curiosity. But the fact remained, she had been watching him. And he had sensed her from behind a solid tree, in near darkness, from over 20 meters away. Observation Haki, level 2. It worked. End of chapter. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Or, For every 50 power stones partying face. 6. Chapter 6, The Gift and the Threat. Chapter 6, The Gift and the Threat. Ragnar looked at the girl standing awkwardly in his sparse training yard. The first faint rays of dawn caught the red of her hair, making it look like a small, misplaced flame. His face remained a careful blank, but internally, his newly sharpened senses were on alert. This was his sanctuary, his place of grinding anonymity. Her presence here felt like an intrusion. "Why are you here?" he asked, his voice flat. "How did you find this place?" Kushina flinched slightly at his tone but held her ground. She brought her hands from behind her back, revealing a small, neatly wrapped pink bento box. I wanted to thank you for yesterday. I made you lunch." Ragnar stared at the box, then at her hopeful face. His expression softened, but only by a fraction, a slight relaxation of his jaw. It wasn't kindness that motivated the change, but a tactical reassessment. He wasn't being paranoid, he lived with a constant, low-grade sense of impending crisis. He wasn't a child who could afford thoughtless friendships. He was an adult mind in a child's body, fighting for a place in a timeline where a boy named Ragnar had no guaranteed future. Social ties were potential liabilities, distractions from the grim arithmetic of survival. Sticking close to a future protagonist like Minato might offer protection in stories, but Ragnar knew stories lied. Proximity to destiny meant proximity to danger. You needed plot armor of your own to survive the crossfire. His armor was his system, his haki, and his utter, focused discipline. He would trust in that alone. Kushina, seeing his continued silence and stillness, began to fidget, the hopeful light in her eyes starting to dim. "Thanks," he said finally, the word clipped. He gestured with his chin toward a rickety wooden table under the eaves of his cabin. "Put it there." "Oh okay." Relief washed over her, and she hurried to place the bento box on the worn surface. Having completed her mission, she turned back, standing with her hands clasped, waiting for something. Acknowledgement? Conversation? Ragnar ignored her. Dawn was still bleeding into the sky. He had over an hour before the academy. Time was a resource not to be wasted. He resumed his training, strapping the familiar, weighty sandbags around his wrists and ankles. He faced the scarred training post again and began. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 100 strikes. 200. 500. His world narrowed to the impact of flesh and canvas on wood, the burn in his muscles, the rhythm of his own ragged breathing. Sweat poured down his face and back, soaking his thin shirt. The white bandages on his hands, already stained from yesterday, bloomed with fresh, crimson patches where his knuckles split open again. He didn't stop. The pain was a distant signal, irrelevant. As he pushed, he felt it, a subtle, deep-seated reinforcement humming through his limbs. It wasn't just stamina, it was his very physique, being tempered, becoming denser, more resilient. The 3 Haki weren't just external powers, their awakening was catalyzing his body from within, unlocking potential that relentless training alone could only scratch. He thought of the legends from the other world, figures whose physical prowess was as monstrous as their Haki, who trained by shattering mountains. That was the path. Not just skill, but foundational, brute force capability. He lost himself in the grind for an hour, until the sun had fully crested the horizon, painting the yard in sharp, golden light. Finally, he stopped, chest heaving, steam rising from his overheated skin in the cool air. He took a long, slow breath, centering himself. Only then did he remember his visitor. He turned. Kushina was still there, rooted to the same spot. Her face was pale, whether from the chilling morning air or from the visceral, brutal spectacle of his training regimen, he couldn't tell. She was shivering slightly, her arms wrapped around herself for warmth, her breath puffing out in little white clouds. "You didn't leave," he stated, his tone carrying a note of genuine curiosity. "Why are you still here?" Kushina blinked, her teeth chattering slightly. You hadn't eaten the bento yet. So I waited." "I see." He walked toward the table. "My apologies. I was focused on training." The apology was rote, devoid of any real contrition. He saw her notice the lack, a flicker of irritation in her violet eyes before she smoothed it over with a determinedly bright smile. "It's perfectly all right, Ragnar. The food should still be warm. Please, eat." "Right. You should go to school." It was a dismissal. "This guy is trying to get rid of me." Her inner voice fumed. Outwardly, her smile stayed plastered on. "It's no trouble. I can wait and we can walk together. It's on the way." "Suit yourself," Ragnar said, utterly indifferent. He lifted the lid of the bento. Steam wafted out, carrying the rich, savory scent of seasoned rice, grilled fish, and simmered vegetables. It was, without a doubt, the most proper, lovingly prepared meal he'd seen since arriving in this world. Under Kushina's wide, astonished eyes, he picked up the entire box, tilted his head back, and poured the contents directly into his mouth. He chewed 3 times, a massive, bulging lump in his cheeks, then swallowed with a loud, audible gulp. "Good," he pronounced flatly. He then turned and walked into his cabin, leaving a stunned Kushina holding the empty lid. Her brain seemed to short-circuit. She'd heard of wolfing it down, but this was something else entirely. And he said it was good. Did his taste buds even engage? 15 minutes later, Ragnar emerged, washed, and dressed in a clean, simple black training outfit. His dark hair was damp, his sharp features cleansed of sweat and grime. He looked like a different person from the bloodied, desperate boy hammering the post, composed, almost elegant in his severity. The walk to the academy was conducted in near total silence. Kushina trailed slightly beside him, stealing glances. The dichotomy between the training beast and this quiet, focused boy was jarring. The memory of him inhaling her cooking ward with his current dignified, if cold, appearance. She was not built for silence. The quiet stretched, becoming oppressive to her lively spirit. Ragnar, have you always trained that hard? She ventured. HN. Do you live alone? HN. You're really strong. HN. Ragnar, do you like flowers? HN. Each monosyllabic grunt was a door politely but firmly closed. Kushina felt her social energy draining into a void. Talking to him was like shouting into a deep, dark well and waiting for an echo that never came. She was nearing a state of frustrated despair when a new, cheerful voice sliced through the awkwardness. Good morning, Ragnar. Ragnar didn't need to turn. The voice, perpetually sunny and friendly, belonged to only one person in the entire academy, Minato Namikaze. In an era and a village where outsiders were tolerated but seldom embraced, Minato's consistent attempts at connection were an anomaly Ragnar had noted with wary interest. Being rescued by Konoha was a matter of political utility, not kindness. In another village, a refugee with ninja potential might have disappeared to prevent future risks. Minato's friendliness felt naive, but it was a data point. Morning, Ragnar replied, granting a single word. It was more than he gave most people. Minato's smile, if possible, grew brighter. He noticed Kushina and gave her a polite, friendly nod. You must be the new student. I'm Namikaze Minato. Nice to meet you. Hello, Kushina muttered, her mood still soured by Ragnar's conversational brick wall. She offered a half-hearted wave. Minato's expression grew slightly more serious as he turned his attention back to Ragnar. Ragnar, listen, have you had any trouble with someone from the Uchiha clan lately? No, Ragnar said, his pace not slowing. But I've heard Uchiha Tsuki is looking for you. All over the place. He's saying he's going to teach you a lesson. Minato's voice held genuine concern. That name. Kushina whispered, recognition dawning. It was the name the bullying girl, Hanada, had thrown out. Ragnar came to a complete stop. He turned his head slowly to look at Minato, his dark eyes utterly calm, like still water over a deep chasm. He spoke each word with deliberate, icy clarity. If he wants a fight, he can have one. End of chapter. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Or, for every 50 power stones partying face. 7, Chapter 7, The Price of a Lesson. Chapter 7, The Price of a Lesson. The morning passed in a blur of chakra theory and extraction exercises. The ninja instructor's dry voice explained the finer points of energy circulation, but Ragnar's focus was divided. A portion of his mind followed the lecture, cross-referencing it with his internal Haki senses. The rest was tuned like a finely calibrated instrument to the atmosphere of the room. He felt the gaze long before he saw its source. It was a pointed, aggressive pressure against the edge of his newly heightened awareness, observation Haki picking up on focused hostility. During a break, he turned his head casually. The owner of the gaze was a boy perhaps 2 years his senior. He had a sharp, angular face framed by a spiky, aggressive haircut, and on the back of his dark shirt was the impossible-to-miss emblem of a red and white fan. Uchiha. The name hung in the air like a threat. Uchiha Tsuki. The era was a harsh one. With the Second War looming, the academy's structure was more fluid, more brutal. Upper and lower year students often shared classes and training grounds. Early graduation was encouraged, a direct pipeline to fill the ranks of Chunin squads or, for the exceptional and ruthless, the ranks of the ANBU, the Hokige's personal black ops, a source of dark pride for every aspiring student. Figures like Kakashi, Itake, Yamato, that was the path of the elite. Others, like Minato, would be plucked by a Jounin sensei and honed in the coming war, forging their legends in blood and lightning. Ragnar's path was his own, a solitary grind away from the spotlight. Ragnar, are you all right? Kushina whispered from beside him, her voice tight with a worry she couldn't fully hide. She'd connected the dots. This trouble was because of her. Don't worry, he replied, his voice low and even. His caution was a survival mechanism, not cowardice. A challenge, once issued, had to be met. To back down now would mark him as prey, inviting more predators. With the 3 Haki as his unseen arsenal, even the famed Uchiha malice could be broken. The afternoon sun beat down on the academy's main training field. The air buzzed with excited chatter as students paired off for the scheduled practical combat session. The shuriken and kunai were training models, their edges blunt, but they could still bruise, cut, and break bones. The matches began, a series of clumsy clashes and shouted techniques. Ragnar watched with detached analysis, mentally noting openings, predicting movements with his enhanced senses. Then, the interruption. Teacher. Uchiha Tsuki's voice cut through the noise, arrogant and clear. He stepped forward from the cluster of older students. I wish to challenge Ragnar. A murmur rippled through the crowd. The ninja instructor, a Chunin with weary eyes, frowned. Uchiha, you are a year ahead of Ragnar. You entered the academy earlier. Where is the merit in such a challenge? Every eye turned to them. Uchiha Tsuki wasn't a top genius like Minato, but he was strong, already whispered to be at genin level, with the Sharingan's potential lurking behind his proud eyes. Ragnar was the 3-month-old refugee, the outsider. This was naked bullying. The reactions around them were a microcosm of the shinobi world's cold calculus, sneers, indifferent stares, a few pitying glances, but no one spoke up. In this era, children were soldiers in waiting. Compassion was a luxury. Don't you think this is just bullying? Kushina couldn't stay silent. She pushed to the front, her small fists clenched, her red hair a banner of defiance. Ragnar, Tsuki sneered, ignoring her completely, his eyes locked on his target. It's fine if you refuse. You can just hide behind a girl. But then you'd prove you don't have the makings of a shinobi. Enough. The instructor barked, his voice cracking like a whip. He looked at Ragnar, his expression unreadable. Ragnar, this is a voluntary exercise. The choice is yours. Ragnar stepped forward, his movements calm, deliberate. The chatter died. Thank you, sensei. I accept the challenge. Have you considered this? The instructor asked, a strange glint in his eye. He was seeing not bravado, but a chilling calm. It was intriguing, and tragic. The Uchiha were a proud, vicious clan. They didn't know restraint. I have, Ragnar said, his voice carrying easily in the sudden quiet. Ragnar. Kushina's plea was a soft, desperate sound. Uchiha Tsuki's smirk widened into a victorious grin. The students formed a wide circle, the dust of the training ground between them. The instructor stood at the periphery, his face a stone mask. Remember, this is a spar. You will stop when I say, begin. The moment the word left the instructor's lips, Uchiha Tsuki moved. His hands flashed to his pouches and emerged with 2 fistfuls of shuriken. With a fluid, practiced motion, he hurled them. Swish, swish, swish. 8 black stars sliced through the air, not in a wild spray, but with deadly intent. 4 aimed directly for Ragnar's center mass, throat, heart, stomach. The other 4 arced wide, cutting off potential paths of dodging or substitution. It was a classic, ruthless Uchiha throwing pattern, the kind that demanded the Sharingan's precision to execute and to evade. A collective gasp went up. This wasn't a sparring opener, it was a meant-to-maim assault. Ragnar didn't flinch. He didn't reach for a kunai. He didn't form a hand seal. He simply planted his feet, clenched his fists, and his eyes narrowed in focus. He's insane. He's going to block them with his hands. Even Minato's usually placid expression tightened with disbelief. The logical counters were evasion or replacement. Not this. Fool. Uchiha Tsuki spat, confidence swelling. Country bumpkin. No concept of real ninja art. Ragnar saw the trajectories not just with his eyes, but painted across his mind by observation Haki. He saw the gaps, the slight variances in speed. There was an opening, but not for dodging. For meeting force with greater force. Armament. The command was silent, internal. A familiar, powerful surge answered. From his wrists down, his forearms and fists darkened instantly, transforming into gleaming, obsidian black. The change was subtle in the bright sun, but the air around his fist seemed to warp and thicken. He didn't swing wildly. He moved with economical, brutal precision. A slight pivot of the hips, a twist of the torso. His blackened fists became blurs, lashing out in short, devastating arcs. Clang, clang clang, bang. The sounds were all wrong. They weren't the thwack of shuriken hitting wood or flesh, but the sharp, discordant shrieks of metal being violently deformed and repelled. Ragnar's fists met the shuriken head-on. The first 2 were batted aside, sent spinning harmlessly into the dirt with deep dents in their centers. The next cluster he took on a crossing parry, his forearms like iron bars, deflecting them with sparks. One shuriken he caught a direct hit on its flat, the metal screaming as it crumpled like paper before falling, bent double. In 3 seconds, it was over. The 8 shuriken lay scattered around Ragnar's feet, some whole and dented, others twisted into useless shapes. Ragnar stood perfectly still in the center of the circle, his arms lowered. The black coating on his skin faded, leaving his hands bare and unmarked. Not a scratch. Not a drop of blood. A profound, stunned silence blanketed the training field. The only sound was the faint tink of a broken shuriken blade settling in the dust. Uchiha Tsuki's triumphant smirk had frozen, then shattered, leaving behind a mask of utter, bewildered shock. He stared at his useless weapons, then at Ragnar's impassive face, his brain struggling to process what his eyes had just seen. Ragnar slowly unclenched his fists. He met Tsuki's gaze across the open space, his own eyes dark and depthless. He had said he would accept the challenge. The first lesson was delivered. End of chapter. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Or, for every 50 power stones partying face. 8. Chapter 8 A Lesson in Iron. Chapter 8 A Lesson in Iron. This is impossible. How can a fist block shuriken? He must have used ninjutsu, but, there were no hand seals. The stunned silence shattered into a cacophony of gasps and exclamations. All across the training ground, students stared, their eyes wide with disbelief. The evidence lay scattered in the dirt, dented, twisted metal where there should have been blood. Even the stoic ninja instructor's face was a mask of profound shock. These were training shuriken, yes, but thrown with genin-level force. Blocking them barehanded should have resulted in shattered knuckles, not shattered steel. It defied the basic physics of their world. The activation of armament Haki had been a flicker, a momentary darkening lost in the sun and the speed of his movements. To the untrained eye, it was invisible. Only a select few, those with preternatural perception, caught the anomaly. Namikaze Minato's bright blue eyes were narrowed in intense focus. He hadn't seen the how, but he'd seen the effect. The precise, clean dents on the shuriken spoke of an impact force far beyond a child's punch. A chill, mixed with awe, traced his spine. What if that fist had connected with a person? In the crowd, a Hyuga clan student had instinctively activated his Byakugan at the moment of impact. The veins around his eyes bulged. He hadn't seen a strange chakra coating, but he had seen the terrifying, explosive surge of power concentrated in Ragnar's arm and fist, a compression of muscle and energy that defied normal chakra enhancement techniques. What kind of power is that? He thought, a tremor of unease in his gut. Uchiha Tsuki stood frozen, his earlier arrogance replaced by a gaping, stupid shock. The reality of his failed attack was a physical blow to his pride. Amazing. Ragnar, show that arrogant jerk. Kushina's cheers were a bright, defiant sound in the tense air. Tsuki's face flushed a deep, ugly red. The mockery in a girl's voice, especially that red-haired girl's, was the final spark. You think some cheap trick can beat an Uchiha? He snarled, spittle flying. I'll show you the true power of this clan. He drew a kunai, his stance shifting into something more aggressive, more lethal. And then, his eyes changed. The dark pupils swirled, resolving into a blood-red canvas dotted with a single, spinning black tomo. The Sharingan. A murmur of awe and fear rippled through the students. Awakening the famed dojutsu at his age marked Tsuki as a genuine talent. Ragnar's own hand went to his pouch, his fingers closing around the cool handle of a training kunai. He felt no fear, only a cold, analytical focus. The Sharingan was a formidable tool, but a tool required a skilled user. In front of these eyes, your taijutsu is a pathetic joke. Tsuki lunged, his movements now fluid, predictive. The single tomo spun, analyzing Ragnar's muscle twitches, predicting the trajectory of his defense. The kunai in Tsuki's hand became a silver blur, aimed with cruel efficiency at Ragnar's shoulder, a disabling, humiliating strike. Ragnar didn't try to match the Sharingan's visual prediction. He stopped looking with his eyes. Observation. The world shifted. The frantic charge slowed. The killing intent radiating from Tsuki was a tangible, red-black smear in the air. The perfect, Sharingan-guided attack revealed its flaw not in form, but in intent. It was too direct, too reliant on the eye's guarantee. Ragnar saw the path of the kunai not as a line, but as a series of points in space and time. He saw the opening a fraction of a second before Tsuki's own body committed to the final thrust. He moved. It wasn't a dramatic dodge, but a minimal, almost negligent shift of his upper body, a tilt of the hips, a drop of the shoulder. The kunai tip whistled past his shirt, missing by a millimeter. In the same motion, Ragnar's own arm whipped forward. Armament. The subtle darkness raced up his wrist and coated his kunai, not with a visible sheen, but with an impossible density. Clang. The sound was a dull, heavy crunch of simulated metal failing. Ragnar's empowered kunai met Tsuki's not with a parry, but with a brutal, dismissive smash. The force transmitted up Tsuki's arm was volcanic. Numbness, then searing pain exploded in his wrist and forearm. His grip vanished. His own kunai was torn from his hand and sent cartwheeling through the air to land point down in the dirt 10 feet away. The momentum lifted Tsuki off his feet. He stumbled, balance gone, and crashed face-first into the hard-packed earth with a grunt, skidding a short distance in a cloud of dust. He lay there for a second, the wind knocked out of him, his face pressed into the dirt. One exchange. One clean, humiliating counter. The Uchiha with the Sharingan lay in the dirt. The crowd was silent again, but this time the silence was different, charged with a dawning realization. This wasn't a fluke. Ragnar's evasion had been too precise, his counter too devastating. He had read the Sharingan user like an open book. Well done. Kushina yelled, jumping slightly with glee, utterly oblivious to the storm of fury she was stoking. That evasion, it was perfect, Minato murmured, his mind racing. It wasn't luck. He saw it coming. The Uchiha clan will not be humiliated. The voice was a raw, ragged scrape from the ground. Tsuki pushed himself up. His Sharingan-eyed gaze was wild, unhinged with fury and shame. His right hand, the one that had held the kunai, trembled violently, the fingers curled into a painful claw. But his left hand flew through a series of familiar, practiced hand seals, ram, snake, tiger, ram, horse, tiger. The instructor's eyes widened. Tsuki, stand down. That's enough. It was too late. Tsuki sucked in a massive, chest-expanding breath, his cheeks bulging grotesquely. Fire release, great fireball technique. He exhaled. Whoosh. A sphere of chakra-ignited flame, wider than a man was tall, erupted from his mouth. It roared across the short distance between them, a miniature sun of heat and destruction. The air wavered and baked. The grass at the edges of its path crisped and blackened instantly. A C-rank technique. Chunin-level firepower. In the confines of a schoolyard spar, it was an act of attempted murder. Damn it. The instructor cursed, his own hands coming up, but he was too far, too slow. The fireball was already halfway to its target. Ragnar. Kushina's scream was pure terror. The inferno filled Ragnar's vision, the heat blistering against his skin. The instinct to substitute, to flee, was a screaming impulse in his nerves. He could do it. His observation Haki showed him the paths of escape. But a colder, harder part of him rejected it. To dodge was to concede. To show that such a reckless, overpowering attack could control the field. He had stood his ground against the shuriken. He would stand his ground here. In the hearts of the watching students, he was already dead or maimed. A human body couldn't withstand that. Ragnar's body sank into a deeper stance, roots of will driving into the earth. He coiled like a spring, his arms drawing back, fists clenched so tight his bandages strained. What is he doing? He's going to try to block it. He's insane. The thoughts were almost audible in the stunned silence. Ragnar ignored them all. He focused on the core of the flame, on the raging chakra at its heart. He drew not on his meager chakra reserves, but on the well of resolve within. The resolve to survive, to break, to conquer. Armament. Full body. Hardening. It wasn't a shout, but a silent command that vibrated through every fiber of his being. Darkness rippled across his skin, starting at his clenched fists and racing up his arms, over his shoulders, across his chest and face. In less than a heartbeat, he was sheathed in an obsidian carapace, his figure transforming from a boy into a statue of polished, dark stone. Only his eyes, gleaming with fierce concentration, remained uncovered. The fireball hit. Boom. A wave of heat and force exploded outward, forcing students to shield their faces. The heart of the flame engulfed the small, blackened figure completely. Uchiha, panting from the chakra drain, let out a wheezing, triumphant laugh. Fool, you actually tried to taijutsu a ninjutsu. The laughter died in his throat. For the roaring sphere of fire, split. From within the heart of the conflagration, a black fist, wreathed in dying flames, punched forward. It wasn't a punch against the fire, it was the spearhead of an indomitable will tearing through it. The fireball distorted, then ruptured, scattering into harmless tongues of flame that licked the air and died. Standing amidst the dissipating smoke and heat haze was Ragnar. The armament coating was receding from his body like ink washing away, revealing unburned clothes and unmarked skin. Tendrils of steam rose from him. His expression was calm, but his eyes were locked on Tsuki with an intensity that was more terrifying than any fury. Uchiha Tsuki. The name was a flat statement, a verdict. Ragnar took a step, then became a blur of motion. The distance vanished. Tsuki had only time for his sharingan to widen in horror, to see the fist, now flesh-colored again, but carrying the memory of its impossible hardness, fill his vision. The punch took him squarely in the solar plexus. Crunch. The sound of breaking bone was sickeningly clear in the sudden, absolute quiet. All the air left Tsuki's body in a choked, wet gasp. His eyes rolled back, showing the whites. He was lifted off his feet, bent double around the fist, before collapsing like a discarded rag doll onto the ground. He didn't move. A small trickle of saliva and blood trailed from the corner of his slack mouth. Silence. A profound, ringing silence swallowed the entire training field. The only movement was the slow drift of the last smoke tendrils and the settling dust around Ragnar's feet. He stood over the unconscious form of the Uchiha prodigy, looked down at his own unblemished fist, then slowly raised his gaze to meet the stunned, fearful, and awestruck eyes of the entire academy class. The lesson was complete. End of chapter. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Or, for every 50 power stones partying face. 9. Chapter 9 The Ashes of Victory. Chapter 9 The Ashes of Victory. Sporadic tongues of flame still licked at the air around him, and faint, angry red marks, the precursors of burns, bloomed across the skin of his forearms where the armament Haki had been thinnest. Ragnar stood immobile in the settling dust and smoke, a statue carved from will and aftermath. The visual of him punching through a searank fireball jutsu was seared into the minds of every witness, an image of impossible defiance. The field was silent, but Ragnar's mind was not. A cascade of system notifications chimed, a rapid, satisfying rhythm against the ringing in his ears. Ding. Experience plus 10. Ding. Experience plus 25. Ding. Experience plus 40. Ding. Experience plus 30. Throughout the entire clash with Uchiha Tsuki, the points had flowed. For overcoming superior force, for successful counters, for defending against ninjutsu. The final, bone-breaking punch that ended the fight had been worth over 60 points alone. A quick mental tally placed his total at 195/1000. 1000 to advance from level 2 to level 3. He had only upgraded observation so far. Armament and Conquerors still sat at level 1, ripe for enhancement. But now was not the time. Ragnar. Kushina's voice, thick with emotion, broke through his internal calculations. She was running towards him, her violet eyes shimmering. Tears, born of relief and a sudden, overwhelming fear for his safety, spilled over and traced clean lines through the dust on her cheeks. Idiot, he said, the word coming out softer than he intended, laced with a surprise he couldn't fully hide. I'm fine. Idiot, your arms are burned. She fired back, her worry twisting into a scolding anger as she stopped before him, her small hands fluttering uselessly near his injuries as if afraid to touch. The ninja instructor, whose name Ragnar had never bothered to learn, the students called him Yamada-sensei, finally stirred from his own shock. He took a long, deep breath, his gaze complex as it settled on Ragnar. Namikaze, Hyuga ga Kagami. Take some boys and bring Uchiha Tsuki to the infirmary. The rest of you, dismissed. Go home. Hyuga ga Kagami, a boy from the branch family with the Byakugan already active, nodded grimly. Minato moved with efficient grace, organizing a few others to gently lift Tsuki's unconscious form. The boy's eyes were rolled back, his jaw slack. He looked profoundly broken. The other students began to drift away in small, whispering groups, but every glance stolen over a shoulder was aimed at Ragnar. After today, he was no longer the invisible refugee. He was the anomaly, the one who shattered shuriken with his fists and extinguished fireballs with his will. A genius, or a monster. Either way, he could no longer be ignored. Uzumaki-san, you should return to class as well, Yamada-sensei said, his tone brooking no argument. Teacher, Kushina started. Go back to class, Ragnar interrupted, his voice firm. He understood the adult's unspoken message. This conversation was not for her ears. Okay. She gave him one last, worried look, then turned and walked slowly towards the academy building, her bright hair a diminishing flame against the grey stone. Soon, it was just the two of them on the ravaged training ground. The air grew heavy, charged with unspoken truths. Ragnar, Yamada-sensei began, his voice low. I did not foresee you capable of this. It is my failure as an instructor that I did not recognize your potential. Ragnar said nothing. He merely waited. The man continued, a weariness seeping into his words. You must understand, it is not that I wished to ignore you, but you are from outside. Many here, myself included, we have lost much to shinobi from other villages. My parents. He trailed off, the old pain a shadow in his eyes. It is difficult to offer equal regard. Can you understand that? I understand, Ragnar replied, the words heavy. He did understand. This was not the era of peace and understanding that would one day be preached. This was the grinding, bloody reality between wars. When ninja from different villages met, they fought. They killed for scraps of land, for resources, for survival. Yamada-sensei's bias wasn't born of malice, but of loss. It was the world that was wrong. The match with Uchiha Tsuki was unfair from the start, the instructor admitted, shame coloring his tone. I am a mere chunin. I cannot stand against a clan like the Uchiha. For that, I apologize. But listen to me now. You have defeated him. You have humiliated him and broken his body. The Uchiha do not forgive slights. They will come for you. You must be vigilant. This is Konoha, Ragnar stated, though it felt hollow even as he said it. Even the Uchiha must obey the Hokage's law. You underestimate their pride, Yamada said, his expression grave. Since the second Hokage's death, their leash has grown longer. They control the military police. They hold the power of arrest. You are an outsider. If they find a pretext, any pretext, to take you in, not even Lord Hokage might be able to intervene in time. The cold thrill of victory evaporated, replaced by a colder, more familiar dread. Ragnar took a slow, controlled breath, letting the reality settle. Thank you for the warning, sensei. Ragnar, Yamada said, stepping closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper. I see now. Your future, it lies far beyond this training ground. I hope that when you attain it, you remember that Konoha, for all its flaws, gave you shelter. It is not perfect, but its heart, its future can be great. Give it time. Ragnar gave a single, slow nod. It was not a promise of loyalty, but an acknowledgement. Konoha had saved his life. The transaction was clear. As long as the village upheld its side, he would fight for it. Survival, for now, was tied to this place. One more thing, Yamada added, a flicker of hard-edged pragmatism in his eyes. You have talent. Do not hide it. Shine. Draw attention. The brighter you burn, the sooner you will enter the Hokage's sight. Under his direct protection, even the Uchiha would hesitate. With that, the Chunin did something extraordinary. He bowed, not as a superior to a student, but as one shinobi to another, a gesture of respect and solemn warning. Then he turned and walked away, leaving Ragnar alone with the scent of ozone, charred earth, and his own simmering thoughts. Yamada-sensei. The name finally had a face, a history, a measure of respect attached to it. An ordinary man in an extraordinary world, trying to navigate its cruelties. His words couldn't change the danger, but they mapped its contours. Uchiha clan, Ragnar murmured to the empty field, the faint sting in his arms a reminder of their power. Come if you dare. He would not cower. Every challenge, every enemy, was merely another whetstone for his will, another source of experience. He went to the academy infirmary, where a medic tutted over the burns on his arms, applied a cooling salve, and wrapped them in clean bandages. The pain was a distant, trivial thing. The school day ended. As the students streamed out, Ragnar lingered, watching from a shadowed window. He saw Kushina, a small, hopeful figure by the main gate, her eyes scanning the crowd. Minutes ticked by. The stream of students became a trickle, then stopped. The gate guard began to swing the heavy doors shut. Her shoulders slumped, the vibrant energy seeming to drain from her. She turned and walked away, her silhouette lonely against the long shadows of the setting sun, a splash of red fading into the orange-hazed street. He waited until she was a block away, then moved. He became a shadow himself, flitting from alley mouth to rooftop eave, using his enhanced observation to keep her in his sensory range while staying out of sight. It was an unspoken debt, paid in stealth. He had eaten her food. He had, however inadvertently, drawn this Uchiha trouble partly because of her. He would see her safely home. The route was quiet. Perhaps due to orders from higher up, or perhaps the sheer audacity of his afternoon display had sent a warning, but no other bullies lurked in the twilight. He watched as she reached the dignified Senju compound, shoulders still slightly drooped, and slipped inside the gate. Only when he was certain she was secure behind those walls did he allow himself to relax his vigil. He stood at a distant street corner for a long moment, watching the compound where a future Jinchuriki and a living legend resided. Then he turned and melted into the gathering dusk, a solitary figure moving towards his own sparse refuge, the ghost of flames still clinging to his bandaged arms and the weight of a clan's enmity settling on his shoulders. End of chapter. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Or, for every 50 power stones. Partying face. 10. Chapter 10. The Web and the Wasp. Chapter 10. The Web and the Wasp. In the heart of Konoha, the Hokage Tower stood as a silent sentinel. Within its highest office, the air was thick with the smell of tobacco and old paper. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen drew thoughtfully on his pipe, the smoke wreathing his weathered face as he listened to the report. The ANBU operative, masked and half-kneeling, finished his concise summary. The refugee Ragnar, survivor of the border village incident. He decisively defeated Uchiha Tsuki in an academy spar. Hiruzen exhaled a slow stream of smoke. The boy from the Sannin skirmish. And he beat an Uchiha with a Sharingan. Yes, Hokage-sama. Initial analysis suggests a possible Kekii Genkai, a form of enhanced physical strength. He physically withstood and dispersed a C-rank fireball jutsu. A physical Kekii Genkai, similar to Tsunade's monstrous strength. Hiruzen mused, his eyes distant for a moment. Maintain observation. For now. Hi. The ANBU vanished in a silent shunshin. The operative had not been specifically assigned to watch a lone refugee boy. His mission was to monitor the increasingly restless Uchiha clan. Ragnar had simply blundered into the periphery of that watchful gaze. In recent years, the Uchiha's arrogance had grown, their pride curdling into something darker. Hiruzen was no fool. ANBU's shadows lingered wherever the clan's influence pooled. As for Ragnar himself, the Hokage felt only a flicker of mild interest. A physical-based bloodline was potent, but not unique. It paled beside the potential of his own student, Tsunade. And the boy was, ultimately, an outsider. His value was measured in utility, not kinship. Simultaneously, in a place where light never reached, the subterranean labyrinth known as the Root, another report was delivered. The figure of Danzo Shimura was a deeper patch of shadow amongst the gloom. A Root operative with a fox mask knelt before him, voice a emotionless monotone. Ragnar, interesting, Danzo's voice rasped, a dry leaf scraping stone. Continue surveillance. If he survives the Uchiha's inevitable retaliation, assess him for recruitment. He could be a useful blade to twist in a certain clan's heart. Hi. The fox-masked ninja disappeared, leaving Danzo alone with his ambitions and the pervasive chill of the underground. Ragnar, of course, was oblivious to the twin gazes now resting upon him from Konoha's highest peaks and its deepest shadows. His world remained the brutal trinity of training, school, and survival. 3 months passed. The seasons began their subtle turn, and the boy who had faced down a fireball was no longer the same. The constant, grinding pressure had tempered him, and the steady influx of experience from his relentless regimen had borne fruit. He called up his panel. Host, Ragnar. Abilities. Conqueror's Haki, LV, 2. Observation Haki, LV, 2. Armament Haki, LV, 2. Tornado, Skill, LV, 2. Upgrade to next level requires 1000 experience points. Experience, 300/1000. 3 months of deceptive peace. The Uchiha had been quiet, a silence that felt like a drawn bowstring. Ragnar knew it wouldn't last. Before dawn on a crisp morning, in his usual spot before the scarred training post, he pushed his body to its screaming limits. His fists and feet were a blur against the post surface, a surface he had modified, layering strips of scavenged sheet metal over the wood to increase the resistance. 498. 499. 500. The impacts were sharp, metallic clangs, not the dull thuds of wood. To any onlooker, it would seem like madness, a child willingly battering his flesh against unyielding iron. But Ragnar was not normal. The 3 Haki, as they leveled, were catalyzing a fundamental change in his physiology. Strength, density, resilience, all were climbing on a steep, unnatural curve. The bruises and splits he earned each evening were often faded to nothing by the next dawn, a regenerative ability that hinted at something beyond mere toughness. After training, he washed, the cold water biting against his heated skin, and prepared for another day at the academy. The morning streets of Konoha were vibrant, shops opening, villagers smiling. The illusion of peace was strongest here, in the heart of the village. HN. His pace didn't falter, but internally, every sense snapped to alert. Observation Haki, now at level 2, prickled at the edge of his consciousness, a wave of concentrated, venomous malice, aimed directly at him. He changed course, turning down a less traveled side street, intending to loop around. He hadn't taken 10 steps before a figure stepped from the mouth of an alley, blocking his path. It was a young man, perhaps 15 or 16. He wore the standard Konoha Chunin flak jacket over his clothes, a forehead protector tied around his bicep. His posture was relaxed, arrogant. His eyes, as they found Ragnar, held a cold, unconcealed disdain that twisted his features. The people on the street noticed him, and a subtle wave of unease passed through them. Their eyes flicked to the prominent red and white fan emblazoned on the back of his jacket. Conversations hushed. Steps quickened. The Uchiha were respected, feared, and widely disliked. Their control over the military police made them a power to avoid. Scram. He's after that kid. Don't get involved. Poor thing, tangling with an Uchiha. Ragnar ignored the whispers. His gaze was locked on the Chunin. If you have no business, move, he said, his voice flat. You're that stray pup Konoha took in, aren't you? The Chunin said, looking down his nose at Ragnar as if examining something unpleasant stuck to his sandal. The one who got lucky. The malice radiating from him was a physical pressure against Ragnar's heightened senses. Achiha, you're with the clan. Uchiha Tsuki's kin. Ragnar asked, though he already knew the answer. I am Uchiha Shiro. Tsuki is my younger brother. Shiro stated it like a title of nobility. You injured him. A debt is owed. What debt? An arm. A leg. That should suffice, Shiro said, the words casual, as if discussing the weather. A magnanimous offer from his elevated position. Ragnar stared at him for a long second. Then a cold, mirthless smirk touched his lips. Is your head full of dirt? The insult landed with the force of a slap. The polite, fearful veneer of the street shattered. You little bastard. Uchiha Shiro's composure cracked. Anger, bright and hot, flooded his face. He didn't bother with weapons or hand signs. He simply stepped forward and threw a heavy, contemptuous punch aimed at Ragnar's face, a Chunin strike meant to humiliate and break. Ragnar didn't dodge. He didn't flinch. His own right fist shot forward to meet it, mid-air. Armament. Hardening. The transformation was instant, a wave of darkness that swept from his shoulder to his knuckles just before impact. But this was level 2 armament. It wasn't just a coating, it was a compression, a forging of will into a density that sang with power. Crack. The sound was not of two fists meeting, but of one solid object meeting something brittle. Uchiha Shiro's expression of arrogant fury vanished, replaced by a split second of utter, stunned disbelief. Then agony erupted. A sharp, sickening crunch echoed in the sudden silence of the street as the bones in his hand and wrist gave way under the catastrophic force. Ayak. Shiro's scream was a raw, animal thing. He staggered back, clutching his mangled, already swelling hand to his chest, his face pale with shock and pain. He stared at Ragnar, then at his own ruined fist, the reality of what just happened too vast, too impossible to immediately process. Ragnar slowly lowered his own fist, the black sheen melting away to reveal unmarked skin. He hadn't even shifted his stance. He looked from Shiro's horrified face to the gathering, wide-eyed crowd, then back to the injured Chunin. The silent peace was over. The wasp had stung, and the hive would now respond in earnest. End of chapter. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Or, for every 50 Power Stones partying face. 11, Chapter 11, The Sound of Breaking Bone, bonus chapter. Thanks for the reviews. Hugging Face, here is your bonus chapter as promised. Chapter 11, The Sound of Breaking Bone, bonus chapter. Gah. Uchiha Shiro's scream was strangled, forced back into a pained gasp. He stumbled backwards, clutching his ruined right hand, now a swollen, misshapen lump of agony, against his chest. That single, casual-seeming punch had felt like striking a block of forged tungsten. An impossible, crushing force had flowed through it, shattering his defensive chakra and the bones beneath as if they were glass. Is this, a student's strength? The thought was a dizzying spike of panic. Ragnar retracted his fist, his expression unreadable. 3 months ago, his full-powered armament strike had dispersed a C-rank ninjutsu. This Uchiha Chunin, for all his pride, was not a fireball. His body was flesh and bone. The gap in sheer, fortified power was absolute. Furthermore, all 3 Haki had ascended to level 2. The qualitative leap in potency was profound. Against Uchiha Tsuki, it might have been lethal. That Shiro still stood was a testament to a Chunin's superior baseline durability. Ragnar had held back, testing the waters. He still had power in reserve. You damned brat. Shiro snarled, the pain in his hand fueling a towering, humiliated rage. The curious, fearful glances from the few civilians still lingering on the street's edge were like brands on his skin. To be seen, a full-fledged Chunin of the noble Uchiha, being forced back by a scrawny academy refugee, it was intolerable. I'll kill you. The thought was a red-black pulse in his brain. He launched forward again, this time leading with a vicious, chakra-enhanced kick. Taijutsu only, for now. Even the Uchiha wouldn't dare unleash destructive ninjutsu in the heart of the village, not with civilians nearby. It was a thin constraint, but it existed. Ragnar welcomed it. 3 months of hellish training, of blood, sweat, and relentless self-breakdown had forged a new body. He met the kick with a hardened shin. Boom! The impact was a dull, concussive thud that vibrated in the cobblestones. Air whipped out from the clash. Shiro grimaced. Even with chakra reinforcing his limb, the contact felt like kicking a steel beam. A jarring, bone-deep shock ran up his leg. The exchange continued, a blur of strikes and parries. Each block, each counter from Ragnar sent fresh waves of numbing pain through Shiro's arms and legs. It was like fighting a mobile, sentient anvil. Why is he so dense? His technique is basic, but Shiro's Sharingan world, the single tomo analyzing Ragnar's movements, predicting the angles of his attacks with flawless clarity. He saw the openings. He aimed for them. And yet, every time, in the split second before his strike landed, Ragnar would shift, a minuscule tilt, a slight lean, just enough to let the attack brush harmlessly past or deflect off a newly hardened limb. It was infuriating, unnatural. The Sharingan saw the how of the taijutsu. Ragnar's observation Haki felt the intent behind it, the microtensions in muscle a fraction of a second before they acted. One was reaction to visible form, the other was preemption of invisible will. Ragnar himself was flowing into the rhythm. In his mind, Uchiha Shiro began to blur, transforming into another iron-wrapped training post. His punches grew more confident, his footwork more grounded. A fierce, burning focus consumed him. This was live combat, a far better crucible than wood and metal. Ha! With a sharp exhalation, he gathered himself. His body coiled like a spring, his right fist drawing back. Level 2 armament surged, not just coating but compacting, focusing all his power, all his will, into a single point at his knuckles. The air around his fist seemed to waver with heat haze. He unleashed it. A straight, devastating punch aimed not to trick, but to obliterate. Whoosh, bang. Uchiha Shiro's eyes widened. All he saw was a black, glistening fist, trailing steam, filling his vision. The sheer, annihilating force behind it stole his breath. Instinct screamed. He crossed his arms in a desperate, chakra-hardened guard over his chest. The impact was not a sound so much as a feeling of profound rupture. Crunch thud. Shiro was airborne. A spray of blood and spit misted the air as he was launched backwards. He hit the cobblestones 10 feet away with a sickening skid, rolling to a stop in a groaning heap. A collective, sharp inhale came from the scattering of villagers. The pity in their eyes had been replaced by sheer, dumbfounded awe. A Chunin, beaten down by a child? Ragnar stood, fist still extended, then slowly lowered it. He felt no triumph. He had exploited a limitation, the prohibition on ninjutsu in crowded streets, and his own abnormal physical power. This was not a true measure of a Chunin's capability. Ding. Experience plus 20. Ding. Experience plus 10. Ding. Experience plus 40. The notifications chimed, a rapid, satisfying cadence. His experience bar leapt from 300/1000 to 450/1000. Fighting stronger opponents yields more, he noted clinically. A dangerous, tempting path. I'll kill you. The roar was ragged, wet with blood and fury. Uchiha Shiro pushed himself up. One of his arms hung at a wrong angle, but his eyes burned with a mad, hateful light. The thin restraint of location had snapped under the weight of his humiliation. His hands flew through seals, ram, boar, snake, ram, horse, tiger. Fire release, great fireball technique. This was not a schoolyard display. This was a Chunin's killing intent made flame. The sphere of chakra-fed fire that roared forth was larger, hotter, more savage than his brother's. It filled the narrow street, washing the buildings in hellish orange light. Civilians screamed, scrambling for cover. The law of Konoha, the safety of the village, in this moment of twisted pride, they meant nothing to him. The inferno rushed at Ragnar, the heat blistering his face. He didn't move. His mind was calm, calculating. He could disperse it again. A full-power armament strike might do it, but it would reveal too much, drain him. And there was another factor. As the fireball closed to within 10 feet, a new voice cut through the roar, cool and authoritative. Water release, water dragon bullet. The ground at the mouth of the alley erupted. A serpentine coil of pressurized water materialized from the cobblestones and shot forward, its maw gaping. It met the fireball head-on. SSSSSSSSSSS boom. A cataclysmic hiss of steam exploded outward, blanketing the entire street in a thick, hot fog. The two jutsu annihilated each other in a violent burst of scalding mist. When the vapor thinned, a new figure stood between Ragnar and the furious Uchiha. Clad in the standard black and gray of the ANBU, face hidden behind a blank, porcelain white mask with red markings. Ragnar had felt his presence minutes ago, a watchful, neutral pressure on the edge of his observation field. He'd held back for this reason. Uchiha Shiro, the ANBU's voice was flat, devoid of emotion, but carrying the full weight of the Hokage's authority. Engaging in combat and using lethal ninjutsu within village borders is a direct violation. Explain yourself. Shiro, panting, his face a mask of pain and fury, glared past the ANBU at Ragnar. This is no brawl. I am a captain of the Konoha military police. This creature is a refugee from a hostile village. I have reason to believe he is a spy. I was attempting to detain him for questioning, and he resisted with extreme violence. The lies came easily, woven from entitlement and spite. Ragnar said nothing. His cold gaze held Shiro's, a silent promise of future reckoning. Spies are handled by intelligence or ANBU, the masked ninja stated, his tone leaving no room for debate. The military police requires Hokage-sama's direct authorization for arrests beyond its standard purview. You have none. Stand down. Shiro's jaw worked. He was arrogant, not suicidal. Directly confronting an ANBU operative was a line even he wouldn't cross. The Hokage's personal shadows were a different kind of power entirely. TCH. Fine, he spat, the sound dripping with venom. He turned his burning, hate-filled eyes back to Ragnar. Consider yourself lucky, rat. This isn't over. With a last, seething glare, he turned and stalked away, cradling his broken arm, disappearing into the still dissipating steam. The ANBU operative didn't watch him go. He half-turned, the blank face of his mask regarding Ragnar for a long, silent moment. The steam coiled around him like a ghost. Finally, he spoke, his voice still neutral, but with an undercurrent Ragnar couldn't quite decipher. You handled yourself, adequately. The organization always has need of individuals with resolve. Then, with a soft puff of displaced air, he was gone, leaving Ragnar alone on the steam-dampened street, the smell of ozone and scorched stone hanging in the air, and the grim understanding that the Uchiha's attention had just escalated from a grudge to a hunt. End of chapter. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Or, for every 50 Power Stones partying face. 12, Chapter 12, The Teacher's Farewell. Chapter 12, The Teacher's Farewell. Ragnar told no one of the morning's confrontation on the street. The brief, cryptic exchange with the ANBU operative hung in his mind, a puzzle of veiled recruitment and hidden agendas. He walked to the ninja academy alone, his thoughts a whirlwind of strategy and cold assessment. In this era, early graduation was a grim reality for the talented, a fast track to the meat grinder of the coming conflict or the shadowed halls of the ANBU. Names like Kakashi, like Itake, proved that path. Greenhouses bred weak flowers, the storm-forged survivors. For the past 3 months, he'd spent as little time in the classroom as possible, securing frequent leave from Yamada-sensei. The instructor, understanding the silent war Ragnar was waging against the Uchiha's looming threat, and recognizing the boy had long since surpassed the standard curriculum, had granted it without fuss. Entering the school grounds was like stepping into a different, softer world. The air was filled with the carefree shouts and laughter of children whose greatest concerns were grades and playground rivalries. Ragnar moved through them like a ghost, separated by an ocean of experience and purpose. Run. The red-hot habaneros on the warpath again. From across the yard, a panicked squeal cut through the noise. A cluster of younger students scattered like startled birds, tripping over themselves in their haste. Pursuing them with purposeful, stomping strides was a girl with a cascade of vibrant red hair, her cute features twisted into a scowl of righteous indignation. The very air around her seemed to crackle with volatile energy. It was Kushina. Of everyone, she had perhaps changed the most in 3 months. The timid, cautious transfer student was gone. In her place was a force of nature. The innate ninja talent and monstrous vitality of the Uzumaki clan had blossomed under Konoha's training. She'd rocketed to the top of the class, a celebrated genius. And with power came personality. The buried fire, once banked by elders' warnings, had erupted. She was, after all, a princess of a fallen clan, come to Konoha with a purpose beyond mere learning. She carried a dream, naive and blazing, to become the Hokage of this village. Such a declaration had been met with sneers and mockery from her less imaginative peers. Kushina's response had been direct, physical, and utterly effective. A series of swift, decisive beatings had silenced the loudest critics. Backed by the unspoken but clear favor of Konoha's highest echelons, she had become someone even the clan children hesitated to provoke. In the unofficial school hierarchy, one might risk an Uchiha's pride, but no one with sense crossed Uzumaki Kushina. Humph, just you wait, I will be Hokage. She declared to the fleeing backs, shaking a small, clenched fist at the sky, her hair a furious banner. Then she stopped. Her eyes, scanning the yard, landed on a familiar, solitary figure. The storm cloud on her face vanished, replaced in a blink by a radiant, sunbeam-bright smile. Mr. Ragnar. She trotted over, the menacing aura dissipating as if it had never been. Long time, Ragnar acknowledged with a slight nod. Kushina's eyes widened in genuine shock. By Ragnar's standards, that was a veritable speech. 4 whole words. And he'd initiated it. The long time was accurate. Between his frequent absences for training and her own mysterious disappearances from the school roster, their paths had rarely crossed. Ragnar could guess where her time went, not just the academy, but the secluded Senju compound, learning the ancient, potent art of Fuinjutsu from the legendary Mito Uzumaki herself. Sealing was the Uzumaki's birthright, their trump card in a world of flashy ninjutsu. Lost in this pleasant surprise, Kushina stood there, a faint blush on her cheeks, a small, uncharacteristically girlish smile playing on her lips. The transformation was so stark it made the nearby students, who were cautiously peeking, shudder in disbelief. The red-hot habanero, shy. But then they saw who she was looking at, and understanding dawned. Oh, Ragnar, the boy who'd put an Uchiha prodigy in the infirmary for 3 months and counting. That made a twisted sort of sense. Ragnar gave her one more assessing glance, then turned and continued his path toward the school building without another word. Kushina, however, remained rooted, still floating in her moment of happiness. A chubby, earnest-looking boy nearby, unable to bear the awkwardness, whispered, sis. He left. Huh. Kushina blinked, the dreamy look evaporating. She looked around. The space where Ragnar had been was empty. Whoosh. A phantom wind of embarrassment seemed to blow through her. Why didn't you tell me sooner? She rounded on the portly boy, her eyes flashing back to their familiar fiery intensity. Sis, you didn't ask. The boy yelped, shrinking into his collar. With an inarticulate sound of frustration, Kushina stomped her foot, then bolted after Ragnar, the brief moment of softness thoroughly buried under renewed vexation. In the classroom, when Yamada-sensei entered, his eyes found Ragnar immediately. A silent, knowing look passed between them. No words were needed about street fights or ANBU. Ragnar listened to the Chakra theory lecture with a different kind of attention now. He cross-referenced the dry academic knowledge with the visceral, instinctual understanding granted by Haki. Most of the class dozed or doodled. The ones who paid rapt attention were largely clan children, Hyuga, Achiha, Abarame, Nara, Yamanaka, for whom this was foundational clan lore. The few exceptions, like Minato, were civilians with a desperate, hungry focus. Class, as always, dictated the approach to learning. After the theory session, as students filed out for physical drills, Yamada-sensei caught Ragnar's eye and gave a slight jerk of his head toward the stairwell. They ended up on the school's barren, wind-swept rooftop. The village sprawled below them, looking deceptively peaceful. I heard about the incident this morning, Yamada began, his voice low against the breeze. Your concern is appreciated, sensei, Ragnar replied, giving a shallow, respectful bow. Yamada let out a short, humorless laugh. It's all I can do. I cannot stand against the Uchiha clan. My skills are mediocre. I cannot even properly shield my own student. It is the definition of failure. The self-deprecation in his tone was raw, unvarnished. You have no cause for blame, Ragnar said, meaning it. Since the fight with Tsuki, Yamada's attitude had undergone a subtle but profound shift, from detached instructor to something resembling a grimly invested mentor. Ragnar, Yamada said, turning to face him fully. In 1 week, the academy will hold its annual interclass combat tournament. Participants are those with over a year of training. The Hokage himself, along with several Jounin commanders, will be observing. He paused, letting the significance hang. Exceptional performers are fast-tracked for early graduation. They can be chosen as students by a Jounin sensei, or recruited directly into the ANBU. You have only been here 6 months, but I am submitting your name. I want you to participate. I want you to excel. Find a patron, a powerful sensei, or a place in the Hokage's own forces. It is the only way to secure a future the Uchiha cannot easily touch. Ragnar met his teacher's earnest gaze. The path was clear. I will participate. And I will win. A genuine, relieved smile broke through Yamada's usually stern expression. Good. With your abilities, you have a real chance. But the teacher's intense, almost personal investment still nagged at Ragnar. They were not family. He was an outsider. Why this level of care? Sensei, Ragnar asked, his voice quiet. May I ask why? Why go to such lengths for me? Yamada seemed to have been waiting for the question. His face grew solemn, the lines around his eyes deepening. He fished a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his vest, lit one, and took a long, weary drag. The smoke was snatched away by the rooftop wind. Because, he said, his gaze drifting out over the village, toward the distant, hazy border, after the tournament, I am being deployed. To the land of rain. We are among the first contingents being moved to the front. The war drums are beating, Ragnar. I don't expect to come back. The words fell between them, heavy and final. The care wasn't just for a student. It was a legacy. A final, desperate attempt by a mediocre Chunin to plant a seed that might grow into something strong enough to survive the coming storm, in a world he would no longer be part of. End of chapter. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Or, for every 50 Power Stones partying face. 13, Chapter 13, A Trap in the Moonlight. Chapter 13, A Trap in the Moonlight. The village of Konoha lay under the bruised purple and orange wash of sunset, a picture of serene, drowsy peace. It was a beauty paid for in the forgotten blood and silent sacrifices of countless ordinary shinobi. Men like Yamada-sensei, whose names would never grace a monument, whose deaths in the coming war would be a statistic, a line on a scroll to be filed away. In their final days, they tried to leave behind something, a lesson, a warning, a spark of hope in a student who might live to see a better dawn. Ragnar, in these last days, I just want to be a proper teacher. To care for my students as they should be cared for. Konoha is flawed. It cannot protect everyone. It makes mistakes. It is young, and like all young things, it is sometimes cruel in its ignorance. But you must believe it can grow. Do not hold its current failures against its future. Give it a chance. The echo of Yamada's final words, spoken with the gravity of a last will, followed Ragnar as he walked the quieting streets. The man was walking to his death, knowingly, because the village needed bodies to throw at the coming storm. It was a loyalty that bordered on madness, or perhaps the only sanity left in a mad world. Konoha does not fail me, and I will not fail it. Ragnar settled on the thought, not out of patriotic fervor, but cold calculus. He needed structure, resources, a base of operations from which to grow his power. Konoha provided that. For now, the alignment of interests was sufficient. Gratitude for past shelter, yes. A desire for future stability, certainly. But blind loyalty? That was a luxury for those who could afford to trust. He would fight for the village because a strong village meant a safer place for him to become stronger. It was a clean, transactional logic that left no room for the messy grief he felt for his doomed teacher. He quickened his pace, arriving at his small cabin as true night fell, the sky a deep velvet studded with early stars. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine from the distant woods. Squeak. The unoiled hinge of his door announced his return. The single room was pitch black, still, and cold. He struck a match, the sudden flare painting wild shadows on the walls as he lit a stub of candle. His body froze. His eyes, adjusting to the dim, flickering light, locked onto the surface of his rough-hewn table. A scroll lay there. Neat, ominous. It had not been there when he left. Moving silently, he approached and picked it up. It was of plain make, black cord around a white parchment core. He unrolled it. The message inside was brief, stark, and written in a slashing, aggressive hand. Kushina. Forest of Death. Outer perimeter. Come alone. There was no signature. It didn't need one. The target was clear. This was for him. As he finished reading, the parchment in his hands hissed, the ink flashing red for an instant before the entire scroll combusted into a brief, hot flame and crumbled to ash between his fingers, leaving no evidence. Who? Achiha. The deduction was instantaneous. The only entity in Konoha with both a motive and the arrogant theatricality for such a move was them. Uchiha Shiro, humiliated twice in one day, would not let the sun set on his shame. But Kushina? How could she be in their hands? She was under the protection of Mito Uzumaki, watched by the Hokichi's agents. The risk of touching her was astronomical. Then he reconsidered. In the original flow of history, even as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina had been kidnapped once. Protection was never absolute. And this wasn't about Kushina, not really. It was a blade aimed at his throat, using her as the bait. A trap. He knew it was a trap. The scroll practically screamed it. But knowledge didn't change the equation. He had to go. If there was even a 1% chance they had her, the debt for the food, for the unintended camaraderie, for simply being a rare person who looked at him without open disdain demanded it. If it was a ruse, then the fight would simply happen on their chosen ground. Either way, it ended tonight. Uchiha Shiro. You've signed your own death warrant. A cold, focused fury settled over him, burning away the last of Yamada-sensei's melancholy philosophy. He changed swiftly, donning his dark, nondescript training clothes, perfect for blending into the night. Then he was a shadow leaving his cabin, moving with silent, predatory speed toward the looming darkness of the Forest of Death. Simultaneously, in the heart of the village, Konoha's intelligence apparatus was whirring. In the Hokichi's office, lit by a single green-shaded lamp, an ANBU operative finished his hushed report and vanished in a puff of smoke. Standing before the Hokichi's desk, arms crossed over an impressive chest, was a young woman in her early 20s. She had long, honey-blonde hair tied in twin ponytails, fierce brown eyes, and an expression of simmering impatience. She wore a short green haori with the kanji Ford Gamble stitched boldly on the back, over a form-fitting blouse. She was Tsunade Senju, the slug princess, one of the Sunin in the making, and currently a massive pain in her teacher's administrative side. Old man, Tsunade said, the moment the ANBU was gone, her voice sharp. Are you just going to let the Uchiha walk all over everyone? This is getting ridiculous. Third Hokichi Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed around the stem of his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke that hung in the lamplight. The Uchiha control the military police. Their authority is difficult to challenge directly. However, this business with Shiro and the refugee boy, Ragnar, it reeks of a personal vendetta. A clan that cannot abide the talent of a single academy student has a sickness in its pride. Ragnar. Tsunade tapped a finger on her chin, brow furrowed. Why does that name ring a bell? You led the team that extracted the survivors from that border skirmish 3 months back, Tsunade. He was one of them. Oh, right. The quiet kid. But why's he tangling with the Uchiha? Apparently, 3 months ago, he put one of their precious academy prodigies in the hospital with a single punch. The boy still hasn't fully recovered. A fierce grin split Tsunade's face. Serves them right. Arrogant pricks could use a good beating. Humph. The beating has consequences. The Uchiha have long memories. Speaking of which, the boy's combat style. Our observers report he exhibits a physical enhancement ability, similar to a certain someone's unique strength. Sarutobi's words were casual, but his eyes were keen behind the smoke. Physical enhancement. Like MY. Tsunade's interest visibly spiked, her professional curiosity overriding her irritation. A bloodline? In a refugee? Perhaps. It would bear looking into. Tsunade was already moving. Right. Well, I've got things to do, old man. Oh, and if the guy from the Konoha gambling hall comes around, tell him the Hokage will cover my tab. It's an investment in village morale. Before Hiruzen could sputter a protest, there was a bang of a swift body flicker, and she was gone, leaving only the faint scent of perfume and trouble. That girl. Hiruzen muttered, but a small, tired smile touched his lips. He rose and walked to the window, looking out at the village swallowed by night. His thoughts turned to the earnest, desperate plea from Chunin Yamada earlier that day. A good man, walking to his end, asking only that a promising student be given a shield. My boy, the Hokage whispered to the darkness. This is the only shield I can offer you now. A nudge in the right direction. The rest is up to you. Forest of Death. The name was apt. Even on the outskirts, the air was colder, the silence heavier, pregnant with the clicks and rustles of unseen things. Ragnar moved like one of those things, a silent predator using his level 2 observation Haki to map the terrain, sensing for life signatures ahead. He found the designated clearing. In the center, tethered to the thick trunk of an ancient oak, was a small figure with vibrant red hair. Kushina. She was struggling against her bonds. But as Ragnar's senses brushed over her, the image wavered. There was no spark of life, no chakra signature, only the hollow echo of shaped wood. Substitution technique. He wasn't surprised. He'd expected a trap. The confirmation only hardened his resolve. Swish, swish, swish. Leaves stirred, not from the wind. From the deep shadows between the monstrous trees, a figure emerged. Pale moonlight caught the glint of a forehead protector, the arrogant set of shoulders, and the prominent Uchiha fan on a flak jacket. Uchiha Shiro stepped into the clearing, his face a mask of vindictive triumph. One arm was in a sling, the hand Ragnar had shattered. The other held a kunao, its edge catching the cold light. You actually came, Shiro said, his voice a low, pleased sneer. The loyal little dog. I knew you would. Sentiment is such a wonderful weakness. End of chapter. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Or, for every 50 Power Stones partying face. 14, Chapter 14, The King's Gaze. Chapter 14, The King's Gaze. Quiet, quiet. The lonely cry of a nighthawk sliced through the oppressive silence of the forest, its passing stirring the dense canopy. A cold wind picked up, moaning through the branches. Above, the moon, which had cast its pale light on the clearing, was abruptly swallowed by a fast-moving bank of clouds. Darkness deepened. The wind rose higher. It was the perfect stage for murder. Uchiha Shiro stepped fully into the faint light at the clearing's edge, a cruel smile twisting his features. He looked at Ragnar as a cat might look at a cornered mouse. You actually came. How predictably noble. His voice dripped with contempt. Stupid, really. Your only sin was being a powerless outsider who dared offend a power you cannot comprehend. For that, you pay with your life. His eyes flashed. In an instant, the pupils burned a brilliant, hellish scarlet. 3 black tomos spun slowly within them, hypnotic and menacing. Spare me the speech, Ragnar said, his voice flat, cutting through the theatrics. He moved. There was no wind-up, no dramatic shout. One moment he was still, the next, the ground beneath his leading foot cratered as he launched himself forward with explosive force, closing the distance in a blink. Armament. Hardening. His right arm, from shoulder to knuckles, darkened to the color of polished obsidian in the scant light. His body coiled like a spring, torquing at the waist, and he threw a straight, devastating punch. The air itself cracked around his fist, a miniature shockwave heralding its arrival. Fast. Faster than a standard chunin. Shiro's mind registered, but his Sharingan saw it all. The 3 tomos spun, breaking the movement down into a series of frozen frames. The speed that would overwhelm others was laid bare, predictable. But speed is meaningless before these eyes. Confident, he met the blow, chakra flaring around his own fist in a dense, blue-white aura. He wouldn't be caught off guard by that strange hardness again. Boom. The collision wasn't flesh on flesh. It was the sound of 2 solid objects meeting at catastrophic speed. A visible shockwave of force rippled out from the point of impact. Young trees in a 5-meter radius snapped cleanly, their trunks exploding into splinters. Ragnar's feet didn't shift an inch. He stood rooted, an unyielding monolith. Uchiha Shiro grunted, skidding back 2-3 steps in the loamy soil. A fresh, burning agony lanced up his arm. Even with chakra reinforcement, it felt like he'd punched a mountain. What is his body made of? Seizing the initiative, Ragnar didn't let him recover. He pivoted, his left leg whipping around in a savage arc. Armament flowed down his limb, turning it into a black scythe. The kick cut through the air with a keening whistle, aimed to bisect Shiro at the waist. Shiro didn't try to block. His hands flew through a single seal. Shunshin. He vanished in a blur, reappearing 10 meters away. Ragnar's hardened leg kicked through empty air, its momentum carrying it downward. Crunch thud. The hardened foot struck the forest floor. The earth didn't just end, it erupted. A crater a meter wide and half as deep exploded into being, soil and rock fragments geysering into the air. A cold sweat beaded on Shiro's brow, despite the chill night air. That kind of power. Trading blows with this monster was suicide. His talent was monstrous. And an enemy of the Uchiha with such potential, he had to be erased here, tonight. Ragnar was already moving again, a relentless force of nature. Shiro was forced back on the defensive, parrying, dodging, using the Sharingan's predictive sight to stay barely a half step ahead of the crushing, blackened strikes. But each block sent jarring waves of pain through his limbs. The boy wasn't just strong, he was dense, his body seemingly immune to fatigue or doubt. He was fighting a losing battle of attrition against a foe whose greatest weapon was the very body he fought with. No, a ninja's power is ninjutsu. I cannot win like this. Desperation ignited. With a burst of speed, he formed another seal and flickered away, putting more distance between them. His hands came together in the familiar, rapid sequence. Ram Boar Snake. Fire release, great fireball technique. He inhaled, his chest swelling, and exhaled a torrent of chakra-turned inferno. The sphere of flame that roared forth was massive, easily twice the size and intensity of the one from the streets, painting the entire clearing in a hellish, dancing orange light. The heat was instant and blistering, withering leaves on nearby branches. But Ragnar was not the same as 3 months ago. His armament Haki was level 2. Break it. Armament. Hardening. Full extension. This time, the transformation wasn't just on his fist. The black sheen raced up his entire right arm, from fingertips to deltoid, taking on a deeper, more profound darkness. It wasn't just a coating, it felt like the arm had become a singularity of will. Mystery, Iron Fist. He didn't wait. He charged into the fireball, his body a black arrow against the orange hell. Fool. He's actually charging it head-on. Shiro crowed, a fleeting triumph in his eyes. Ragnar's hardened fist met the surface of the roaring fireball. Boom SSSSSSS. The sound was different. It wasn't an explosion of flame against flesh. At the point of contact, the world seemed to hiccup. A ripple of pure black energy, visible, tangible, expanded from Ragnar's fist. It was the manifestation of his armament Haki, a field of negating force. Where the black ripple passed, the vibrant, chaotic flames dimmed. They lost their luster, their fury, as if being drained of their very essence. The phenomenon was stark against the night. The red and yellow inferno met an expanding circle of absolute black silence. Break! Ragnar's shout was a command to reality itself. The black ripple pulsed violently. The great fireball, fractured. Like glass struck by a hammer, a web of cracks, glowing with dying embers, spread across its surface. Then, with a final, concussive whomp of displaced air, it shattered. The flames didn't just disperse, they were obliterated into harmless motes of fading light, blown backwards by the resultant shockwave that tore through the trees behind Ragnar, flattening a swath of undergrowth. Uchiha Shiro stood frozen. His Sharingan recorded the impossible in perfect, horrifying detail. His mouth hung slightly open. That's impossible. Your power is nothing but noise and light, Ragnar stated, lowering his arm, the black sheen receding. He began walking forward, each step deliberate. Now, die. Ha, you arrogant brat. Shiro's shock curdled into manic fury. You think a cheap trick with your fists is enough? I am Uchiha. Behold the true might of our bloodline. His Sharingan blazed. The three tomo spun faster, locking onto Ragnar's eyes. Sharingan, Genjutsu binding. Ragnar's forward stride hitched. A sudden, immense weight settled over his limbs, as if he were submerged in thick tar. The world around him wavered, the trees stretching and distorting. A cold, foreign presence tried to worm its way into his mind, to hijack his senses. Genjutsu. The taste of our illusions, how does it feel? Shiro sneered, taking a step forward, kunao glinting. Who in all of Konoha can match the Uchiha in the art of? He stopped. The sneer died on his lips. A sudden, primal fear, cold and sharp as an ice kunao, stabbed directly into his gut. It had nothing to do with physical threat. It was deeper, older. It was the fear a rabbit feels when the shadow of a hawk falls over it. He looked at Ragnar. The boy's head was raised. Their eyes met. Shiro's breath caught. The gaze that held his was not one of struggle against the Genjutsu. It was one of, utter, profound indifference. A gaze that looked through him, past the Uchiha name, past the Sharingan, as if he were less than an insect. It was a gaze that acknowledged no peer, no superior. A king surveying worthless terrain. The Genjutsu he'd cast, it hadn't taken hold. It had shattered against that will like a wave against a cliff. Before Shiro's reeling mind could process it, Ragnar spoke, his voice low, but it seemed to vibrate in the very air, in the marrow of Shiro's bones. Conquerors. Release. End of chapter. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Or, for every 50 power stones partying face. 15, Chapter 15, The Golden Light of the Phoenix. Chapter 15, The Golden Light of the Phoenix. The essence of Genjutsu was a battle for the mind, an invasion, a subtle hijacking of another's chakra and sensory perception to craft a prison of illusion. At its deepest, it plunged the victim into the caster's personal nightmare. Conqueror's Haki was also a power of the spirit. But where Genjutsu was deception and control, Conqueror's was pure, unadulterated pressure. It was the weight of an indomitable will made manifest, a force that could overwhelm consciousness, stun the senses, and in its highest forms, make the very heavens tremble. It was a clash not of technique, but of spiritual supremacy. When Uchiha Shiro's Sharingan Genjutsu latched onto Ragnar's mind, it did not find a passive victim to subdue. It crashed headlong into the nascent, roaring sea of his conqueror's spirit. The foreign intrusion triggered an automatic, violent backlash. The psychic pressure rebounded, not just shattering the frail threads of the illusion, but amplifying outward, crashing over Shiro like a physical tsunami of dread. In that moment, Uchiha Shiro, proud Chunin of the vaunted clan, wielder of the three-tomo Sharingan, felt his soul cower. His body trembled violently, a cold sweat drenching his clothes. He could not lift his head. He could not meet those eyes that now seemed to hold the indifference of a god gazing upon an ant. The hunter had become the prey, paralyzed by a terror deeper than any ninjutsu. And Ragnar, a predator honed in the crucible of survival, never missed an opening. Whoosh! His enhanced physique propelled him forward, crossing the space between them in a blur of motion. He was a shadow given lethal purpose. What? Shiro's mind clawed its way back from the abyss of terror just in time to see death standing before him. It was too late to dodge, too late to form a seal. Ragnar's expression was a placid mask. He raised his right hand, palm up. In its center, Chakra, drawn not from vast reserves but from fierce, precise control, began to whirl. It compressed, spinning faster and faster, molding itself into a perfect, furious sphere of blue-white light that hummed with devastating potential. To a citizen of another timeline, its name was legend, Rasengan. For 3 months, between honing his haki and breaking his body against iron and wood, Ragnar had studied this pinnacle of chakra-shaped transformation. It required no elemental nature, only supreme control and power, a perfect complement to his physically focused arsenal. Rasengan. The word was a calm declaration. He thrust his palm forward. The spinning sphere of compressed chaos met Uchiha Shiro's stomach. Gah! The sound was a wet, agonized scream choked off at its source. Shiro's eyes bulged, seeing but not comprehending the maelstrom ravaging his insides. The rotational force didn't cut it grinded, a tornado of pure force shredding organs and muscle beneath the skin. His flak jacket and shirt disintegrated into tatters around the point of impact. With a final, sickening bang, the force hurled him backward. He smashed into the thick trunk of an oak with a crunch of bone, then slid down its length to crumple in a heap on the forest floor. He twitched once, a final, weak spasm, and fell still. Ragnar walked over, his footsteps silent on the leaf litter. He looked down at the motionless form. No triumph, no regret, only the cold verification of a necessary task completed. He drew a kunao from his pouch. Without hesitation, he drove it down, once, twice, 4 times, 5, straight into the heart. A final, brutal guarantee. In the world of shinobi, only the dead told no tales, carried no grudges, planned no vengeance. He had learned this lesson in the ashes of his first village. Ding. Experience plus 100. Ding. Experience plus 50. Ding. Experience plus 50. Ding. Experience plus 30. Ding. Experience plus 300. The cascade of notifications was a swift, satisfying river in his mind. His experience gauge, which had been at 450/1000, exploded upward. 1200/1000. It had surpassed the upgrade threshold in a single, violent encounter. The correlation was undeniable. Combat against powerful, lethal opponents yielded exponential gains. Survival, it seemed, was the system's ultimate metric. Puff. A soft sound, like a sigh of release. Before the body of Uchiha Shiro, the air shimmered. A treasure chest materialized, hovering just above the ground. But this was no modest bronze chest. This one gleamed. It was crafted of what looked like solid, polished gold, ornate and radiant, seeming to hold its own light in the dark forest. A kryptonite-grade reward. Ragnar reached out and opened it. A brilliant, warm golden light spilled forth, forcing him to narrow his eyes. As it faded, the contents were revealed. Resting on a bed of ethereal velvet was a fruit. It was oblong, roughly the size of his fist, its skin a strange, mottled pattern of crimson and yellow that swirled like captured flame. It pulsed with a faint, hypnotic heat, drawing the eye with a primal, tempting allure. A devil fruit. Information flooded his mind. Tori Tori no Mi, model, phoenix. Mythical Zoan type. The eater gains the ability to transform into a phoenix and a human phoenix hybrid at will. Grants enhanced physical abilities, regenerative capabilities, and the power of blue flames that can heal as well as burn. The phoenix fruit. Not Ace's flare fruit, but something arguably more profound, a mythical Zoan, a creature of legend. The power of rebirth and immortal flame. A surge of fierce, hot ambition shot through him. This was a key to a different kind of power altogether. But he did not take it. Not here. The forest of death at night was no place for the vulnerability that came with consuming a devil fruit. He willed it into the system's storage, the chest vanishing. He looked back at the corpse. Work remained. Using a smaller, controlled Rasengan, he blasted a deep pit into the soft forest earth. He rolled the body in, covered it, and meticulously rearranged leaves and debris over the site. No marker, no sign. Just as he straightened up, the final tension leaving his shoulders, his observation Haki, passively scanning the environment, screamed. A presence. Clothes. So perfectly concealed it had been a void in his perception until this moment of lowered guard. It wasn't hostile, but it was immense, a contained sun of power and vitality that made the hairs on his neck stand up. "Show yourself," he said, his voice steady, echoing slightly in the clearing. Only the wind answered, rustling the leaves of the trees his fight had spared. His haki didn't lie. Someone was there, watching with skill far beyond a Chinin's. "If you won't reveal yourself, I'll leave," he stated, and turned to go, calling the bluff. "Ha, feeling guilty, are we, kid?" The voice was female, youthful, laced with amusement and a confident, rolling warmth that seemed to vibrate in the air itself. From the deep shadow of a massive, ancient cedar, a figure stepped into a patch of faint moonlight. Ragnar's breath caught, his analytical mind instantly filing away details. A young woman, perhaps early 20s. Long, honey-blonde hair tied in twin ponytails. A face of striking, bold beauty, large, expressive eyes, a strong jaw, a mouth quirked in a knowing smirk. She wore a short green haori with the kanji 4 gamble over a gray shirt that did little to conceal a figure that was, frankly, legendary, a breathtaking combination of powerful athleticism and impossible, gravity-defying curves. This was Tsunade Senju. In the flesh, she was more vibrant than any memory or image could convey. His eyes, trained to assess threat and detail, took her in with a single, sweeping glance. He noted the power in her stance, the casual confidence, and yes, the spectacular physical evidence of her Senju vitality. A gentleman's glance, acknowledging the formidable whole. To stare would be to invite a fist through a tree trunk or his ribs. He let his gaze settle on her face, his own expression carefully neutral, masking the whirl of recognition and recalculated odds. He forced a note of cautious uncertainty into his tone. "Who are you?" End of chapter. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Or, for every 50 power stones. Partying face. 16, Chapter 16, The Gaze of Giants. Chapter 16, The Gaze of Giants. Quiet. The mournful cry of a nighthawk sliced through the sudden, heavy silence that had fallen between the two figures. The dark forest seemed to hold its breath, the only movement the gentle, eerie rustle of wine through the high canopy. Ragnar kept his gaze locked on Tsunade. Her intentions were an enigma wrapped in immense power. The evidence of his deed was all around them, the freshly turned earth, the scorch marks on bark and leaf, the lingering scent of ozone and blood. He was a murderer standing over a shallow grave. She was a legend who had witnessed it all. "Who am I? Kid, you really don't know." Tsunade folded her arms beneath her chest, a gesture that accentuated her formidable profile. A playful, knowing smile touched her lips, her bright eyes glinting in the dappled moonlight. "Why would I?" Ragnar countered, his voice flat, giving nothing away. If her purpose was arrest, then the calculus changed. He had no illusions about fighting the slug princess and winning. Evasion, escape, becoming a missing Nin, those were the grim variables he began to weight. "About 6 months ago," she began, her tone shifting to a storyteller's cadence, "I led a squad on a mission. We passed by a small border village. It had been wiped out by Tsunade, hundreds dead, a handful of survivors. You were one of them." "I was unconscious, dying. I never saw your face," Ragnar stated, neither confirming nor denying. "By your account, then, you are my savior." Savior is a strong word. Let's say, a bystander who didn't let a kid bleed out. She took a few steps closer, closing the distance. Then she did something unexpected. She leaned forward slightly, bringing her face closer to his, her eyes searching his stony expression with intense curiosity. "I just never expected that half-dead brat would be strong enough to kill an elite Chunin solo barely 3 months later." At her height, leaning forward brought her into very close proximity. Ragnar, though tall for his age thanks to Haki-enhanced development, was still a head shorter. His line of sight was now direct and unavoidably filled with the breathtaking, creamy expanse of her décolletage, accented by the V-neck of her shirt. A faint, clean scent of herbs and something uniquely feminine, Tsunade, wafted over him. Damn, what do they feed Senju? The thought was purely biological, an observation of a natural wonder. He pushed it aside, invoking a mental ice that had served him well. The mind is a mountain lake. Ripples are distractions. He met her probing gaze, his own unwavering. "You saw everything then, Lady Tsunade?" "Yep, saw the whole show. Ruthless. Efficient. Not very, childish." She straightened up, her smile turning wry. "But then, what's childish in this world anymore?" "That's what I was going to ask. Are you here to give a lecture? Or to take me in for justice?" His voice hardened, each word a chip of flint. "If it's the latter, no, I won't go quietly." Tsunade blinked, then let out a short, genuine laugh. "Who said anything about taking you in? One less arrogant Achiha. The world's a better place. Frankly, I've been tempted to smack a few of them myself lately." The tension in Ragnar's shoulders eased a fraction. A witness was one thing. An accomplice, or at least a disinterested observer, was another. The danger level plummeted. "My thanks, then," he said, the words stiff but sincere. Her silence was a shield. "Oh ho," he says, "thank you. And here I thought you were carved from ice, kid." She chuckled, shaking her head. Ragnar had no desire to spend the rest of the night in a philosophical debate with a Sannin in a corpse-littered clearing. The phoenix fruit hummed in his system storage, a siren call of power waiting to be claimed. I'm leaving. He turned and began walking toward the dense tree line. Leaving? Just like that? Tsunade sounded genuinely nonplussed behind him. Hey, brat, wait up. He didn't slow. His pace was deliberate, putting distance between himself and the complication named Tsunade. Stomp stomp stomp. He could hear her following, her footsteps light but purposeful on the forest floor. Seriously, kid, that ball of chakra in your hand earlier, how did you do that? No hand seals at all. Her curiosity was a tangible force, buzzing around him like an excited hornet. He could sense her analytical mind working, dissecting the Rasengan's impossible appearance. Self-made, he tossed over his shoulder, not breaking stride. Self-made? Don't be ridiculous. A kid creating a new ninjutsu. And that thing looked like it packed at least A-rank power. She caught up, walking slightly beside him now, her expression a mix of disbelief and intense professional interest. Your disbelief doesn't make it untrue. Come on, tell me how it works. The theory. She pressed, her earlier menace completely gone, replaced by the eager curiosity of a master craftsman shown a new tool. Ragnar stopped. He turned his head just enough to look at her from the corner of his eye, his face illuminated by a stray beam of moonlight. He delivered the explanation with deadpan finality. You rub your hands together. Then he moved, using a burst of speed to vanish into the deeper shadows between the trees, leaving a utterly flabbergasted Tsunade standing alone in the small clearing. Rub your hands together. She muttered to the empty night, her brilliant mind utterly short-circuiting on the sheer absurdity of the answer. What kind of bullshit is that? By the time her brain rebooted, the forest had swallowed him whole. She was left with only the memory of a cold-faced boy, a mysterious, seal-less technique of devastating power, and the lingering sense that the tidy world of Konoha's power structures had just developed a very interesting, very sharp crack. While the forest of death returned to its primordial quiet, the hidden machinery of Konoha was grinding into motion. The clash between Ragnar and Uchiha Shiro had not gone entirely unseen by the village's darker eyes. Deep in the root's subterranean labyrinth, an operative knelt in the gloom, his report delivered in an emotionless monotone to the shadow that was Danzo Shimura. Even Danzo, a man inured to surprise, felt a moment of stunned silence as the words settled. Uchiha Shiro is confirmed dead. An elite Chunin, with a 3-tomo Sharingan, eliminated by the academy refugee, Ragnar. Elite Chunin were a cut above the standard. Those with Kekkei Genkai, especially the Sharingan, operated on a different tier entirely. Confirmed, Lord Danzo. Beyond the suspected physical Kekkei Genkai, the target employed an unknown taijutsu or ninjutsu, a non-elemental sphere of chakra, to deliver the killing blow. Fascinating, Danzo's rasp echoed in the stone chamber. A cold, calculating interest ignited in his single visible eye. A potent weapon, already stained with Uchiha blood. This boy, he must be acquired for root. He is a blade shaped for a very specific sheath. My lord, the ANBU surveillance team also witnessed the encounter. The Hokage will be informed. The Hokage has his sentimentalities, Danzo dismissed, his tone final. We have our necessities. Dismissed. The operative vanished. Simultaneously, in the warmly lit Hokage's office high above, the air was thick with tobacco smoke and quiet concern. An ANBU operative with a cat mask finished his report and stood at silent attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a long, slow draw from his pipe, the lines on his face deepening as he exhaled a cloud that wreathed his troubled expression. The news was explosive. A prodigy born from tragedy, clashing with the pillars of the village. A spark that could ignite a much larger, more dangerous fire. End of chapter. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Or, for every 50 Power Stones partying face. 17, Chapter 17, Flames in the Dark. Chapter 17, Flames in the Dark. On the fringes of Konoha, sequestered from the bustling heart of the village, lay the Uchiha district. A legacy of the second Hokage's policies, part pragmatic containment, part bitter segregation, had carved a subtle but deep moat around the clan. Their proud, often insular nature had done the rest, turning them into powerful, respected, but deeply isolated islands within the village. Tonight, in a well-appointed chamber within the Uchiha compound, the mood was one of growing, prickly unease. Several members of the Uchiha military police, along with the current clan head, Uchiha Tanzo, had gathered. The air was thick with the scent of tea and simmering impatience. Where is Shiro? It's far too late. What could possibly be taking so long? The speaker was a man in his mid-30s, his face a storm cloud of worry etched into sharp, severe lines. He wore the standard Konoha Jounin flak jacket over his Uchiha garb. This was Uchiha Chinaru, Shiro's father. Chinaru, be at ease, clan head Tanzo said, his voice a practiced calm. Shiro is an elite Chunin, with a 3-tomo Sharingan no less. Dealing with some refugee brat from the academy is hardly a task that should delay him. Indeed, Chinaru-senpai, your son's skills are exceptional. He's likely just, ensuring the lesson is thorough. Another police captain offered, his tone attempting reassurance but landing closer to grim satisfaction. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the room. The arrogance was a collective armor, worn to shield against doubt. Chinaru said nothing more, but the frown on his face deepened, carving trenches beside his mouth. The clock on the wall ticked, its sound growing louder in the silent stretches between strained conversation. Hours bled away. The assembled Uchiha, one by one, made their excuses and departed, the lateness of the hour outweighing clan solidarity. Eventually, only Tanzo and Chinaru remained in the dimly lit room, the silence heavy between them. Both men had drifted into a fitful, anxious doze. Thump. A figure materialized in the center of the room, kneeling on one knee, an Uchiha scout, his face pale beneath his hitayate. His sudden appearance jolted both men awake. "What is it?" Tanzo demanded, his voice rough with sleep and sudden dread. The scout didn't speak. He lowered his head, reached into his vest, and produced a storage scroll. He unrolled it on the tatami floor, hands flying through a release seal. Kai. Poof. A cloud of white smoke erupted, acrid with the smell of damp earth and something fouler. When it cleared, the scroll was gone. In its place lay a body, caked in forest soil, the clothing torn and burned, the chest a ruin of stab wounds. "My son." The words were a breathless whisper, then a ragged crack in the world. Uchiha Chinaru's composure shattered. A guttural, animal sound of grief tore from his throat, echoing through the silent compound, a raw, wounded howl that spoke of a father, world-ending. Uchiha Tanzo stared, his own face hardening into a mask of cold, furious stone. He had not expected this. Not tonight. Not like this. The carefully maintained balance of power in Konoha had just been dealt a violent, personal blow. Ragnar, the unwitting catalyst of this grief and fury, was far removed from the coming storm. For him, the immediate calculus was simple: power in, threat out. His original ninja talent had been mediocre, but the awakening of the three Haki had acted as a key, unlocking latent potential and supercharging his chakra refinement. In 6 months, he'd gone from a struggling refugee to possessing reserves rivaling a fresh genin, a remarkable, if unnoticed, leap. Coupled with his Haki-enhanced, increasingly superhuman physique, he could now not only face a Chunin, but crush one. The progression was vertiginous. Back in the stark safety of his cabin, the door bolted against the night, he finally allowed himself to focus on the prize. Sitting cross-legged on his bedroll, he called the devil fruit from the system's storage. It appeared in his hands, its weight solid, its skin mottled with hypnotic flame-like swirls of crimson and gold. The Tori Tori no Mi, model, Phoenix. He could feel a dormant heat within it, a promise of rebirth and cleansing fire. Power, handed to me on a plate, he thought, a flicker of grim amusement touching his lips. In another story, a boy with this fruit had lost to magma. A failure of user, not of power. Flame, especially the mythic flame of a phoenix, was a primal, purifying force. Magma was just, heated rock. He hesitated for only 3 heartbeats, considering the legendary weakness to seawater. It was a negligible cost. In the land of fire, far from any ocean, with survival as the daily currency, such a distant drawback was meaningless. He bit into the fruit. Crunch. The initial texture was unremarkable, like a bland melon. Then, as he chewed, the taste unfolded. It was indescribable, a cloying, putrid sweetness mixed with the acrid tang of ash and something profoundly wrong, as if he were chewing on fermented despair. His stomach lurched. Gulp. He forced it down, clamping a hand over his mouth as his body convulsed in protest. He took several deep, shuddering breaths through his nose, fighting the urge to vomit up the priceless power he'd just consumed. The aftertaste lingered, a ghost of vileness in his mouth. He looked at the remaining half of the fruit in his hand. He would not be taking another bite. The price of power, it seemed, was a truly horrific culinary experience. Now, do I have it? He focused inward, seeking the new energy. He raised his right hand, index finger extended. He willed it. Whoosh. A single, elegant flame, the color of a summer sky at dawn, a vibrant, celestial blue, sprang to life at his fingertip. It danced, weightless and beautiful. He felt no heat from it, only a gentle, comforting warmth, as if it were an extension of his own body. A thought. The single flame expanded, swirling above his finger, condensing into a perfect, compact sphere of blue fire the size of a grapefruit. It hummed with contained energy, casting dancing azure shadows on the walls. Snap. He flicked his finger. The fireball winked out of existence without a sound. He assessed it. The raw destructive output was modest, perhaps on par with a D-rank ninjutsu, a genin's tool. And he could feel the limits. Full elemental intangibility was beyond him for now. The devil fruit was a seed, not a fully grown tree. It demanded cultivation, training, and likely, more experience points. He pulled up his panel. Host, Ragnar. Abilities. Conqueror's Haki, LV, 2. Observation Haki, LV, 2. Armament Haki, LV, 3. Tornado, Skill, LV, 2. Devil Fruit, Tori Tori no Mi, Model, Phoenix, LV, 1. Upgrade, 100 EXP. Experience, 1200/1000. A new category. The fruit's upgrade cost was mercifully low for the first step. Upgrade the fruit. Ding. 100 experience vanished. The fruit's level ticked to LV, 2. His experience pool dropped to 1100/1000. Instantly, he felt the difference. The well of blue fire within him deepened, grew more responsive. A partial, limb-based elemental transformation felt tantalizingly close now, just out of reach but no longer a distant dream. He was left with 1100 experience. A feast, but with too many hungry mouths. Observation Haki for greater foresight, Conquerors for wider intimidation, the phoenix fruit for more potent flames, or... His choice was pragmatic, born of the night's violence. Defense and overwhelming force had saved him. They would again. Upgrade armament Haki. Ding, ding. 1000 experience points drained away in 2 swift increments. His armament Haki ascended from LV3 to LV4. The change was profound. It wasn't just more strength or a thicker shell. It was a qualitative leap. A sense of density settled into his bones, into his very cells. The power that had strained to break a C-rank fireball now felt like it could casually obliterate one. The black sheen, when active, would be deeper, more profound, likely carrying those visible ripples of negation as a standard feature, not a peak effort. He was left with a mere 100/1000 experience, a pauper again. But he felt richer than ever. In the quiet dark of his cabin, a boy sat surrounded by the ghosts of a slain chunin and a consumed godfruit. On one arm, faint, healing burns from a fireball he would now scoff at. In his veins, the blood of a mythical bird and the will to forge himself into an unbreakable weapon. The storm in the Uchiha compound was brewing. But in this small, dark room, a different kind of fire had been lit. End of chapter. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Or, for every 50 Power Stones partying face. 18, Chapter 18 The Uncrowned King of Arena 1. Chapter 18 The Uncrowned King of Arena 1. 1 week later, the Konoha Ninja Academy was a hive of suppressed excitement. Classes were suspended. Today was the day of the annual interclass combat tournament, a crucible for talent, a stage for ambition, and for the high-ranking observers, a live inventory of the village's future weapons. After his dawn training regimen, Ragnar arrived early. The atmosphere was different. Since his brutal, public dismantling of Uchiha Tsuki 3 months prior, and the whispered rumors of his later encounters, he was no longer the invisible refugee. He was a known quantity. A dangerous variable. A genius, some whispered, as formidable in his way as Namikaze Minato or the Hyuga prodigies. As he walked the paths, he felt the weight of stares, awe, curiosity, fear, and from a few girls in the crowd, a flutter of interest he noted and immediately dismissed. They were children. Their admiration was as meaningful as the morning mist. His goals were etched in stone and blood, far beyond schoolyard crushes. The tournament's format was brutally efficient, a lottery draw for matchups, single elimination duels, winners advancing until a champion emerged. This was far more serious than the routine sparring classes. In this era, with war looming, the academy's structure was accelerated and harsh. First, second, and even some third-year students were mixed. A first-year entering was a statement of extreme confidence, or insanity. Ragnar had been enrolled for 6 months. His entry was a gauntlet thrown. Dozens of students milled around the main training grounds, which had been divided into 5 distinct arenas. For preliminary courts, and a larger, central 5th arena reserved for the final rounds and the distinguished observers. The opening ceremony was presided over by the man himself. A hush fell, then a wave of rapturous cheers, as 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in his white and red robes, stepped onto the central platform. Ragnar watched from the crowd as the man's warm, paternal gaze swept over the sea of young, eager faces. He saw the raw adoration in their eyes, in Minato's bright, respectful stare, in the flushed cheeks of the clan children. This was the living symbol of the will of fire. Hiruzen raised a hand. Silence returned, instant and complete. Konoha's legacy flies on the leaves, his voice carried, resonant and sure. That will resides in you, the fresh, green buds. You are the future of this village. The will of fire burns in your hearts. Fight with spirit. For the prosperity of Konoha, for the endless succession of our will. The speech was short, masterful. It wasn't a complex strategy, it was an emotional lightning rod. The crowd erupted. Minato and others looked ready to charge into battle that very second, hearts ablaze. Ragnar felt the wave of sentiment wash over him, but it broke against the cold, analytical bedrock of his mind. The Hokage, a peak of power in this village. Yet his internal map showed peaks far beyond, shadows like Madara, myths like the Sage, aliens like the Otsutsuki. The Hokage was a mountain, but his ambition had already sighted the stratosphere. Conqueror's Haki was the birthright of kings. He had been given the seed. He would cultivate it into a throne. After the Hokage's address, the participants were shepherded to the 4 preliminary arenas for the lottery. The elimination began. Ragnar's first opponent was a non-clan student of average skill, a second year who looked nervous just sharing the ring with him. The fight lasted as long as it took Ragnar to cross the distance and throw a single, controlled punch. The boy was hurled from the ring, skidding to a stop, more shocked than hurt. It set the pattern. Opponent after opponent fell. A swift, closing strike. A decisive throw. Sometimes a simple, hardening augmented block that shattered their confidence along with their attack. He was a force of nature operating on a different scale. These were schoolyard duels. He had the muscle memory of a brawler who had killed an elite chunin in a moonlit forest. Some forfeited outright upon seeing his name on the bracket. The rumor of his strange power had grown with each retelling. Facing him seemed less like a match and more like volunteering for a concussion. Without ever activating Conqueror's Haki, an aura of invincibility began to cling to him, a quiet, chilling certainty that permeated Arena 1. The Chunin proctoring his matches watched with a mix of professional admiration and personal unease. This wasn't just talent, it was a honed, predatory efficiency utterly alien to a child. Off to the side, a splash of vibrant red hair marked Kushina's position. She cheered for every victory, her fists pumping the air, a bright, uncomplicated joy on her face that was strangely at odds with the deadly serious boy in the ring. In the sixth match, Ragnar advances. The proctor's announcement came early. Arena 1 was finished. The other matches were still grinding on, but its champion was already decided. He was the uncrowned king of the first preliminary, waiting in cold silence for the next stage. On the elevated observation platform overlooking the central arena, the atmosphere was more relaxed, laced with professional interest. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the rail, a pipe sending up thoughtful plumes of smoke. Flanking him were three figures who were already legends in the making, the future Sannin. "Oh ho, someone's already cleared their bracket. Quick work," Tsunade remarked, leaning on the rail with casual grace, her eyes scanning the fields below. It's gotta be Minato. The kid's a natural. My future apprentice, I'm telling you." Jiraiya boomed, his boisterous laughter drawing a few looks. He leaned so far over the rail in his enthusiasm he nearly toppled headfirst into the arena below. "You idiot!" Tsunade snapped, grabbing the back of his vest and hauling him back with effortless, terrifying strength. "Not necessarily," a smooth, sibilant voice interjected. Orochimaru stood slightly apart, a pale, serpentine smile playing on his lips as his golden, vertical-slitted eyes tracked the movements below. "Predictability is so dull. TCH. It's that brat, Ragnar. Finished already." "No surprise there," Tsunade said, a flicker of something, pride, vexation, in her tone as she spotted the lone, dark-haired figure walking calmly from the settled dust of Arena 1. "What? Not Minato?" Jiraiya scrambled to the rail again, squinting. "Ragnar? The refugee kid? Ragnar." Orochimaru repeated the name, his tongue flicking out to wet his lips in a profoundly unsettling gesture. "An interesting specimen. Such efficient brutality for one so young. It whispers of fascinating potential." Tsunade shot a sidelong glance at her two teammates, the bawdy, loudmouthed pervert and the cold, creepy scientist, and suppressed a full-body shudder. Surrounded by freaks. But her eyes lingered on the boy below, who stood awaiting his next fight as still and focused as a blade waiting for its scabbard. He was a freak too, in his own way. But he was her kind of freak, the kind that solved problems with direct, overwhelming force. End of chapter. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Or, for every 50 Power Stones partying face. 19, Chapter 19 The Unyielding Fist. Chapter 19 The Unyielding Fist. The preliminary carnage was over. From the 4 arenas, 4 names emerged, etched in sweat, grit, and in one case, chilling efficiency. Namikaze Minato. Hyuga Kagami. Ui Aharu. Ragnar. 3 were scions of Konoha's great clans, their talent nurtured by legacy and expectation. Minato was the exception, but his connection to the rising star Jiraiya, and by extension, the Hokage himself, granted him a different kind of pedigree. And then there was Ragnar. No clan, no patron, no legacy but the ashes of a forgotten village. His name on the list was a stark, solitary statement. "I am here because of me alone." "Contestants, draw your lots," the presiding Chunin instructed, his voice flat. Ragnar reached into the offered container, his fingers closing around a slip of paper. He unfurled it. Hyuga Kagami. Across from him, the Hyuga prodigy revealed his own lot, his pale Byakugan eyes giving nothing away. The brackets were set. First match, Ragnar vs Hyuga Kagami. Second match, Namikaze Minato vs Ui Aharu. First match, Ragnar vs Hyuga Kagami. Seal of confrontation. They faced each other in the center of the now silent main arena, all other competitions concluded. The crowd's focus was a tangible pressure. Ragnar and Kagami brought their hands together in the formal seal, a ninja's bow, a promise of a fight with rules, however thin. "Come on, Ragnar." Kushina's voice, bright and fierce, cut through the anticipatory quiet from the sidelines. She'd even marshaled a few of her recently acquired juniors into a makeshift cheering section. On the central observation platform, the elite audience watched with varying degrees of interest. He's come far, but facing a Hyuga. The Byakugan is the bane of taijutsu specialists. This is likely his limit, Jiraiya opined, still nursing a slight grudge that his favored Minato hadn't been the first to finish. TCH. Tsunade's scoff was eloquent. If only the fool knew this kid had buried an elite Achiha Chunin. Underestimation is the first step to fascinating data, Jiraiya, Orochimaru murmured, his serpentine gaze fixed on Ragnar. This one defies simple categorization. The third Hokage said nothing, puffing on his pipe. He saw the problem child, the potential weapon, and the brewing storm all in one still, dark-haired figure. In the ring, the air grew taut. You are stronger than I anticipated, Hyuga Kagami stated, his voice carrying the calm arrogance of his lineage. But I am not Uchiha Tsuki. The taijutsu you rely on is useless before these eyes. His Byakugan activated. Veins bulged around his temples and eyes, a network of power and perception. The world shifted for him. Ragnar's body became a transparent map of glowing chakra pathways and vital tenketsu points. Every muscle twitch, every potential flow of energy, was laid bare. Against a pure taijutsu fighter, the Byakugan was an even more absolute counter than the Sharingan. The Hyuga didn't just predict, they saw the very engine of the attack and knew how to dismantle it. Is that so? Ragnar's reply was a quiet exhale. The theory was sound. He simply didn't believe in theories that hadn't been tested against his fist. The audience held its breath. How would the brawler overcome the ultimate anti-brawler? Ragnar's answer was breathtaking in its simplicity. There was no feint, no tricky footwork, no attempt to circumvent the Byakugan's advantage. He stepped forward and threw a punch. Armament. Hardening. His right fist darkened to the color of forged midnight. It didn't just move through the air, it parted it, a faint sonic rumble trailing in its wake like thunder on the horizon. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Kagami settled into the foundational Hyuga stance, right foot forward, palms open. Around his feet, the faint, glowing outline of the 8 trigrams formation shimmered into existence on the arena floor. Within this field, his soft fist's power and precision were magnified. He didn't meet the punch head-on. As the blackened fist closed in, Kagami's body flowed like water. Using the Byakugan's insight, he identified the precise, natural weak point in the muscular structure of Ragnar's charging arm, a tenketsu where chakra flow was most vulnerable to disruption. His palm shifted, fingers tightening into a spear hand, aiming to strike that single, tiny point and sever the power behind the monstrous blow. There. His fingertips struck home. Clink. The sound was not of flesh meeting a pressure point. It was the high, sharp ping of a fingernail striking well-tempered steel. Hyuga Kagami's face, a mask of focused triumph, shattered into pure, bewildered agony. What? His finger didn't depress a tenketsu. It met an unyielding, obsidian-hard surface. The force of his own precise strike, meant to disable, rebounded. A sickening crack echoed, the sound of his own finger bone breaking against the impossible density of Ragnar's arm. Aik. Kagami's scream was short, sharp, and filled with more shock than pain. Ragnar didn't pause. Hesitation was death. He closed the remaining distance in a blur. Fool. Before Kagami could process the failure of his clan's supreme technique, a black fist filled his vision. It buried itself in his solar plexus. Thump. The air blasted from Kagami's lungs in a silent, wide-mouthed gasp. The concussive force lifted him off his feet. He flew back several meters before crumpling to the dusty ground in a limp heap, out cold before he hit the floor. Silence. A profound, ringing silence engulfed the arena. The clash had lasted less than 10 seconds. The sophisticated, revered Hyuga's soft fist, the pinnacle of precision, had been rendered irrelevant by what appeared to be sheer, stupid, immovable hardness. The Chunin referee walked over, checked the unconscious Kagami, then looked up at Ragnar. His eyes held a deep, unreadable mixture of awe and wariness. He raised a hand. Winner, Ragnar. The spell broke. A wave of murmurs, then shouts, swept through the student body. It wasn't just a win, it was a dismantling. A statement. On the platform, Jiraiya's jaw was practically on the floor. What just happened? Tsunade allowed herself a small, satisfied smirk. He hit him. Orochimaru's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with acquisitive interest. Fascinating. It seems his strange power isn't merely strength. It's a form of absolute, localized defense. A living fortress. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a long, contemplative pull on his pipe. The problem child had just solved a Hyuga genius. Elegantly, brutally. The storm around him was going to get much worse. The second match began, a return to more conventional ninja arts. Namikaze Minato faced Ui Aharu and her potent genjutsu. It was a hard-fought, technical battle, Minato's brilliant mind and adaptable ninjutsu slowly unpicking Aharu's illusions until he found an opening and secured a clean, respectful victory. But the echo of the first fight, that single, world-breaking punch, hung over everything. The finals were set. Ragnar versus Namikaze Minato. The lone wolf against the village's golden boy. The immutable object against the unstoppable, brilliant force. End of chapter. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Or, for every 50 Power Stones partying face. 20. Chapter 20. The Sound of Shaving Steel. Chapter 20. The Sound of Shaving Steel. After the swift, shocking defeat of Hyuga Kagami, a modest silver treasure chest materialized in the center of the ring, visible only to Ragnar. He claimed it with a thought as he walked to the sidelines, leaving the murmuring crowd behind. In a quiet corner of the arena grounds, he closed his eyes, regulating his breathing, tuning his body. The roaring tide of the fight, the Byakugan's gaze, the crack of bone on armament Haki, the crumpling of his opponent, faded into background noise. Beside him, Kushina chattered excitedly, her face flushed with vicarious triumph, her small entourage of juniors echoing her cheers with zealous, if unoriginal, chants. Ragnar heard none of it. His focus was inward, on the new silver chest. He opened it within his mind's space. A single card lay within. Information flowed, shave. One of the Navy's 6 powers. A high-speed movement technique achieved by kicking the ground dozens of times in an instant. Mastery allows for near teleportation. Prerequisite, exceptional physical prowess. The principles of shave etched themselves into his neural pathways, the precise muscle groups, the explosive coordination, the way it converted raw leg strength into blinding bursts of speed. Shave. It was intriguing. It shared conceptual space with the body flicker technique, but where the flicker relied on chakra manipulation and hand seals for short-range displacement, shave was pure, unadulterated physics. It was the culmination of a body pushed beyond human limits. A high-level user of the body flicker, like Shui, might achieve similar effects through chakra mastery, but the foundation was different. Shave's foundation was the body itself. He couldn't help the flicker of anticipation. How would this foreign movement art measure up in a world of chakra-enhanced speed? Learn shave. The card dissolved into motes of light that merged with his being. The technique became as instinctual as breathing. He called up his panel. Host, Ragnar. Abilities. Conqueror's Haki, LV, 2. Observation Haki, LV, 2. Armament Haki, LV, 3. Tornado, Skill, LV, 2. Shave, Skill, LV, 1. Upgrade, 100 EXP. Devil Fruit, Tori Tori no Mi, Model, Phoenix, LV, 2. Upgrade, 1000 EXP. Experience, 420/10,000. Defeating Hyuga Kagami had netted him nearly 300 EXP, bringing his total to 420. The leap to level 4 armament had reset his upgrade cost to a daunting 10,000, a mountain to climb. Upgrade Shave. 100 EXP vanished. Shave ascended to LV, 2. The difference was immediate in his understanding. Level 1 Shave was a burst. Level 2 was a controlled eruption. The effective range expanded to roughly 20 meters in any direction, with a sharper, more explosive initiation. The catch, as with all things in this world, was fuel. Executing Shave here would draw on his chakra, just like the body flicker. It was another tool, but one that placed its heaviest tax on his physique, a tax his Haki-enhanced body was uniquely suited to pay. He opened his eyes. On the main stage, the second semi-final had concluded. Namikaze Minato stood victorious, having outlasted Ui Aharu's genjutsu in a battle of wits and resilience. Minato was already consuming a ration bar, his efficient movements restoring his chakra with practiced ease. After a short interval, Minato approached the proctor. "Examiner, I'm ready. You don't require further recovery time?" The Chunin asked, eyeing the blonde boy. "The last match was primarily mental. My chakra reserves are adequate," Minato replied, offering that disarming, sunbeam smile. "Very well." The proctor turned, his voice amplifying to carry across the hushed arena. "The final match of the tournament is now set. Contestants, Ragnar vs Namikaze Minato. To the arena, please." A roar erupted from the assembled students and faculty. This was the clash they had unknowingly been waiting for, the enigmatic, brutal force against the village's beloved, brilliant prodigy. Ragnar walked back into the ring, the dust of his previous victory still settling in the air. He faced Minato across the open space. "I really didn't see the kid making it this far, but this ends here. Minato's got this," Jiraiya declared from the observation deck, his confidence in his, unofficial, pupil unwavering. Minato was, in his eyes, already Chunin level in all but title. TCH. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, Tsunade retorted, her arms folded, her gaze locked on Ragnar with a mix of professional appraisal and personal curiosity. "Tsunade, you seem, peculiarly invested in this boy. His strange power does bear a passing resemblance to your own," Orochimaru noted, his voice a sly whisper. "Hey, you didn't secretly teach that brat, did you, Tsunade? No wonder he's such a monster. That's not fair." Jiraiya whirled, pointing an accusatory finger. "Fool. Idiot." In one fluid, terrifying motion, Tsunade's hand shot out, grabbed Jiraiya's extended finger and the attached arm, and twisted. Crunch pop. A very distinct, very painful sound echoed on the platform. Jiraiya's face went from indignation to wide-eyed, tearful agony in a nanosecond. His arm hung at a new, creative angle. "I don't have time to teach annoying brats. And you, Orochimaru, stop stirring the pot." Tsunade released Jiraiya, who stumbled back, cradling his dislocated limb with pitiful whimpers. The pre-war Sannin, their bonds still strong, their personalities not yet fully warped by the coming horrors, existed in this volatile, violent camaraderie. Orochimaru, for all his creeping strangeness, was still a loyal comrade. He wisely took a step further away from the fuming Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the byplay, a fond, weary smile touching his lips behind his pipe. "They are Konoha's future. I must believe their bond will hold." In the arena, Namikaze Minato offered Ragnar a respectful, genuine smile. "Ragnar, it's an honor to face you. I've always known you were extraordinary." "The honor is mine, Minato," Ragnar replied, the words genuine. In all of Konoha, Minato was perhaps the only person whose innate decency felt untainted by clan politics or hidden agendas. The boy who would one day become the fourth Hokage and die for his village deserved that respect. Ragnar could admire the spirit, even if he would never choose such a sacrificial path. Are both contestants ready? The proctor called. They nodded in unison. Ragnar, you can do it. Kushina's voice, fiercely partisan, rang out again, causing a slight, awkward flush on Minato's cheeks and a flicker of bemusement in Ragnar's eyes. The final match begins. The proctor's hand swept down. Silence fell, thicker than before. Ragnar made the first move. Out of respect for the future Flash, he would not hold back. He would show the full measure of the power he had gathered in the shadows. His body seemed to blur at the edges. Shave. Not the full, 20-meter burst, but a controlled, 6-meter dash that bypassed conventional acceleration entirely. One moment he was standing still. The next, he was within striking distance of Minato, his right fist already a dark, hardened comet aimed at the blonde boy's center mass. The air cracked in the wake of his movement. The final battle for supremacy of the academy had begun not with a probing strike, but with a declaration of overwhelming, immediate force. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. 20% off for a week. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 10 Patreon members for 5 extra chapters. 21, Chapter 21, Clash of Titans, bonus chapter. Thanks for the review guys. The fanfic has done so well. Here is your bonus chapter just as promised. We are about to hit 50 power stones as well. Looks like I will have to upload one more bonus chapter in some moments. Red heart grinning face with sweat. Chapter 21, Clash of Titans, bonus chapter. In the world of Konoha's Ninja Academy, Namikaze Minato stood unquestionably at the pinnacle. True geniuses possessed a radiance that could not be concealed, a prelude to the legends they would become. This was the boy who would one day blaze across the Third Great Shinobi War as the Yellow Flash and rise to become the youngest Hokage in Konoha's history. His strength defied common sense. To underestimate him, even for a moment, was to invite utter defeat. Every era had its protagonists. For now, they were the legendary Sannin. But the next dawn was approaching, and its herald was Namikaze Minato. Ragnar understood this. That was why he held nothing back from the opening bell. This wasn't an attempt to crush Minato instantly, such a thing was impossible. It was a sign of the utmost respect, a declaration that he took this duel with absolute seriousness. He pushed off the ground, the packed earth cratering slightly beneath his foot. His body shot forward like a cannonball, propelled by sheer physical might alone. He wasn't using shave yet. Even so, the raw speed was far beyond anything his peers in the academy could muster. Across from him, Minato moved. His usual gentle expression was gone, replaced by focused solemnity. In one fluid motion, his hand dipped into his ninja pouch and emerged with a kunai, which he thrust forward to meet the incoming threat like a striking viper. Clang! The sound of metal on hardened flesh echoed across the suddenly silent arena. The scene froze. Ragnar and Minato were locked in their opening clash, a hardened black fist pressed against the gleaming edge of the kunai. Sparks skittered into the air from the point of contact. An invisible shockwave emanated from the two of them, kicking up a ring of dust and grit that washed over the front rows of spectators. The entire audience seemed to hold its breath. Not a single eye blinked, terrified of missing a split second of the monumental clash. So this is that strange power, Minato thought, his brow furrowed slightly. The impact traveled up the kunai, through the handle, and into his hand and arm, making his muscles sing with a dull ache. The vibration even jarred his organs, but it was nothing critical. With the adaptability that defined him, Minato shifted. A faint, competitive smile touched his lips. He drove his knee up, aiming for Ragnar's midsection. Ragnar's response was a mirror. A hardened knee met Minato's with a solid thud, the impact swallowed by the taut silence. Seizing the initiative, Minato's free hand became a blur. The kunai in his grip wove a storm of slashes and jabs, a relentless offensive meant to overwhelm. Ragnar's eyes, sharp with observation Haki, tracked every movement. Each of his counterpunches was sheathed in the black sheen of armament, meeting steel with flesh and winning every exchange. Yet, Minato parried and deflected them all. This was notable. Previous opponents, Uchiha Tsuki, the Chunin Shiro, even Hyuga Kagami, had all been rattled and broken by the strange power of Ragnar's hardened strikes. Minato, however, dealt with them calmly. Of course, Ragnar wasn't using his full armament strength. Level 2 had been enough to shatter a C-rank fireball. Level 3, unleashed fully, would turn kunai to dust and bones to powder. This was a duel, not a fight for survival. That level of force was unnecessary. Soon, Ragnar saw Minato's method. With every blow he blocked or diverted, Minato would subtly stamp his back foot, transferring the force into the ground, which dented slightly under the pressure. A force dispersion technique. Of course. As expected of the future fourth Hokage, his fundamentals are flawless, Ragnar acknowledged inwardly. In response, he simply pushed harder. His speed ticked up. The weight behind his punches increased. Minato's calm demeanor tightened. His dispersion trick handled the majority of the force, but not all of it. The residual shock was accumulating. Now, with Ragnar deliberately escalating, the pressure became palpable. Whoosh! In a flash of insight and speed, Minato's figure vanished in a puff of white smoke, leaving Ragnar's latest punch to cleave through empty air. A collective gasp rippled through the stands, stunned by the blonde genius's vanishing act. Too slow, Ragnar. Minato's voice was calm, coming from directly behind. The cold point of a kunai pressed against the small of Ragnar's back. He might not rival Ragnar's brute power, but in pure, unadulterated speed, Namikaze Minato was peerless. He would yield to no one. On the observer's platform. What incredible speed. Tsunade breathed, leaning forward. She hadn't expected the blonde kid to be this good. Ragnar seemed genuinely cornered. "Ha, see that? That's my boy." Jiraiya boasted, puffing out his chest. He. Minato is indeed a prodigy, Orochimaru countered, his serpentine eyes fixed on the arena. That is an advanced application of the body flicker, executed without seals. But Jiraiya, this is Minato's own innate talent. Don't gild your own reputation. His gaze, however, lingered on Ragnar. He felt a thrill of anticipation. How will you solve this, little monster? Well. Jiraiya scratched his head, chastened. He'd given Minato pointers, but the boy wasn't officially his student yet, he hadn't even graduated. Minato's current prowess was almost entirely self-forged. Down in the stands, the students erupted in excited chatter, awed by Minato's wind-like movement. With the kunai against his back, Ragnar's perpetually cold face did something unexpected. It curved into a faint, almost eerie smile. "Minato," he said, his voice low enough that only the two of them could hear. "Are you sure you caught me?" "What?" Minato's eyes widened. A primal warning shrieked in his mind. Instinct overrode thought, and he drove the kunai forward. Whoosh! The Ragnar before him blurred, shimmered, and dissolved. It wasn't a clone. It was a mere afterimage, a ghost left behind because the original body had moved so fast it temporarily fooled the eye. Distracted. The indifferent voice came from beside Minato's ear this time. A black fist, wreathed in a vortex of white, compressed air, was already halfway to his side. This was the true power of level 3 armament, not just defense, but offensive force magnified to monstrous levels. The air around the fist screamed in protest, the generated wind sharp enough to sting the skin. Too fast. Can't dodge. Minato's mind processed the crisis in a microsecond. His only option was to block. He crossed his arms, kunai held defensively before him, and braced. Crack. The hardened fist shattered the kunai as if it were glass. The follow-through was devastating. An overwhelming force, like a landslide, crashed into Minato's guard. He felt his feet leave the ground. The world became a blur of sky and arena lights as he was launched backward like a discarded ragdoll, crashing to the earth in a rolling tumble of dust and limbs. A stunned silence, then a roar of disbelief exploded from the crowd. The reversal was too sudden, too violent. Jiraiya's proud grin vanished, replaced by stark worry. This boy, he also masters an extreme movement technique. Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with fierce interest. It was different from the Shunshin, cruder, more explosive, entirely reliant on physical power. He. Oh, this is delightful, Orochimaru hissed, his smile widening. On the field, Ragnar stood, fist still extended. He didn't celebrate. No triumph showed on his face. Instead, his expression grew more solemn. His observation Haki, passive and ever vigilant, whispered a warning. The crisis had not faded. He was right. A second later, the scene changed again. Poof! The body of Namikaze Minato lying in the dirt transformed into a section of splintered log. Substitution technique, Ragnar muttered, his awe for his opponent growing. But if Minato wasn't here, and he hadn't flickered away visibly, there was only one place he could be. Ragnar's head snapped upward. There, high in the air above the arena, was Namikaze Minato. He had used the moment of impact and the cloud of dust to execute the substitution and launch himself skyward. His hands were already a blur, weaving through hand seals with a speed that was dazzling to behold. 6, 12, the seals were completed in the space of a single heartbeat. Boar, ram, monkey, horse, ram, snake, seal. Shuriken shadow clone technique. From his pouch, Minato flung a single standard shuriken. As it flew, it multiplied. 1 became 10, 10 became 100. A deafening swarm of spinning metal blotted out the sun, a descending storm with no room for escape. He had chosen the air for this attack specifically to cut off every angle of retreat. His tactical mind, cool and analytical even under immense pressure, was a weapon in itself. Namikaze Minato was a genius. But Ragnar was a monster. And monsters specialized in crushing clever tricks and brilliant plans underfoot. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. 20% off for a week. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face 4 every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 10 Patreon members for 5 extra chapters. We are at 3 members currently in just some hours, thanks a lot. 22, Chapter 22, The Victor Spoils, Bonus Chapter. Just as said, here is your chapter and thanks for the stones. And be sure to give me more kissing face next bonus chapter at 100 power stones. Chapter 22, The Victor Spoils, Bonus Chapter. Brilliant, Minato. On the elevated viewing platform, Jiraiya shouted, his earlier worry replaced by exhilaration. A substitution to negate a fatal blow, followed by an aerial maneuver to unleash a high-level technique. The tactical mind was impeccable. More impressively, the ninjutsu itself was not some simple academy trick. In the official scrolls, the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique was classified as an A-rank ninjutsu. In actual shinobi combat, it was a large-scale, destructive art, a single shuriken multiplying into tens of thousands, a lethal storm of metal. For Namikaze Minato, a student who hadn't even graduated, to master an A-rank technique was a testament to a talent that bordered on the unimaginable. To execute a substitution under that kind of pressure, in that instant, that is a terrifying instinct, Tsunade admitted, her arms crossed. Even she had to acknowledge the blonde boy's phenomenal shinobi gift. It was one of a kind. This is the future of our Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, beamed with genuine pride, the lines around his eyes crinkling. His joy was personal. The Shuriken Shadow Clone technique was one of his own signature jutsu. Looking at Minato, he saw a flash of his younger self, learning at the side of the second Hokage on the blood-soaked fields of a past war. It seems the outcome of this match is settled, Jiraiya declared, though his tone held more hope than certainty. Though she hated to admit Jiraiya was right about anything, Tsunade couldn't help the knot of concern tightening in her stomach as she watched Ragnar. The strength and composure Minato displayed placed him firmly at the Chunin level, a far cry from arrogant bloodline holders like Uchiha Shiro. This was a different caliber of opponent entirely. The students surrounding the arena were beyond commentary. This was a textbook-perfect shinobi engagement. The fluid transitions between taijutsu, high-speed movement, and substitution, now capped with the spectacle of an A-rank jutsu, it was breathtaking. Many sat in stunned, awed silence. Regardless of the final result, this battle would be remembered, spoken of in hushed tones as a classic. And the situation on the field remained volatile, capable of changing in a single breath. Minato's technique completed its descent. The sky was blotted out by spinning metal, a cacophonous, gleaming net that left Ragnar no room for retreat, no angle for escape. Off to the side, Kushina watched, her knuckles white where she clenched her fists, her heart pounding a frantic prayer against her ribs. Lord Ragnar, you are a formidable opponent, Minato said softly as he landed, his expression grave and respectful. But I must win this duel. Surrounded by the descending doom of 100 shurikens, Ragnar's world narrowed to a point of perfect calm. He could use shave. A single burst of speed would carry him outside the technique's killing zone. But he dismissed the thought instantly. It was a retreat, a evasion. It ran counter to everything he was, everything his path demanded. He believed in one principle: overwhelm all methods with absolute force. No matter how clever or intricate the attack, in the face of absolute power, it was nothing but a bubble, pretty, fragile, and doomed to pop. Armament. Harden, he whispered. His right arm, from fist to elbow, was sheathed in the impenetrable black lacquer of armament Haki. He clenched his fist. Muscles, already dense from inhuman training, swelled further. A white, shimmering vapor, condensed air and escaping energy wreathed the darkened limb. His body coiled, bending like a drawn bow, every tendon and fiber gathering potential energy. A faint, fierce red hue flushed across his skin, the sign of his system-augmented physique pushed to its brink. Level 3. Armament, Iron Fist. With a guttural roar that tore through the whirring sound of shurikens, he unleashed the accumulated power. He did not strike the shurikens. He struck the air between them. Boom. The detonation was not of fire, but of pure, concussive force. It was the sound of thunder given form, of a tiger's roar magnified 100-fold. Crack. From his fist, a terrifying, invisible wave of power shot skyward. It was a runaway avalanche given direction, a furious dragon ascending. The very space around it seemed to warp and stagnate. The 100 shurikens, mid-descent, shuddered and hung motionless for a single, impossible heartbeat. Then, destruction. The naked eye could see the leading shurikens crumple, fine cracks spider webbing across their surfaces before they snapped clean in half. The wave hit the main body of the swarm. Boom. The sky full of A-rank shadow clones met an immovable, irresistible force. They were not deflected. They were obliterated. Shattered into harmless clouds of iron splinters and dust that pattered down onto the arena like metallic rain, glittering uselessly under the sun. Silence. A deep, profound, and utter silence swallowed the entire training ground. You could hear the rustle of a leaf in the distant trees. The A-rank shuriken shadow clone technique had been erased by a single punch. Was this something a ninja academy student could do? Impossible. Minato murmured, his brilliant blue eyes wide with disbelief, his mind struggling to process the visual heresy he had just witnessed. Nothing is, a cold voice stated, arriving at his ear a fraction of a second before its owner. Shave. In a burst of speed that left after images, Ragnar was beside him. The cold edge of a kunai rested lightly against Minato's exposed throat. In that moment, it was over. Minato had used the body flicker, the substitution, and an A-rank ninjutsu in rapid succession. No matter his prodigious talent, his chakra reserves were nearly exhausted. Even if he could muster the speed to slip this hold, to continue would be pointless. He felt the last of his tension drain away, replaced by a weary, honest acceptance. He lowered his head, a faint, wry smile touching his lips. I lose. A delayed reaction, then an uproar. The stadium erupted. Noise, cheers, and shouts of disbelief fused into a wall of sound. The first true genius of the new generation had been crowned, and his name was not the one everyone expected. Ragnar's face remained a placid mask, but his mind was anything but calm. Ding. Experience plus 20. Ding. Experience plus 50. Ding. Experience plus 100. Ding. Experience plus 200. Ding. Experience plus 400. Notification after notification flashed across his mental vision. The final tally from his duel with Namikaze Minato, the protagonist of this era, even now, was a staggering plus 1,400 experience points. It dwarfed the reward for killing the Chunin Uchiha Shiro. The system clearly valued the quality of the opponent, not just the lethality of the outcome. And that was not all. As Minato formally surrendered, a shimmering, silver treasure chest materialized on the scorched earth of the arena, visible only to him. With a thought, he stored it away in his system space, the thrill of potential loot a quiet fire in his chest. He lowered the kunai, sheathed it, and turned to the stunned Chunin examiner. His voice cut through the lingering din. Instructor, can you announce the result? The teacher jolted, then stammered, finding his official voice. The winner, the champion of the academy tournament is Ragnar. The roar from the crowd reached a fever pitch. Namikaze Minato turned and walked from the arena, his shoulders slightly slumped, the weight of a first, significant defeat settling on him. Genius he was, but loss was a new and bitter teacher. Ragnar paid it no mind. His path was forward, never beside. He began walking toward the edge of the field, alone as always. He did not get far. Ragnar. Uzumaki Kushina came barreling toward him, a tide of bright red hair and unrestrained joy, trailed by a small gang of wide-eyed younger academy kids she seemed to have adopted as a cheering squad. You were amazing. Incredible. She shouted, her face alight with a pride that was entirely for him. Yeah, boss. That was the coolest thing ever. A sniffling boy from the back yelled, eyes shining with hero worship. Boss. Ragnar repeated, the unfamiliar title pulling a faint, involuntary scoff from him. It wasn't quite a laugh, but it was something. But looking at Kushina's beaming, blushing face, and the cluster of children bouncing with genuine excitement for his victory, something shifted. In the icy, isolated fortress of his heart, a single stone warmed. The perpetual coldness on his features softened, and for the briefest second, a genuine, gentle smile touched his lips. The effect on the surrounding crowd, particularly the younger girls, was instantaneous. Sighs and muffled squeals erupted. The cold, handsome victor's smile was a weapon they were utterly unprepared for. On the viewing platform, the atmosphere was different. That boy is exceptional. Remaining in the academy is a waste of time, a new, rasping voice declared from the entrance. The tone was flat, authoritative, leaving no room for debate. He belongs en route. A man with a stern, weathered face and a head of spiky gray hair stood there, one eye bandaged. His presence seemed to suck the warmth from the air. At the sight of him, the expressions of the three Sannin hardened. Hiruzen Sarutobi's proud smile vanished, replaced by the stern countenance of the Hokage. He turned, his voice firm and final. Danzo, what is the meaning of this? End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. 20% off for a week. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 10 Patreon members for 5 extra chapters. 23, Chapter 23, The Shadow of the Hokage. I have dropped a new fanfic Naruto One Punch Man template, please do check it out and add to collection. Chapter 23, The Shadow of the Hokage. Hokage's office. No, that boy will not join Root. Ragnar is not an option, and neither is Namikaze Minato. Let this be the end of it, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before the large window of his office, his back to the room, his voice carrying a solemn and unyielding finality. Beside him, the spiky-haired Danzo wore an expression of cold disdain. Others might tremble before the Hokage's authority, but he did not. They were both disciples of the second Hokage, both inheritors of his legacy. Yet, where Hiruzen embodied the will of fire's nurturing light, Danzo embraced the necessary, ruthless shadow. One was the gentle sun, the other the cold, hidden blade. They were meant to complement, but now they only clashed. Ragnar is a refugee from a minor village, Danzo countered, his voice a low rasp. Joining Root is the highest purpose for one like him. Root needs such material. Surely you understand this, Hiruzen. In Danzo's mind, the matter was already decided. Ragnar would become a sword in his hand, a weapon to be aimed and unleashed. That was the true fate of a shinobi, to be a tool for the village's survival, stripped of individual will. Danzo, do not think I am blind to your intentions, Hiruzen said, finally turning to face his old friend, his eyes sharp. Using Ragnar as a blunt instrument against the Uchiha, you would corrupt his entire shinobi path before it even begins. He has a greater future. The world trembles on the brink of war, and Konoha will need talents like his. So what if he is corrupted? So what if he is sacrificed? Danzo shot back, utterly unmoved. He is a child from a nameless village. His value lies in his utility. If you deny me Ragnar, then Namikaze Minato. One of the two must join Root. His tone brooked no argument. It was an ultimatum from the darkness to the light. No. Hiruzen's voice dropped, but it gained a density, a weight that filled the room. I will not permit it. Do not speak of this again. Remember your place, Danzo. It is I who sits in this chair. He did not shout, but the full, quiet majesty of the Hokage settled upon him, an aura of command that even Danzo could not directly challenge. Danzo's single visible eye narrowed. His hands, clasped behind his back, clenched until the knuckles turned white, a fine tremor of suppressed rage running through his frame. The bitterness was a familiar poison. He should be the one sitting there. It was the second's will that had placed Hiruzen on the throne, forcing Danzo himself into the depths to become Konoha's unseen, hated necessity. The injustice of it fueled his every action. You are making a mistake, Hiruzen, Danzo hissed, the anger leaking through his icy control. Not only Namikaze Minato. That boy Ragnar, he has the eyes of a wolf, not a loyal hound. You saw how calmly he executed Uchiha Shiro. Do you believe you can truly control such a creature? If you cannot leash him now, what hope will you have in the future? The killing of Uchiha Shiro was an open secret among the village's black ops. ANBU and Root had both observed the encounter. Danzo had reviewed the reports himself. The cold efficiency, the lack of hesitation or remorse, it was not the action of a normal child. It was the making of a perfect, dangerous weapon, and Danzo was desperate to be the one to wield it. Danzo, you are wrong, Hiruzen said, his voice weary but firm. You ask why Konoha has endured? It is not through control and fear. It is through bonds. Trust. That is our true strength. Ridiculous sentimentality, Danzo spat. With a final, contemptuous snort, he turned on his heel and strode from the office, the door closing with a soft, definitive click. Hiruzen watched him go, the ghost of a sigh escaping his lips. The chasm between them grew wider every day. When the silence had stretched long enough, he spoke to the empty room. You may come out. Poof. A puff of white smoke erupted in the center of the office. When it cleared, a ninja stood at attention. He wore a jounin vest, and his features were sharp, etched with the focused intensity of a honed blade. A head of distinctive, spiky white hair marked his identity. Heitake Sakumo, the head of the Heitake clan. A man whose skill with the blade had earned him the fearful title, Konoha's White Fang, in foreign villages, a shinobi so renowned that enemies would abandon their missions outright rather than face him. Sakumo, Hiruzen said, returning to his seat. Your thoughts? Heitake Sakumo bowed respectfully. Lord Danzo's methods are extreme. The boy Ragnar would be better served in ANBU. It is a place of discipline and sharpening, but it does not seek to erase the self as Root does. It would be a more suitable forge for his talents. I am of the same mind, Hiruzen nodded, steepling his fingers. You are a captain of ANBU, Sakumo. I would trust you to guide such a raw talent. In Danzo's hands, a promising seedling would be warped into a thorn bush, useful only to wound. Understood, Hokage-sama. I will see to the matter, Sakumo replied with unwavering loyalty. Good, but before any formal assignment, I wish to see this boy for myself. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes held a contemplative glint. He would pay an informal visit, to see the truth of Ragnar when no one of authority was meant to be watching. The border of the Land of Fire. Deep within a dense, rain-slicked jungle, a squad of Konoha shinobi moved with practiced silence. They were a reconnaissance team, tasked with a dangerous infiltration toward the ever-stormy Land of Rain, where tensions between great villages were already simmering into open conflict. Among them, clinging to the high branch of a massive tree, was Ragnar's former academy instructor, Yamada. He would never know that his most troubled student had just won the academy championship. Yamada, whispered the ninja beside him, a man with keen eyes named Shiranui, an ANBU tracker assigned to the team. We must avoid engagement at all costs. Our mission is eyes and ears only. I know, Yamada replied, his smile grim. They were Chunin, pawns on a board played by Kage. If they encountered a patrol from IWA or Suna, survival would be a matter of luck, not skill. This was the reality of the coming war, knowing your likely fate and advancing anyway, for the sake of the order and the village. It was the shinobi's lot. The team paused in a sheltered thicket for a brief, wary rest. Yamada's gaze turned longingly northwest, toward the distant, unseen safety of Konoha's walls, his thoughts a silent, unanswered prayer. Unnoticed by any of them, 30 meters away, a small, cleverly carved wooden lizard puppet, its joints articulated with chakra threads, cocked its head. It observed them for a moment longer before silently burrowing into the soft, wet earth, leaving no trace of its passage. Konoha village, the training grounds behind the mountain. The wind whispered through the tall trees of the secluded forest, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The peaceful sound was punctuated by a steady, brutal rhythm. Thud, thud, thud. The powerful, metronomic impacts echoed like a war drum. Ragnar stood before a training post thicker than his own torso. It was no ordinary log, its surface was sheathed in a layer of hammered iron plating, over 2 centimeters thick. The center of the plate was deformed into a deep, fist-shaped crater. Ragnar's fists, wrapped in blood-stained bandages, drove into that same crater again and again. Each impact was precise, pouring all his weight and focus into the point of contact. The bandages were soaked through with a mixture of old blood and fresh sweat, the fabric grinding against torn knuckles with every strike. Hundreds of punches, then thousands. His eyes, visible between sweat-drenched strands of hair, held no pain, only a relentless, burning focus. Even with the 3-colored haki and the power of a mythical zoan fruit humming in his veins, his training never ceased. This was the second day since the tournament. While others celebrated or licked their wounds, he was here, engaged in a devil's regimen, dissecting every moment of his fight with Minato, searching for micro-improvements, forging his will against unyielding iron. His observation haki, constantly active at a low level, prickled at the edge of his perception. Someone was there. Not a sudden arrival, but someone who had been present long enough for his senses to finally, belatedly, take note. He ceased his punching, the sudden silence louder than the noise had been, and turned in one fluid motion. There, leaning casually against a tree as if he had always been part of the scenery, was a short, older man in a simple gray kimono. The third Hokage. A cold shock, sharper than any punch, shot down Ragnar's spine. The Hokage had been watching him, and he hadn't sensed his approach at all. The sheer, silent power of a Kage-level shinobi was a terrifying, tangible force. He mastered the surge of alarm in a heartbeat, locking his emotions behind the familiar wall of ice. He bowed, the motion crisp and formal. Hokage-sama. No need for such formality, boy. Relax, Hiruzen said with a warm, grandfatherly chuckle, pushing off from the tree. But as his gaze traveled from Ragnar's bloody fists to the deeply dented iron plate on the post, the cheerful glint in his eyes was replaced by a spark of profound, serious assessment. The casual demeanor remained, but behind it, the mind of the god of shinobi was working. So, Hiruzen thought, the truth settling in his gut. This is the reason. This is the price paid for. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. 20% off for a week. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 10 Patreon members for 5 extra chapters. We are at 7 members right now. Just 3 more for 5 extra chapters. We are also closing in at 100 power stones. Please donate all of them red heart. 24, Chapter 24, The Offer, Bonus Chapter. We did it. We have reached our goal of 10 Patreon member in one day. Partying face. Thank you guys for all the support. Hugging face red heart. As promised, here is your bonus chapter. Smiling face with smiling eyes. 4 more will be uploaded in a few minutes. Chapter 24, The Offer, Bonus Chapter. Konoha, bathed in the gentle, orange light of the setting sun. Sarutobi, Hiruzen and Ragnar stood in the quiet training ground, the old master and the young enigma meeting for the first time, not as Hokage and subject, but as observer and observed. Of course, this was the result of the Hokage's incognito visit, a habit he would carry into the future, checking in on his village's most interesting souls. Ragnar was not surprised by the informality. Training alone out here? Hiruzen asked, his tone light, conversational. Why not with the other students? Ragnar understood the probe hidden within the casual question. He considered his answer carefully, shaping the truth into an acceptable form. Hokage-sama, you know my background. I am a survivor. The shinobi world has shown me its cruelty firsthand. Strength is not a luxury for me, it is the only wall between myself and that cruelty returning. Strength only for self-preservation? Hiruzen asked, his eyes kind but piercing. Of course not, Ragnar replied, his voice steady, betraying no flicker of the calculation behind his words. Strength to protect those who become important. Strength to defend the village that saved my life and gave me shelter. He tied his purpose to Konoha's well-being without a hint of hesitation or false emotion. He had no intention of making an enemy of the village, not while he was still growing, still vulnerable. But it was a conditional loyalty, a fact he kept buried deeper than any secret technique. Hiruzen listened and nodded, a genuine warmth entering his expression. This was the balance he sought. A shinobi needed the will to fight and kill, yes, but that drive had to be rooted in something to protect, in bonds. Without that core, a ninja was merely a sophisticated weapon, a walking ghost. It was this spirit, the will of fire, that ensured Konoha's survival. To think that way is commendable, my boy, the Hokage said, his voice softening into a grandfatherly tone. The village has perhaps neglected you in recent days. I hope you can understand the current climate. The great village's posture and scheme, each vying for dominance. It makes ordinary people fearful, and they sometimes direct that fear at those from outside, like yourself. It is an unfortunate symptom of the times. I understand, Hokage-sama, Ragnar answered. It is human nature. He was no naive 3-year-old, nor a hot-headed youth who took every slight as a world-ending insult. Respect was not given, it was earned, through demonstrated worth and power. Until the scales were balanced, expecting open arms was a fool's errand. Sarutobi Hiruzen's satisfaction grew. The boy was wise beyond his years, pragmatic without being cynical. Such a junior was worth investing in. His tone shifted, becoming more direct. Ragnar, the matter with the Uchiha clan. They will not let it rest easily. I would hope for the Hokage's judgment in this matter, Ragnar said, clasping his hands and bowing slightly, neatly placing the problem and its solution back into the leader's lap. Ha! Hiruzen gave a soft chuckle. This was precisely the dynamic he sought to encourage, village loyalty superseding clan grievance. The Uchiha are a founding clan. Their strength and pride are considerable. Even the Hokage must navigate their concerns carefully. He let the statement hang, watching Ragnar absorb the implicit warning. However, with your current level of skill, remaining in the academy is a waste of your potential. I am authorizing your early graduation. You will report to the ANBU for training and assignment. Ragnar bowed again, deeper this time. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Do not thank me. You have earned this with your own 2 fists, Hiruzen said, waving off the gratitude. In ANBU, you will be under the direct command of the Hokage. It will offer you a measure of protection the Uchiha cannot easily bypass. More importantly, it will provide the challenges necessary to hone that remarkable strength of yours. Ragnar took a quiet, internal breath. Joining ANBU was the safest, most logical path forward. It offered legitimacy, high-intensity missions that would translate to system experience, and a shield against clan politics. It was an ideal forge for his growing power. His thoughts, however, drifted to the one person in the village who had shown him unasked for, grim kindness. He looked up, meeting the Hokage's gaze. Hokage-sama. During the tournament, I did not see my instructor, Yamada-sensei. Yamada. Hiruzen's expression became professionally neutral. He was assigned a confidential mission. He has already left the village. He offered no details, and Ragnar knew better than to ask for any. A genin, even a graduating one, had no clearance for such information. But Ragnar didn't need details. The pieces were already clear. A confidential mission outside the village. The rising tension in the world. The instructor who spoke of his own deployment as a death sentence. The Second Great Shinobi World War was no longer a specter on the horizon. It was here, its first scouts already moving in the shadows. The great villages, restless and hungry, would never be content. The Land of Wind, with its desolate deserts and scarce resources, perpetually eyed Konoha's fertile lands with naked envy. Who wouldn't? Konoha's bounty wasn't mere luck. It was the legacy of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, who had walked the land and with a thought, raised forests from barren soil. It was the work of the second, Tobirama, who could summon rivers to quench droughts. They had shaped paradise with their will. Now they were gone, and every predator smelled opportunity. Ragnar's mind worked coldly. He had to get stronger, faster. If the war turned desperate, even academy-aged genin would be thrown into the grinder. He'd seen it in the vague memories of this world. Children like Kakashi and Obito, born in war, fighting in war. He would not be cannon fodder. After a few more minutes of benign conversation about his training and living conditions, the third Hokage took his leave, melting back into the lengthening shadows of the forest with a shinobi's silent grace. Ragnar watched him go, the friendly grandfather gone, replaced once more by the calculating Kage. He stood motionless as the last sliver of sun vanished, painting the sky in deep purples and blues. His future was now set. No more academy. ANBU. The path was steeper, darker, and far more dangerous. Later, after a brutal final training session and a cold shower that did little to ease the ache in his bones, Ragnar sat cross-legged on the floor of his sparse room. He turned his focus inward, to the system, to tally the true spoils of his victory over Minato. He summoned his status panel. Host, Ragnar. Abilities, Conqueror's Haki LV2, Observation Haki LV2, Armament Haki LV3, Tornado, LV2, Shave, LV2. Next level requires 10,000 EXP. Devil Fruit, Tori Tori no Mi, Model, Phoenix, LV2. Next level requires 1,000 EXP. Experience, 1,650/10,000. A dilemma presented itself. He had a significant chunk of experience. Should he pour it into advancing his Haki, the foundational power that had carried him this far? Or into the Phoenix Fruit, his ultimate trump card, still largely untested? The fruit's power had remained hidden during the tournament, a card kept close to his chest. In the shinobi world, a lack of hidden techniques was a fast track to an early grave. The answer, after a moment of cold logic, was clear. Versatility was survival. A new level of the mythical Zoan would grant more than just power, it would grant options. System, he commanded inwardly. Upgrade the Phoenix Fruit. Instantly, 1,000 experience points vanished from his reserve. The number dropped to 650. A wave of profound, alien warmth blossomed from his very core, different from Chakra, more primal. It was the surge of the devil fruit evolving. Tori Tori no Mi, Model, Phoenix, Level 3. The power settled within him, a sleeping inferno now banked higher and hotter. He flexed his fingers, feeling the potential simmer under his skin. At Level 2, his armament Haki could shatter C-rank ninjutsu. At Level 3, it had obliterated Minato's A-rank technique, though the boy's limited chakra had undoubtedly held the jutsu back from its true, apocalyptic potential. His assessment of his own strength was clinical. With his current arsenal, Haki, fruit, physical prowess, and the self-created Rasengan, he was no mere genin. His combat power sat firmly at the level of an elite chunin, perhaps even knocking on the door of the lower ranks of the jounin. He was an anomaly, a fact that would draw both opportunity and deadly attention in the days to come. He closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to plan. The academy was behind him. The forest of death, a memory. Now, he stepped into the shadows of ANBU. The real training was about to begin. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. 20% off for a week. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. I believe we can do it. Check out the new Naruto fanfic as well. 25, Chapter 25, An Unexpected Guest, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 25, An Unexpected Guest, Bonus Chapter. After upgrading the devil fruit, Ragnar turned his attention to the other prize from his victory, the silver treasure chest that had materialized after his duel with Namikaze Minato. This was not his first chest, so the process was met with calm focus rather than breathless excitement. The lid of the ethereal chest swung open of its own accord, spilling a soft, white light. Suspended within was a silver card. As Ragnar focused on it, information streamed directly into his consciousness. Navy 6 powers, Moonwalk. Uses tremendous leg strength to kick off the air itself, creating footholds of compressed atmosphere. Allows the user to walk on air as if ascending invisible stairs. Cannot maintain altitude indefinitely. A rare, genuine smile touched Ragnar's lips. This was a superb and unexpected surprise. Shave and Moonwalk were perfect complements. Shave was a high-explosive, ground-based burst of speed, like teleportation. Moonwalk granted vertical mobility and aerial maneuverability. Together, they would make his movement three-dimensional and unpredictable. Without hesitation, he used the bulk of his remaining 650 experience points to upgrade the new technique. The points drained away, leaving a meager reserve, but the knowledge and muscle memory for Moonwalk, LV2, solidified in his mind, granting greater airtime and control. The next morning, Ragnar's remote cabin welcomed another unexpected visitor. The princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade herself. Ragnar was in the middle of his brutal regimen, his body a symphony of straining muscle and pounding blood as he drove himself against the ironclad post, challenging the absolute limits of his endurance. He did not notice her arrival. Tsunade leaned against the doorframe, observing. She wore a simple, light yellow, tight-fitting top, her sleeves rolled up to reveal slender, toned arms. Her golden hair was tied back in a casual ponytail that swayed against her waist with her idle movements. Her feet were in simple Geta sandals, the picture of casual, lazy confidence. She crossed her arms, watching the boy. His bare upper body was slick with sweat, each defined muscle cord with effort. The bandages on his fists were a gruesome dark red, soaked through with a mixture of old blood and fresh. A strange, unfamiliar feeling stirred in her chest, a pang of something like pity, mixed with deep respect. At his age, she had been carefree, protected by the legacy of her grandfather. She had never needed to forge herself against unyielding iron with raw desperation. For a moment, the hardened Kunoichi felt a purely feminine, emotional tug towards this much younger, fiercely isolated boy. Training like you're trying to kill yourself, kid. She called out, her voice cutting through the rhythmic thuds. Ragnar's fist paused mid-swing. He didn't turn, but his observation Haki had already registered her presence the moment she spoke. I only believe in what I can forge with my own 2 fists, he stated, his voice flat. Then, without another word, he resumed. 100 punches, 200, 300, then side kicks, squats, a relentless cycle of self-imposed torment. Beyond Haki and devil fruits, Ragnar had discovered that as his Haki levels increased, his base physique was quietly evolving, growing denser, tougher, more resilient. It mirrored the absurd innate toughness of the people from the world of his system, where even ordinary marines could perform superhuman feats. The pain was a price he paid willingly. He craved this feeling of tangible growth, of limits being broken. After another solid hour, he finally stopped, his body steaming in the cool morning air. He glanced over. Tsunade was still there. At some point, she'd even found a stool to sit on, looking like a spectator at a particularly grueling play. Finished? She asked, one eyebrow arched. For now, Ragnar replied, grabbing a rough towel to wipe the sweat from his face and chest. Now I see how you beat Konoha's precious golden boy, Tsunade said, standing and walking towards him. This isn't training. It's a form of controlled self-destruction. If talent is lacking, effort must fill the gap, he countered, his breath already steadying. Tsunade stopped right in front of him. She was a full head taller, and her dark brown eyes studied him with a clinical, yet oddly gentle, intensity. Heh, most people who train like this just break. I wonder how a brat like you managed to bend the rules. As she spoke, her hand darted out, fingers spread towards his shoulder. Ragnar's instinct screamed to evade. His muscles twitched, ready to employ shave. But his observation Haki, constantly active at a low hum, detected not a shred of malice from her. This was Tsunade. He forced himself to stillness. Her hand landed on his bare shoulder, firm and warm. Good. Control your reflexes. Don't be a twitchy rabbit, she said, approval flashing in her eyes. Her touch was unexpectedly soft, a contrast to the callous strength he could feel in her grip. They were close. Very close. He could smell the faint, clean scent of her soap and something uniquely herbal, feel the warmth radiating from her. The skin under her palm felt acutely sensitive, a hot, tingling point of contact. Thump, thump, thump. His heart, traitorously, began to beat a faster rhythm against his ribs. He had the body of a child, but the consciousness and perceptions of a grown man. The proximity to a woman like Tsunade, powerful, confident, and undeniably attractive, was a novel and disconcerting experience. He quickly looked down, focusing on the packed earth, afraid his face might betray the sudden, unwelcome flush of warmth he felt. Strange. Your skin temperature just spiked, kid, Tsunade mused, her hand still resting on his shoulder, feeling the subtle change. She looked down at his averted face, her sharp mind connecting the dots in 2 seconds flat. A knowing, utterly mischievous grin spread across her beautiful features. Don't tell me, are you blushing? No. Ragnar's reply was ice cold, his head still turned. He would not admit to any such thing. TCH. Sure you aren't, Tsunade snorted, her grin widening. She looked at him with the seasoned expression of someone who'd seen it all. The Konoha Sannin were also known as the 3 dens of Konoha, for a reason: perversion, gambling, and poison. Spending years with Jiraiya and Orochimaru meant Tsunade was far from naive. She knew exactly what was happening. Oh, my damnable charm, she thought with an internal, wry laugh. Even this little ice block isn't immune. In the shinobi world, children grew up fast. This was just proof. Seeing the deliberate, stiff coldness on his face, she decided to spare him further teasing. The playful glint faded, replaced by professional focus. She channeled chakra into her palm. Ragnar stiffened for a new reason. A warm, profoundly soothing energy seeped through her touch and into his body. It was pure, vibrant, and brimming with vitality. He glanced at the soft, greenish aura emanating from her hand and understood. Medical ninjutsu. She was healing him. She's genuinely kind, the thought surfaced, surprising him with its simplicity. Tsunade's chakra was a river of life. It flowed through his overtaxed muscles, soothed the micro-tears in his fibers, and mended the deep bruises on his bones. The lingering fatigue and hidden damage from his relentless training melted away as if washed clean. The sensation was sublime, like sinking into a perfect, healing hot spring after a year in the frozen tundra. It was a comfort so deep and complete he had no frame of reference for it. If he could have frozen a single moment in time, just to exist within this feeling of absolute, cared-for relief, he might have been tempted. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. 20% off for a week. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. I believe we can do it. Check out the new Naruto fanfic as well. 26, Chapter 26, The Path to the Shadows, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 26, The Path to the Shadows, Bonus Chapter. The profound warmth of Tsunade's healing chakra lingered for a moment after she withdrew her hand, a ghost of comfort in his muscles and bones. As the premier medical ninja in the world, her reputation was unquestionably earned. Her healing jutsu was nothing short of miraculous, a fact that would one day be proven when she survived being bisected by a Susanoo blade. Ragnar flexed his arms, rolled his shoulders. Not a single twinge of pain remained. Every ounce of fatigue was gone, replaced by a state of peak readiness, his mind sharp and his spirit clear. Tsunade took a subtle, steadying breath, channeling that level of healing was never trivial, and then spoke, her tone observational. Honestly, with the way you train, hammering your body past its breaking point every day, I expected to find a network of microfractures and torn ligaments. A body full of ticking time bombs. But she tilted her head, studying him with renewed interest. Your physical foundation is rock solid. No hidden injuries at all. Seems I worried for nothing. Yeah, Ragnar replied, a note of genuine surprise in his own voice. The concern about long-term damage from his brutal regimen had always been a quiet worry in the back of his mind, one he'd buried under the more immediate need for power. To have an expert like Tsunade confirm his body was not only intact but exceptionally robust was a significant relief. This resilience, he realized, had to be linked to Haki. Since reaching level 3, the transformation of his physique had been palpable. His defense, speed, raw strength, and even his natural recovery had all skyrocketed, placing him in a different category from a typical shinobi. He recalled the legends from the system's world, figures like the marine hero Garp, who maintained a physique that defied age, likely because they had tempered their bodies by cultivating Haki to a transcendent degree. In pure Haki attainment, they stood above even emperors. Kid, Tsunade said, shifting topics. The old man told me you're joining ANBU. Yes. I am grateful for the Hokage's consideration, Ragnar answered, his tone carefully neutral. TCH. Join ANBU, and you'll pretty much vanish from public view, you know, Tsunade said with a sigh that held a strange note of regret. Does ANBU restrict personal freedom? Ragnar asked immediately, his mind already calculating contingencies. If it meant being caged, he would need a new plan. No, not like that, Tsunade clarified, waving a hand. You'll have your off time. But ANBU serves directly under the Hokage. The missions are almost always classified, and they often take operatives outside the village for extended periods. Plus, she fixed him with a look. ANBU identities are secret. Once you're in, even I won't officially know which mask is yours. You become a ghost in the village's machine. I see. Thank you for explaining, Ragnar said, the information slotting into his mental map of the path ahead. Don't mention it. It's not a state secret. You'd find out soon enough anyway, Tsunade shrugged, her nonchalance seemingly genuine. Ragnar studied her. She was undeniably beautiful, possessing a vibrant, fearless charm that was rare in their grim world. Young, powerful, and unburdened by the cynicism that would later claim her, she was the kind of person who naturally drew others in. If he weren't physically a child, he wasn't sure how he'd react to that presence. The thought led to a blunt, uncharacteristically personal question. Tsunade, sister, why are you being so kind to me? The air stilled for a second. What did you just call me? Tsunade blinked, a look of pure, comical disbelief on her face, as if she'd misheard. Sister Tsunade, Ragnar repeated, without hesitation. She was older. She had saved his life. She had just healed him. The title, in this context, felt appropriate, a small token for the unexpected warmth she'd shown. Ha ha. Tsunade's laughter burst out, rich and full of surprise. This cold, solitary little block of ice could be polite. Say it again, for your sister. Heh, Ragnar responded, rolling his eyes this time, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk touching his lips. Tsunade wasn't offended. The sound of him calling her sister was oddly satisfying. Her expression softened. Why? I pulled you out of that ruined village. I suppose I feel responsible. Oh, Ragnar said, the simple syllable holding a weight of understanding. Tsunade looked at his young, serious face and felt a pang. She thought of her own little brother, Noeke, who talked big about being Hokage but whose skills were, frankly, a mess she couldn't bear to watch. It would be nice if he had even a fraction of this kid's grim self-sufficiency. Seeming to come to a decision, she reached into her clothing and pulled out a tightly wound white scroll. She held it out to him. What is this? Ragnar asked, eyeing it warily. The training method for the strength of 100 seal, and my personal notes on chakra-enhanced strength, she said matter-of-factly. You have that strange, hard power. It's not the same, but the principles of focusing power might be useful. If you have any latent aptitude for it, this could help you unlock it. Ragnar didn't take it. He shook his head. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Tsunade's brow furrowed. She stepped forward and shoved the scroll firmly into his hands, ignoring his resistance. Don't be stubborn, brat. Consider it a gift for calling me sister. And you're walking into ANBU. Danger will be your new shadow. The more tools you have, the better your chances of walking back out. Before he could formulate another refusal, she took a quick step back. Be careful, kid. Poof. With a burst of smoke and a practiced body flicker, she was gone, leaving Ragnar standing alone, the weight of the scroll suddenly immense in his hands. For a long moment, he simply stood there. In this village of hidden blades and whispered politics, he had just been given a genuine, unasked-for kindness. It was a warmth he had almost forgotten could exist. Later that day, Ragnar made one last visit to the Ninja Academy to formalize his early graduation. The instructors, already briefed by the Hokage's office and well aware of the tournament champion, processed the paperwork with bureaucratic efficiency. He was handed the Konoha forehead protector. The metal plate felt cool and heavy. He looked at it, then, instead of placing it on his brow like most, he methodically tied it around his left bicep. Something about wearing it on his forehead felt performative. This felt more practical, a tool at the ready. The village had no strict rules on the matter. A shinobi's loyalty wasn't in the placement of the headband, but in their blood and actions. Afterward, he walked the familiar, now hollow-seeming halls of the academy one final time. Once he stepped out, he would no longer be a student in a controlled environment. He would be a genin, a tiny cog in the vast, bloody machine of the shinobi world, subject to its brutal tests. He would be a ghost in ANBU's ranks. He realized he hadn't seen Kushina all day. There would be no chance for a goodbye. The thought was a slight, unexpected tug, quickly suppressed. Sentiment was a luxury his path could ill afford. As dusk painted the sky in deep blues and purples, Ragnar returned to his cabin. He was not alone. An ANBU operative was already waiting, leaning silently against the wall as if carved from shadow. The man wore the standard porcelain animal mask, this one depicting a stylized, fierce dog, and the head-to-toe black uniform of the force. The operative spoke, his voice filtered and emotionless through the mask. "Ragnar, I am your induction officer. Codename, Tengu." He held out a bundle of black fabric, a smaller set of the ANBU uniform, sans armor and mask for now. Ragnar gave a short, acknowledging nod. "Understood. Your situation is unique," Tengu continued, his tone devoid of any inflection. "Early graduation. Therefore, you do not become a full ANBU operative immediately. You will enter as a probationary candidate. To earn the mask and become a true operative of the Hokage, you must pass a series of assessments and screenings. Is this clear?" "Clear," Ragnar replied, his own voice flat. So, he was an intern, a trainee in the shadows. It made sense. A real ANBU member needed to master encrypted communications, complex infiltration protocols, and a dozen other deadly arts beyond simple combat. "Follow me." Without another word, Tengu's form blurred. There was a soft poof of displaced air, and he vanished from the spot, leaving only a faint wisp of white smoke. Ragnar did not hesitate. He tightened the strap of his new headband on his arm, secured the bundle of black clothing, and with a focused exertion of leg strength, employed shave. The world became a blur as he shot forward, following the nearly imperceptible trail of the shinobi who had just stepped into the world Ragnar was now entering, the world of the shadows. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. 20% off for a week. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. I believe we can do it. Check out the new Naruto fanfic as well. 27, Chapter 27, Into the Shadows, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 27, Into the Shadows, Bonus Chapter. Under the cold light of the moon, across the rooftops of sleeping Konoha, the ANBU operative Tengu moved like a phantom. He employed the body flicker technique, vanishing from one tiled crest only to materialize on another distant gable, his form a blur of black against the starry sky. His technique was flawless, the mark of an elite operative specializing in speed and stealth, a ghost meant to leave no trace. But tonight, this ghost had a shadow. Following at a precise, unchanging distance was another figure, moving not with the chakra-fueled shunshin, but with a series of powerful, ground-shattering kicks against the roof tiles, shave. Each kick launched him forward in a near-instantaneous burst, keeping perfect pace with the flickering ANBU. It was Ragnar. For him, compared to the nuanced chakra control of the body flicker, shave was an extension of his own will, pure explosive power. He followed, a silent observer, curious to see just how long the ANBU could maintain this taxing display. The Tengu ahead was inwardly reeling. As the assigned handler for this genius, part of his role was to provide a humbling first lesson, to show the boy the vast gap between academy prowess and the real world of ANBU. He'd planned to lose him effortlessly, then reappear with a stern lecture on humility and perseverance. But reality was proving inconvenient. A dozen consecutive body flickers, then 20. His chakra reserves, substantial for a Chunin, were draining at an alarming rate. The key insult? The boy behind him wasn't even breathing hard. In the glimpses he stole, Ragnar looked almost bored, his eyes occasionally flicking up to the moon as if on a casual night stroll. Does this kid have no limit? Tengu thought, frustration bubbling. No, one more. A longer distance. I will reclaim some dignity here. He poured more chakra into his next flicker, pushing his range to its limit, appearing on a rooftop near the village's outer wall. He landed, muscles trembling slightly from the strain, and whirled around. There, landing softly a mere 10 meters behind him, was Ragnar. Same distance. Same infuriatingly composed demeanor. Huff. Tengu's breath hitched. It was no use. He was running on fumes. Abandoning the rooftops, he dropped down into the silent, lamplit streets of Konoha and came to a stop, trying to mask his exhaustion with stillness. Ragnar landed beside him a moment later, tilting his head. Tengu-san, why come down? The view is better from the roofs. Tengu's silence was profound. A strangled, hoarse noise finally emerged from behind the dog mask. Walking is beneficial for one's health. Without another word, he turned and began striding with deliberate, ground-eating steps towards the Hokage tower. Ragnar fell into step beside him, a low, amused sound escaping his lips before he could stifle it. The Tengu's step faltered for a fraction of a second. His jaw tightened behind the porcelain. This Ragnar was indeed the monster the third had named him. But to be outdone in raw mobility by a rookie, it stung. Konoha at night was a place of whispers and shadows, the civilian population safely behind locked doors. Their journey ended not at the tower's grand entrance, but at a nondescript service door near its foundation. With a series of hand seals and a pulse of chakra from Tengu, the wall itself seemed to ripple, revealing a descending staircase swallowed by darkness. The ANBU headquarters. As the name implied, it existed where the light did not reach, deep beneath Konoha, directly under the Hokage's seat of power. Connected by a network of secure passages, it was a place where the Hokage's will could become action in the space of a heartbeat. The air grew cool and carried a faint scent of damp stone and metal. Though subterranean, the space was not cramped but vast, a hidden city of purpose. In the gloom, shadows resolved into black and white-clad figures wearing animal masks, moving with silent urgency. Some glanced at the unfamiliar boy following Tengu, their gaze lingering for a assessing moment before moving on. The atmosphere was one of grim, focused efficiency. It felt less like a military base and more like the heart of a deadly, precision machine. Tengu led him on a brisk tour, his voice a low monotone. This chamber is for mission assignment and debriefing. This armory provides custom weapon and gear fabrication. All costs are covered. The archives contain scrolls for ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu. Access is permitted based on clearance. That training ground is for spars. They are, typically conclusive. Ragnar absorbed it all, mapping the layout of his new world. Finally, they entered a secluded room, lit only by guttering candles set in wall sconces. The flickering light danced over rows of wooden shelves that lined the walls. And on those shelves, staring out with empty eyes, were masks. Dozens of them. Dog faces, cat faces, blank visages, demons, and wrathful deities. An ANBU operative is a ghost. The mask is your first and most essential tool. It hides your identity, your emotions, your humanity. Choose, Tengu intoned. Ragnar walked slowly along the shelves. The faces of beasts and spirits gazed back. His hand passed over a snarling wolf, a placid ox, a blank slate. Then he stopped. His fingers closed around a mask the color of dried blood, its features carved into a nightmarish visage of fury, a Rakshasa. He lifted it and put it on. The world narrowed through the eye slits. The cool porcelain against his skin felt like a barrier, a new skin. The terrifying face he now wore was not his own, and in that separation, he felt a strange liberation. He was no longer Ragnar, the refugee, the student. He was a masked instrument. Tengu said nothing about the choice. The psychological fortitude required to wear any of these masks was the first, unspoken test. ANBU imposes few restrictions on personal freedom, Tengu stated, his voice echoing slightly in the small room. But the ones that exist are absolute, obey orders. Loyalty to the Hokage and the village. Never reveal your identity. Break these, and you cease to exist. Understood, Ragnar's voice came out slightly muffled, distorted by the mask. Do I get a codename now? Not yet. You are a candidate. A codename and operational number are bestowed when you become a full operative. With that, Tengu seemed to dismiss him. ANBU was perpetually busy. A handler's time was not for babysitting. Left to his own devices, Ragnar explored. The base was a labyrinth of silent corridors and purposeful activity. He found his way to the equipment supply area. On a shelf, among kunao pouches and wire spools, he saw a stack of plain white paper. Chakra affinity test paper, a voice said from beside a rack of scrolls. Another ANBU, this one with a fox mask, had appeared without a sound. Detects your natural chakra transformations. Ragnar nodded. He was genuinely curious. How does it work? Place it in your palm. Channel your chakra into it. The paper's reaction will show your innate affinities. The fox mask operative handed him a single sheet. Ragnar did as instructed. He focused, drawing up the blue energy from his core, letting it flow into his palm and into the paper. The reaction was immediate and dramatic. First, the paper wrinkled, as if suddenly aged and dehydrated. Then, before his eyes, it split cleanly into two separate pieces. Finally, both pieces blackened at the edges and crumbled into fine, gray ash that drifted from his palm. The fox-masked ANBU let out a low whistle, a rare breach of professional detachment. 3 transformations. And potent ones. Wind that cuts. Lightning that splits. Fire that consumes. Remarkable. Most shinobi had 1 strong affinity. Those of notable talent had 2. 3 was the mark of exceptional potential, a rare versatility. Innate chakra nature dictated which elemental ninjutsu a shinobi could learn most easily without understanding these transformations. Manipulating chakra for complex techniques was nearly impossible, as the taijutsu specialist, Rock Lee, would later prove. The test paper was a guide, pointing a ninja toward their natural strengths. In theory, with enough understanding, any transformation could be mastered. The third Hokage, the professor, was said to have mastered all 5. Copy ninja like Heitake Kakashi could replicate 1,000 jutsu because he understood the fundamental principles behind their chakra nature. Ragnar looked at the dust in his palm, then closed his fist. Wind, lightning, fire. Elements of speed, piercing power, and destruction. They fit. They fit very well indeed. Behind the blood-red Rakshasa mask, no one could see his smile. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. 20% off for a week. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face 4 every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. I believe we can do it. Check out the new Naruto fanfic as well. 28, Chapter 28, The Shadow's Arsenal, Bonus Chapter. We did it. We reached 100 power stones. Here is your chapter as promised. Next goal 150 power stones. Hugging face. Chapter 28, The Shadow's Arsenal, Bonus Chapter. The knowledge of his triple chakra affinity, wind, lightning, fire, opened a new tactical map in Ragnar's mind. It wasn't about learning 100 different jutsu, it was about understanding the principles behind them, giving him a vast potential toolkit to draw from. Leaving the supply area, he sought out the heart of ANBU's knowledge, the ninjutsu archive. The room was cavernous, easily hundreds of square meters, lit by cool, steady glows from embedded crystals. Row upon row of meticulously organized shelves held scrolls of varying ages and materials, categorized and labeled. The scope was impressive, ranging from the most basic E-rank techniques to theoretical S-rank scrolls, though the latter were undoubtedly locked away deeper. The archive accessible to general ANBU operatives held techniques up to B-rank. A-rank and above required Jonin status, monumental contributions to Konoha, or a master willing to vouch for you. The average Chunin might only ever master a handful of C-rank techniques. Minato's use of the A-rank Shuriken Shadow Clone technique was a clear exception, almost certainly a direct gift from his mentor, Jiraiya. Konoha's rules were strict, only Jonin could teach such high-level arts, and only to students whose loyalty to the village and the will of fire was beyond question, a box Minato checked effortlessly. Without ANBU, Ragnar's path to such knowledge would have been grinding through missions for merit points or finding a Jonin patron. Tsunade's gift of the strength of 100 seal notes was, in many ways, more valuable than any single A-rank scroll. But now, as an ANBU candidate, a direct instrument of the Hokage, the archives were open to him. He scanned the orderly rows. The shelves were divided into 3 major sections, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. The ninjutsu section dwarfed the others, further subdivided into the 5 basic natures, wind, lightning, water, fire, earth. The sheer volume was a testament to Konoha's accumulated power. Yet, Ragnar felt little pull towards the elemental scrolls. Mastering the fundamental change in chakra nature was the true key. Once he grasped how to transform his chakra into wind's cutting edge, lightning's piercing fury, or fire's consuming rage, the individual techniques would follow. The Rasengan in his hand could become a wind release, Rasen Shuriken. A simple thrust could carry the lethal precision of a lightning cutter. And with his control over blue phoenix flames, why would he need to learn a standard fireball? His goal was specific. He moved past the elemental sections to a smaller, more eclectic area labeled specialized and non-elemental ninjutsu. His fingers trailed over scrolls until they stopped on one. Shadow Clone Technique. Rank B allows the creation of physical, autonomous clones. Clones can perform tasks, gather information, and upon dispersion, return their experiences and knowledge to the user. This was it. The most critical tool for any shinobi seeking exponential growth, and the one most suited to his unique needs. He unrolled the scroll just enough, committing the required hand seals, ram snake tiger, and the precise chakra molding principles to memory. He then carefully returned it to its place. Removing scrolls was forbidden. The knowledge here was for in situ study only. The fact that a certain blonde genin had once gotten away with stealing a forbidden scroll spoke more to his protected status than any lax security. The ANBU complex contained dedicated, soundproof training chambers. Ragnar claimed one, the heavy stone door sealing him in silence. Standing in the center of the bare, lamplit room, he focused. He cycled his chakra, feeling its flow, and brought his hands together in the sequence. Ram, snake, tiger. Shadow Clone Technique. Blue chakra flickered around him, pulling from his reserves and coalescing beside him. Poof! A cloud of white smoke billowed, clearing to reveal an exact duplicate of himself standing a meter away. The sensation was profoundly strange. This wasn't a reflection. It was a separate entity that was also fundamentally him. The clone looked back, an identical pair of cool eyes assessing. I look more severe than I imagined, Ragnar mused aloud. Coming from me, that's a bit rich, the clone replied, its voice a perfect match. But accurate. Ragnar started. You know my thoughts. Within a certain range, yes. Vision, sensory input, cognitive processes, they're shared. I am you. For now, the clone explained. Interesting. If you know what I'm thinking, then you know what I want to test next, Ragnar said, a spark of anticipation in his eyes. The clone's expression shifted to one of focused readiness. It didn't speak. Instead, it clenched its fist, and a familiar, dark sheen crawled up its arm. Armament Haki, hardening. The clone's fist became a black, metallic weapon. Ragnar felt a surge of triumph. The shadow clone can use Haki. Did that mean it could theoretically wield all his system-granted abilities? The implications were staggering. Perfect, Ragnar stated. No time to waste. We train. He formed the seals again. Poof. A second clone appeared, standing beside the first. Now, with his chakra divided 3 ways, he felt the distinct drain, a lightheadedness he pushed aside. He issued silent, mental commands. One clone focused on cycling and pushing the limits of the 3 Haki, seeking deeper comprehension. The second clone began drilling the Navy's 6 powers, focusing on the synergy between Shave and the newly acquired Moonwalk. Ragnar himself sat cross-legged on the stone floor. He pulled the scroll Tsunade had given him from his attire and carefully broke the simple seal. He unrolled it. Dense, neat handwriting filled the parchment, interspersed with concise diagrams of chakra pathways. Secret technique, the strength of 100, preliminary principles. The user achieves precise chakra control, distributing chakra evenly throughout the entire body's network. The chakra coats the muscles and bones, enhancing them. Upon impact, the chakra is released in a concentrated burst, generating tremendous force capable of shattering stone and steel. Ragnar nodded slowly. The principle of precise chakra distribution wasn't foreign. With observation Haki, he could sense the flow of energy within himself with exquisite detail. Coating the body with chakra to enhance it was conceptually similar to armament Haki, an external reinforcement. But a question nagged at him. If it were that simple, why was Tsunade's legendary strength so feared? Why could she, with a single punch, alter battlefields and terrify Kage-level opponents? He read further, delving into Tsunade's personal notes scribbled in the margins. And there, he found the core. The true secret isn't mere distribution. It is condensation and release. The chakra is not just spread thin. It is gathered from every cell, compressed with immense focus to a single point, a fingertip, a knuckle, and held there under impossible tension. Then, upon contact, it is not just released, it is detonated. The power of the entire body, focused into a space the size of a coin. It wasn't just enhancement. It was the transformation of the body into a living, focused explosion. Ragnar's eyes gleamed behind his focused expression. This wasn't just a taijutsu supplement. This was a principle that could be hybridized. What if he combined this chakra condensation with the already immense force of level 3 armament Haki? What if he focused it through a single phoenix-enhanced flame? He closed his eyes, the scroll resting in his lap. In the silence of the training room, 3 identical figures, one seated, 2 moving in blurs of brutal efficiency, began their separate yet unified paths toward a single goal: absolute, overwhelming power. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. 20% off for a week. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. I believe we can do it. Check out the new Naruto fanfic as well. 29, Chapter 29, The Crucible of the Shadows. Chapter 29, The Crucible of the Shadows. The true essence of Tsunade's secret technique was not mere reinforcement, but compression. The act of gathering the latent power from every muscle fiber, every sinew, every ounce of chakra-infused vitality, and condensing it into a single, infinitesimal point of release. In theory, a shinobi who could achieve 100% compression, harnessing every iota of their physical and chakra potential into a single strike, would stand at the pinnacle of the world, needing no ninjutsu to command awe. But as Tsunade's notes candidly admitted, that was a fantasy. The human body was a fragile vessel. Attempting total compression would likely cause it to rupture from the inside out. Even Tsunade, with her senju vitality and unparalleled chakra control, could only manage a stable compression ratio of 40 to 50%. The practice was deceptively simple in concept, fiendishly complex in execution. It demanded exquisite, granular control over one's own biology. How does one measure 10% compression? How does one direct power from the extremities to a central point without causing internal damage? It required a profound, almost surgical understanding of the body, a field where Tsunade, as the world's greatest medical ninja, reigned supreme. Coupled with her lineage as a descendant of Ashura, her chakra naturally brimming with potent yang vitality, she was uniquely equipped to wield such a dangerous power. 100%. Ragnar murmured, the ambition a cold spark in his mind. How far can I push it? He shelved the grandiose thought. Power was built brick by brick. The scroll outlined the first step, coating the body's surface with a uniform layer of chakra. With his experience molding armament Haki over his limbs, this was trivial. A flicker of focus, and a faint, shimmering blue aura clung to his skin. The second step, compression, was the true hurdle. Tsunade's notes provided the key, a force generation method called spiral force. It utilized a spiraling, inward-whirling motion of chakra to gather and condense power from the body's periphery toward a focal point. Spiral force. The principle was strikingly similar to the Rasengan. The parallel was not lost on him. It seemed the greatest techniques often echoed the same fundamental truths. With a clear methodology, progress, while grueling, became possible. Time, measured only by the rhythm of his training and the shared fatigue of his clones, blurred. A week passed in the isolated stone chamber. His shadow clones were a force multiplier. One dedicated itself to pushing the boundaries of Haki, the other to refining Shave and Moonwalk into a seamless, three-dimensional movement style. Ragnar himself drilled the spiral force, his senses hyper-attuned by observation Haki to the flow of chakra within his own flesh. He learned to feel the weight of power in his limbs and began the agonizing process of drawing it inward. The results were tangible. His compression control stabilized at roughly 10%, a foundational, yet significant, step. More importantly, the constant, intense practice across 3 bodies had accelerated his system's growth. His experience points, earned through sheer exertion, had climbed to 800/10,000. The rate was far beyond his solitary training before. But perpetual seclusion was not the ANBU way. Strength needed to be tested, tempered in conflict. It was time to step out. The moment he opened the heavy training room door, a familiar presence solidified from the gloom. Tengu. The dog-masked operative stood silently, his posture assessing. A full week in the chamber. No breaks noted. It seems your reputation is not unearned, he stated, his voice neutral. Within ANBU, only the captains and Tengu, his designated handler, knew the face behind the red Rakshasa mask. To the rest, he was just another new ghost. I've made some progress. Care to test it? Ragnar asked, the offer casual but his intent sharp. Tengu almost accepted, the professional curiosity was there, but the memory of being effortlessly paced across Konoha's rooftops was a fresh bruise on his pride. He remained still. If you seek practical experience, I know a more suitable venue. He turned without waiting for a reply. Ragnar fell into step behind him. They navigated the labyrinthine underground complex, passing other masked operatives in the dim light. Interactions were minimal, a curt nod at most, often nothing at all. This was ANBU culture, anonymity bred detachment, which in turn forged the perfect, emotionless instrument. Their business was assassination, infiltration, and behind-the-lines butchery, work that left little room for camaraderie, especially in an era sliding toward total war. Finally, they entered a vast, cavernous space. The air here was different, charged, tense. At its center, 2 masked ANBU were locked in a vicious, silent duel. Kunao sparked, bodies blurred with body flickers, and compact, efficient ninjutsu, a torrent of water, a flash of fire, lit the arena. Around the perimeter, dozens of other operatives stood watching, utterly silent. No cheers, no gasps, just intense, clinical observation. A duel. Ragnar murmured, stopping at the edge of the crowd. Internal spars, Tengu confirmed, his voice low. No rules, save one, no intentional killing or maiming. The masks grant freedom. You can use anything in your arsenal without fear of your identity being linked to the technique. Ragnar understood. It was an underground fighting ring, sanitized and sanctioned. A perfect pressure valve and training tool. Total active operatives, 108. Divided into 3 platoons. Each platoon captain is a jonin. Among them are 36 jonin-level fighters, the rest are chunin, elite chunin, and special jonin, Tengu explained, his tone that of a briefing officer. To encourage proactive skill development, the captains maintain a roster. Rankings are determined here. He gestured to a large stone slate on one wall. It was etched with rows of symbols, stylized animal masks, and corresponding codenames. Ragnar's eyes scanned the list. 1. White Fang, the current ANBU captain. Heitake Sakumo. No surprise. 2. Red Sun, a codename he didn't recognize. 3. Serpent. His gaze lingered on the 3rd entry. Serpent. The pieces connected instantly. Orochimaru. Of course. The Sannin had served in ANBU, even led a squad. He'd almost forgotten the Snake Sunnin's deep roots in Konoha's Black Ops. A cold ripple of caution spread through him. Orochimaru of this era might not yet be the grotesque immortal he would become, but his curiosity was already legendary, and his morality was flexible. Being on his radar, even as an anonymous mask, was a variable that demanded respect and wariness. Ragnar filed the knowledge away, a mental note to operate with an extra layer of discretion. His eyes continued down the list, absorbing the hierarchy of ghosts. Do you wish to participate? Tengu asked, watching the masked boy beside him. It is the fastest way to learn what you are truly capable of, and what the shadows of Konoha are capable of. On the arena floor, one combatant landed a pinpoint strike that shattered the other's guard. The defeated operative vanished in a body flicker, conceding. The victor stood alone for a moment, chest heaving slightly beneath the uniform, then also disappeared into the surrounding darkness. A space had opened. The silent audience waited. Behind the blood-red Rakshasa mask, Ragnar's eyes narrowed. This was not the structured format of the Academy tournament. This was raw, unfiltered combat with seasoned killers. All right, he said, his voice emerging flat and distorted by the porcelain. Let's give it a try. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. 20% off for a week. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. I believe we can do it. We are at 14 members currently. We are close to 150 power stones. 30, Chapter 30, The Rakshasa's First Duel, Bonus Chapter. Bonus Chapter for 150 Power Stones. Thanks for that. Chapter 30, The Rakshasa's First Duel, Bonus Chapter. In the ANBU dueling arena, the air was thick with silent intensity. Two masked figures clashed in the center. One wore the mask of a boar, his physique noticeably larger and bulkier than the norm, yet he moved with surprising, deceptive agility, weaving through a storm of shuriken. His opponent wore a standard cat mask, his build unremarkable, offering no clues to his identity, the way of the shadows. The boar and the cat danced a lethal waltz, kunao scraping and sparking in a rapid-fire staccato that echoed sharply in the chamber's tomb-like quiet. The surrounding ANBU operatives were statues, their breath held, their eyes absorbing every detail. The boar's size and raw strength began to tell. In the close-quarter exchange, the cat ninja was forced back, parrying blows that rattled his guard. Bang! A final powerful shove from the boar created distance. The cat ninja didn't hesitate. His hands flew through a series of seals, fast and economical. Fire release, great fireball technique. He inhaled, his chest expanding, and exhaled a roaring sphere of orange flame. Heat washed over the front rows of spectators. The speed of the cast was telling. This was no academy student, this was a professional killer with refined efficiency. The boar, seemingly caught mid-step, had no time for seals or evasion. But as the fireball closed in, something impossible happened. The boar's right arm swelled, distorting under the fabric of his sleeve before bursting free, transformed into a monstrous, giant limb. The enlarged palm, fingers splayed, slammed forward into the heart of the fireball with a sound like a wet towel smothering a blaze. The flames guttered and died under the sheer, overwhelming force of the blow, leaving only tendrils of smoke. Expansion jutsu, Ragnar observed from the sidelines, his voice a low murmur. You recognize it? Tengu glanced at him, a hint of surprise in his tone. Ragnar didn't elaborate. He knew it, and more. This was a secret technique of the Akimika clan, allowing the user to selectively enlarge parts of their body. It existed outside the 5 basic chakra natures, a transformation rooted in the potent, life-giving power of yang release. If I could learn that. Ragnar's mind raced. Expansion jutsu to magnify a limb, then layer it with armament haki. The image was potent, a fist the size of a boulder, sheathed in unbreakable black armor. It was a combination that spoke of obliterating force. On the field, the boar ninja, having extinguished the fireball with his giant hand, didn't pause. He vanished with a body flicker, reappearing in front of the stunned cat ninja, the same colossal fist already descending like a warhammer. The cat ninja flinched, a cold sweat breaking out. I yield. The match was over. The boar stood victorious, the sheer, weird power of his clan's technique leaving a clear impression. The cat ninja melted back into the crowd. The boar remained in the center, a clear, unspoken challenge hanging in the silent air. No one immediately stepped forward to face that expanding fist. With your own, unique strength, you should test it, Tengu suggested, his voice barely audible. Ragnar gave a slight nod. He stepped forward, the motion drawing the gaze of every operative in the room. A ripple of silent attention passed through them. His mask, the blood-red, ferocious Rakshasa, was rare, almost unheard of. It marked him as an unknown, a new variable in their closed ecosystem. The boar ninja watched him approach, posture wary. Without a word, both raised their hands, forming the standard, single-handed seal of confrontation. The duel was accepted. No speeches, no boasts. Behind the masks, they were ciphers. This was freedom of the purest, most violent kind. The boar moved first. 3 shuriken leapt from his pouch into his giant, now normalized hand and were hurled in a tight, horizontal line. Ragnar sidestepped with casual ease, the weapons thudding into the stone floor behind him. Thud, thud, thud. The shuriken were a feint. The boar had already flickered, using the distraction to close the distance, his normal-sized fist driving for Ragnar's torso, a classic combination. Ragnar's analysis was cold and swift. Akimika clan. Primary strengths, taijutsu, brute force via expansion, high stamina. Likely weakness, sustained top-speed mobility. They rely on bursts via body flicker. The fist arrived, carrying compressed air. Shave. Ragnar disappeared. Not in a puff of chakra smoke, but in a violent displacement of air. He reappeared behind the boar. So fast. The boar grunted, already spinning, arms crossing to guard his back. Bang! Ragnar's punch, thrown with his full, monstrous physical strength, without haki, landed. The impact was solid, a dull, meaty sound. The boar's guard held, but his feet skidded several paces back on the stone, his boots scraping loudly. Ragnar didn't press. He used the recoil to create distance again, his movements clean and controlled. Impressive power, the boar acknowledged, flexing his stinging arms. I see your pattern, Ragnar stated, his voice filtered and flat by the mask. You're strong, not slow. But your mass is a tax. In a prolonged engagement, your stamina will deplete, and your speed will decay. You'll be left with the flicker, predictable and chakra-intensive. Like your opening move. Humph. Arrogant. The boar snorted. His right arm bulged again, muscle and skin distorting, expanding into the terrifying giant limb. You talk of prolonged fights. Try facing this head-on. He didn't wait. The giant fist, like a falling tree trunk, hammered down with enough force to crater the floor. Ragnar didn't retreat. Armament Haki, hardening. His own right fist, normal-sized, darkened to the color of forged iron. He didn't swing up to meet the blow, he simply held his fist in the descending fist's path, a black anvil awaiting the hammer. Boom! The collision was seismic. A shockwave of compressed air, visible as a white ring, exploded outwards from the point of impact. The stone beneath their feet didn't just crack, it pulverized in a web of fractures that spread meters in every direction. Dust plumed into the air. For a moment, they were locked, a titanic struggle between immense size and impossible density. The giant fist quivered, unable to drive the black fist down an inch. The boar's eyes, visible behind his mask, widened in shock. But he was a seasoned fighter. His other arm, still normal, now ballooned with terrifying speed, swinging in a devastating, sweeping backhand aimed to crush Ragnar from the side. The Rakshasa mask remained impassive. The real fight was just beginning. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. 20% off for a week. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. I believe we can do it. We are at 16 members currently. Next goal 200 power stones. 31, Chapter 31, Chattering Illusions. Chapter 31, Chattering Illusions. Boom. The air itself seemed to rupture from the strain. Concentric rings of visible, concussive force blasted outwards, kicking up a storm of dust and debris from the already shattered floor. The ground trembled. A murmur, the first breach of silence, rippled through the watching ANBU. What kind of clash was this? The Boar Ninja's expansion jutsu was known for its instantaneous, overwhelming force. But the Rakshasa? His frame was lean, almost slight beneath the uniform. He couldn't be old, likely younger than most here. His power made no visual sense. In the arena, the two were locked in a titanic stalemate, fist to giant fist. Not bad strength. The boar grunted from behind his mask, the strain evident in his voice. Is this all yours? Ragnar's reply was flat, devoid of exertion, filtered to a cold monotone by his mask. What do you mean? The boar growled, confused and angered by the taunt. Ragnar didn't answer with words. His arm, pressed against the immense force, twisted at a subtle, unnatural angle. A low chant, almost inaudible, left his lips. Spiral force. He activated the preliminary compression principle from Tsunade's scroll. Power was drawn from his legs, his core, his back, every muscle group, and spiraled inward, funneled with violent intent into the single point of his blackened fist. The compression was crude, maybe 12%, but it was a focused multiplier. He took a half step back, breaking the deadlock not by yielding, but by gathering momentum, then drove forward again. The Boar Ninja felt it immediately. The monolithic resistance of the black fist didn't just hold, it suddenly became a vortex. His own tremendous force wasn't being stopped, it was being dispersed, shredded into chaotic streams that flowed uselessly around the central point of impact. Bang crack. An explosive burst of double helix air currents erupted from their point of contact. The Boar Ninja's eyes widened behind his mask as his giant arm, unable to withstand the strange, penetrating force, was violently repelled. His balance shattered, his massive body was lifted and thrown back. Thud. He hit the ground hard, skidding several meters. As he landed, the chakra sustaining the expansion jutsu failed. His arms shrank back to normal size, the sleeves of his uniform now torn to rags. The skin on his forearms was mottled with angry, spiraling red welts, as if the force had corkscrewed into his flesh. The surrounding ANBU stared, the silent verdict clear. The boar had lost. I yield, the boar said, pushing himself up, his voice tight with pain and bewilderment. He examined his arms, the weird, twisting injuries a testament to the bizarre power he'd just faced. Ragnar offered no explanation. The two formed the seal of reconciliation, and the duel was formally ended. Ding. Experience plus 20. Ding. Experience plus 50. Ding. Experience plus 60. Ding. Experience plus 200. The notifications cascaded in his mind. A quick tally put the total gain near 500 EXP. His balance now stood at 1,300/10,000, enough to consider upgrading one of his level 2 Haki abilities. The taste of rapid growth from real combat was potent. Emboldened, Ragnar remained in the center of the scarred arena. The boar's rank on the dark roster was solidly in the middle tier, 50 to 100. His defeat gave the Rakshasa mask immediate credibility. For a moment, no one moved to challenge. Then, a new operative stepped forward. This one was closer to Ragnar's own build, his age indeterminate behind a featureless mask painted a solid, glossy crimson red, a red face. No words were exchanged. The opposition seal was formed. The red face attacked first, kunao in hand, his movement a direct, efficient burst of speed. He closed the dozen-meter gap and struck, the blade weaving a sharp, black pattern in the air aimed at vital points, throat, arteries, eyes. Ragnar evaded twice with minimal shifts, then decided to end the blade play. He didn't retreat. Instead, he pivoted and drove a hardened black fist directly at the incoming Kuno. Crack! The steel blade shattered against the armament Haki. The follow-through force connected with the red face's chest, sending him stumbling back to land heavily on the ground. Too easy. Ragnar's instincts flared. This was ANBU. No one fell that simply. As expected, the body of the red face on the ground dissolved into a puff of white smoke, a basic clone. An illusion user, Ragnar realized. His observation Haki prickled a half-second later. A true crisis approached from his blind spot. Ninja art, darkness genjutsu. A cold voice whispered, seeming to come from inside his own skull. Ragnar's pupils contracted. The world around him didn't just go black, it was erased. The faint light of the crystals, the silhouettes of the watching ANBU, the scarred floor, all were swallowed by an absolute, consuming void. He felt weightless, adrift in a sensory deprivation chamber of the mind. No sight, no sound from the outside, not even the feel of the air on his skin. A genjutsu that severs the five senses. He analyzed coldly, a part of him detached. Unlike Uchiha Shiro's direct mental assault, which Conqueror's Haki could shatter, this was a prison built on his own perceptions. He was locked inside himself. Swish! A projectile cut through the sensory void. He couldn't see it, but his observation Haki painted its trajectory, a shuriken aimed at his shoulder. He leaned, and it passed harmlessly through where he had been. More followed in rapid succession. Shuriken barrage. Logical choice in total darkness. A cruel smile touched his lips behind the mask. But you don't know about my other eyes. He weaved through the invisible storm with an almost casual grace, each dodge precise, each movement economical. This clearly unsettled the caster. Silence stretched in the artificial darkness. Use all your tricks. This cage won't hold me, Ragnar stated, his voice calm in the nothingness. The red face in the shadows hesitated, then whispered another incantation, his voice laced with focus. Genjutsu, golden binding technique. Ragnar felt no external bonds. But suddenly, the connection between his mind and his muscles frayed. He willed his arm to move, but the command dissolved before it reached the limb. The genjutsu was now interfering with his internal chakra flow, paralyzing him from within. Two-layered genjutsu. Competent. Shuffle, shuffle. Footsteps, deliberate and soft, approached in the absolute dark. A shadow darker than the void resolved. The red-faced ninja stood before him. And now, in the heart of the illusion, Ragnar could see, two glowing, crimson pupils shone from behind the red mask. No Tomo, just vivid, hypnotic red. Red eyes. Illusion specialists. The UI clan. The identification clicked. Trapped by a double illusion, Ragnar's pulse remained steady. You lose, the red face stated, a kunai materializing in his hand, its point hovering a centimeter from Ragnar's throat. Oh. You shouldn't have come this close, Ragnar said, a hint of something dangerous entering his otherwise flat tone. What? The red face began, confusion breaking his cold demeanor. Conquerors. Haki. Ragnar didn't shout. He focused. His eyes, invisible behind the Rakshasa mask, sharpened. An invisible, psychic tsunami erupted from him, a wave of pure, coercive will. The artificial darkness of the genjutsu met the overwhelming pressure and shattered like glass. Light, sound, the sensation of solid ground, all rushed back in a disorienting flood. The world returned, but tinged with a gray, oppressive weight. The ANBU operatives around the ring flinched, a collective wave of unease passing through them as the edges of the Haki brushed their spirits. But the main force was directed forward. The red-faced ninja stared into the eye slits of the Rakshasa mask. The Conqueror's Haki hit him not as a physical blow, but as a fundamental assault on his presence. His heart stuttered. His fighting spirit, his very will to stand as an opponent, evaporated like morning dew under a desert sun. A primal, knee-buckling awe filled him. His legs gave way. He dropped to one knee, the kunai falling from his nerveless fingers to clatter on the stone. He was defeated, not by a technique, but by the sheer, terrifying weight of another's will. The arena was utterly silent, save for the ragged breath of the kneeling ninja. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. 20% off for a week. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. I believe we can do it. We are at 16 members currently. Next goal 200 power stones. 32, Chapter 32, The White Fang's Gaze. Chapter 32, The White Fang's Gaze. In Konoha, the last light of sunset bled across the Hokage Tower's windows. Inside his office, Sarutobi Hiruzen worked through a stack of documents, the smoke from his pipe coiling in the amber light. Standing nearby, reviewing a separate set of scrolls, was Heitake Sakumo, the White Fang, captain of the ANBU. The paperwork involved resource approvals for the Black Ops, personnel vetting, equipment allocations, the grim logistics of the shadows. Sakumo, Ragnar has formally joined ANBU, correct? Hiruzen asked without looking up, taking a contemplative pull on his pipe. That boy. He has been inducted. However, given his age and lack of field experience, I placed him as a probationary candidate, Sakumo replied, his voice calm and precise. A probationary ANBU. Hiruzen paused, then chuckled softly. Not a bad approach. Ragnar possessed power, yes, but he was still a child. Raw talent needed tempering, and experience was a forge he had yet to enter. Truthfully, a great village like Konoha never lacked for prodigies. The true rarity was a prodigy who lived long enough to fulfill their potential. Most ninjas, even gifted ones, had to claw for resources mission by mission, especially in the ruthless crucible of ANBU. Reaching true, peer-surpassing strength was a long road paved with more than just victories. Geniuses always carry a certain arrogance, Sakumo stated, his tone neutral. This period will serve to grind that down. There is no need for the Hokage to be overly concerned. He had been on mission during the Academy tournament and knew of Ragnar only through second-hand reports, a genius, limited to rumor. In his view, the more gifted the individual, the less they should be coddled or given special treatment. This was precisely why, despite being in ANBU for over a week, Ragnar had received no special audience with him. To a Kaga-level shinobi like Sakumo, a genius was simply a ninja with a slightly higher starting point. His current task was observation, to see what substance lay beneath the rumors. Poof. A masked ANBU operative materialized in the office, kneeling immediately. ANBU did not use doors. Efficiency demanded the instantaneous arrival of the body flicker. Sakumo and Hiruzen both looked up. Report, Sakumo commanded. All ANBU matters fell under his purview. Captain, Hokage-sama. The probationary candidate, Ragnar, is currently engaged in duels on the Dark List roster at headquarters. He has achieved 10 consecutive victories. The matches are ongoing, the operative reported, his voice filtered but clear. What? The Dark List? Ragnar. Sakumo's usually composed demeanor fractured for an instant, disbelief coloring his tone. He had instituted the Dark List, an internal ranking system via combat meant to hone the best of the best. Those who earned a spot on it were elites among elites, even by the standards of the 5 great nations. And he was being told this new recruit, this child, had won 10 fights in a row. How long had he been there? You are certain of this? Hiruzen asked, taking a long, slow draw from his pipe before exhaling a cloud of smoke. I would not dare misreport, Hokage-sama. The entire ANBU contingent is currently attentive, the operative confirmed. That boy, he certainly has a talent for making waves wherever he goes, Hiruzen mused, a mix of amusement and concern in his eyes. Heitake Sakumo's expression, however, had settled into one of serious gravity. With your permission, Hokage-sama, I should attend to this. Go, see for yourself, Hiruzen waved a hand. In twin puffs of smoke, Sakumo and the reporting operative vanished. Konoha ANBU headquarters, dueling arena. The cavernous space, usually echoing with isolated silence, now hummed with a rare, focused energy. Dozens of masked operatives were gathered, a significant portion of the active roster. Such a congregation was almost unheard of in the normally fractured, secretive world of the Black Ops. On the scarred floor of the arena, the battle raged. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. A ninja wearing a mask of cracked, dark earth slammed his palms to the stone floor. The ground shuddered, fracturing as a massive, serpentine dragon of rock and soil erupted upwards, coiling 5 meters into the air. It was a B-rank technique, formidable and heavy with crushing power. The Earth Dragon roared a silent challenge, then plunged downward like a landslide given life, its maw aimed to swallow the red-masked figure whole. Well timed. Armament harden, spiral force. Ragnar first employed moonwalk, kicking off the air itself to ascend and meet the descending beast. His arms darkened to black iron, fists clenched. White vapor, a byproduct of immense compressed power, leaked from between his fingers. He channeled the crude spiral force compression, around 15% now, focusing it into the point of impact. Boom! The black fist met the dragon's forehead. For an instant, space seemed to freeze around the impact. A visible dome of distorted air, domination field of armament Haki, flared, crackling with dark, lightning-like streaks of released energy. Crack! A web of fractures exploded across the Earth Dragon's stony head. But Earth Release was renowned for its endurance. The dragon, though damaged, held. The Black Earth Ninja, though horrified by the defensive show, saw an opening. He's in the air. No leverage for a second strike. When he lands, moonwalk. Ragnar didn't fall. He stepped on the air again, a whirlpool of force appearing beneath his foot as he pushed off an invisible platform, repositioning himself for another angle of attack. Impossible. The Black Earth Ninja's confidence shattered. Armament, Iron Fist. Ragnar's second punch was a meteor strike from above. It hammered into the dragon's neck. The combined might of level 3 armament and the penetrating spiral force proved too much. The construct didn't just break, it disintegrated into a shower of gravel and dust. Shave. Before the dust could settle, Ragnar was a blur. A gust of wind was the only warning before the cold, unyielding point of a blackened fist pressed against the Black Earth Ninja's sternum. One more ounce of pressure would mean shattered ribs and a ruptured heart. I yield. The ninja gasped, the words tearing from his throat. 13 consecutive victories. A palpable wave of murmuring swept the silent observers. Who is he? He wasn't on the roster before. His combat power, it's at least special Jonin level. He might be invincible below the captain rank. In ANBU, hierarchy was everything, and respect was paid in blood and victory. The Rakshasa mask had just earned a formidable measure of both. Ragnar, his breathing only slightly elevated, checked his internal status. The experience gains from 13 high-stakes duels against skilled opponents were substantial. 7, 200/10, 000 EXP. A massive leap. He would process it later. He decided to step down. The point had been made, and his body, while far from spent, needed to integrate the lessons learned. As he turned to leave the arena floor, the crowd of masked operatives near the entrance suddenly stilled, then parted with a deference that was both instant and absolute. A man walked through the opening they made. He wore no mask, but his presence commanded more awe than any porcelain visage. His features were sharp, his hair a striking silver white. He moved with a lethal, effortless grace, and the air around him seemed to sharpen, to become as keen as the legendary blade at his back. Heitake Sakumo, the white Fang, had arrived. His calm, assessing eyes settled on the blood-red Rakshasa mask standing alone in the center of the ruined arena. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. 20% now. 3 days left. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face 4 every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. I believe we can do it. We are at 20 members currently. Let's reach 50 power stones. 33, Chapter 33, The White Fang's Measure. We have done it. 50 power stones have been reached. Hugging Face. The bonus chapter will be uploaded after a while. Let's go for 100 next. Chapter 33, The White Fang's Measure. A profound silence fell over the ANBU assembly. In the wake of the fierce duel, all the masked operatives, candidates and full members alike, instinctively parted, forming a clear aisle. As one, they offered a crisp, respectful salute to the man who had just arrived, the undisputed master of these shadows, Heitake Sakumo. Sakumo acknowledged them with a slight, almost imperceptible nod and a wave of his hand, dismissing the formality. He strode through the parted crowd, his focus fixed on the lone figure standing amidst the wreckage of the arena. This was the first true meeting between Ragnar and the White Fang, though Sakumo had heard the boy's name more than once. For Ragnar, it was his first sight of the legend in person. Though still relatively young, Sakumo's striking silver-white hair made him instantly recognizable in Konoha. His features held a clear, sharp resemblance to the future copy ninja, Kakashi. The stamp of lineage was undeniable. "Captain," Ragnar said, his tone respectful, filtered to neutrality by the Rakshasa mask. As the ANBU commander, the White Fang had no need for a mask. His identity, his reputation, was his shield and his weapon. While the historical records of Heitake Sakumo were sparse, his legend spoke volumes. A shinobi of immense power and principle, whose tragic end, choosing comrades over a mission, marked him as a hero undone by the very codes he upheld. Some whispered of darker conspiracies, that a man of his strength and stature, a potential candidate for the fourth Hokage, might have been a threat someone needed to remove. Ragnar pushed such thoughts aside. Speculation was a luxury. Survival was the current mandate. "No need for formalities here," Sakumo said, a faint, surprisingly kind smile touching his lips. His eyes, however, were actively assessing, scanning Ragnar from head to toe, and he gave a small, approving nod. It was hard to reconcile this calm, approachable man with the stories of Konoha's White Fang, whose drawn blade was said to be the last light his enemies ever saw. Quite the debut. "How many consecutive victories?" Sakumo asked, his voice conversational. "The ANBU is full of talented operatives, each with unique skills," Ragnar replied, his tone measured. "I became carried away and issued challenges. By luck, I managed 13 wins." The other operatives showed considerable restraint. It was a calculated humility. He didn't need to alienate potential allies, or future knives at his back, with arrogance. As expected, his words caused a subtle shift in the atmosphere among the watching ANBU. The rigid tension eased slightly. Being soundly defeated by a newcomer was one thing, having that newcomer openly acknowledge your skill was another. Sakumo's smile widened a fraction. "This one is shrewd," he thought. The boy was likely the youngest person in the entire complex, yet he carried himself with a veteran's poise. It was easy to forget his age. "Honesty is better than false modesty," Sakumo stated. "I need to gauge your talent and potential for myself. It will determine your future placement and duties within ANBU." He paused, letting the implication hang. His eyes, sharp and experienced, saw beyond the surface. His intuition whispered of dormant potential in this red-masked boy, but intuition required verification. Ragnar processed the statement for a half-second. The meaning was clear. Sakumo wanted to test him. Personally. The ANBU captain himself? The duels had been stimulating, a valuable pressure test, but facing Hatake Sakumo was an entirely different proposition. This was a bona fide Kage-level combatant. The gulf in power was oceanic. Sakumo's legendary swordsmanship was said to be a white flash that simply ended conflicts. Was this about reasserting authority? A morbid desire to humble a rising star? Or its guidance? Sparring and direct critique from a shadow-level master were rarities beyond price. After a moment's internal debate, Ragnar followed Sakumo to the center of the arena. The surrounding ANBU operatives didn't disperse. If anything, they drew closer, eager for the unprecedented chance to observe their captain in action, even a casual one. While they had been talking, the Earth Release user from the previous fight had already repaired the shattered floor with a series of jutsu, leaving it smooth and unmarked once more. "Begin," Sakumo said simply, taking a relaxed stance a few meters away. "Attack me. Use your strongest method. Better yet, use any method you believe can reach me." His meaning was clear. Against someone of his caliber, tricks were meaningless. Only raw, applied force mattered. Ragnar knew, with cold certainty, that none of his current attacks could truly threaten Hatake Sakumo. Not even the Phoenix Flames. In a real encounter, he would be dead before he could process the thought. But this was a spar. A chance to measure the distance to the summit. He would hold nothing back. Without a word, he exploded into motion. Shave. The air cracked at his origin point, the stone beneath his feet cratering. He became a blur, a streaking afterimage that materialized at Sakumo's right flank, a hardened fist already hammering toward the Jonin's ribs. Boom! Sakumo's eyes held a glint of appreciation. This speed, it surpasses most Chunin. To him, it was still comprehensible, almost leisurely. He shifted his weight, a minimal, elegant drift to the side, and Ragnar's fist passed through empty air. Ragnar didn't halt. He layered armament Haki over his next strike, then the next, a relentless barrage of black fists seeking any opening. Sakumo didn't block, didn't parry. He simply wasn't there when the attacks arrived, his movements so fluid and precise they seemed to bend space around him. For the first time, Ragnar felt a flicker of profound frustration, the nauseating sensation of his power striking nothing but air, his efforts dissolving into uselessness. The gap was real, and it was vast. Changing tactics, Ragnar stopped targeting the man. If Sakumo could evade him, he would destroy what Sakumo was standing on. He pivoted, dropped his stance, and drove a fist, sheathed in level 3 armament and charged with 15% spiral force compression, directly into the stone floor. Break. Kaboom. The impact was seismic. The entire arena bucked like a living thing. A cataclysm of force erupted from the point of impact. The stone didn't crack, it vaporized into a cloud of pulverized dust. Concentric waves of concussive white air rippled outwards, visible and destructive. Hatake Sakumo, for the first time, was forced to act. The ground he was standing on ceased to exist in an instant, transformed into a flying storm of deadly shrapnel. He flickered back, a clean retreat, evading the blast zone with effortless grace. But the sheer, indiscriminate, terrain-shattering violence of the move made him pause. A wry, almost nostalgic thought crossed his mind. Such a brutish, overwhelming style, it really does remind me of someone. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. 20% now, 2 days left. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. I believe we can do it. We are at 23 members currently. 34, Chapter 34, The Short Blade's Edge, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 34, The Short Blade's Edge, Bonus Chapter. Kaboom, crunch. The once orderly dueling arena, spanning hundreds of square meters, was a landscape of devastation. Few patches of the stone floor remained intact. At the epicenter, where Ragnar had struck, a crater 3 meters wide and a meter deep gaped open. He stood within it, dust settling around him like a shroud. Strange power. Hatake Sakumo observed, his voice calm with recognition. Tsunade passed it to you. Yes, sir, Ragnar confirmed with a slight nod. That level of destructive force, it's on par with a B-rank ninjutsu, an ANBU near the front murmured. The captain actually had to avoid it, another whispered, awe-tinting his voice. The operatives were abuzz, their eyes fixed on the two figures. The sheer, terrain-altering violence Ragnar had displayed was staggering. Your skill is exceptional, Captain. Your body flicker is faster than sight. This was the only method I could devise to limit your evasion, Ragnar explained, his tone factual. And how many times can you replicate an attack of that magnitude? Sakumo asked, a faint, curious smile playing on his lips. As many times as necessary, Ragnar stated, the claim absolute. Truly? Then let us continue, Sakumo said, and the last trace of amiability vanished from his face, replaced by the focused intent of a master swordsman. Shave. Ragnar was in front of him in an instant. This time, Sakumo didn't retreat. Seizing the opening, Ragnar wouldn't let it pass. The outcome of this spar was preordained, but he would make the process count. Armament Haki, hardening. His fist turned to black iron, driving straight for Sakumo's jaw. But it seemed to fall short, stopping a hand's breadth from the captain's face. A premature strike? Yet, behind the Rakshasa mask, Ragnar's lips curled. Seeing that faint smile, Sakumo's instinct screamed. He jerked his head to the side. Swoosh! A concussive fist of pure, compressed air, an invisible projectile of armament force, whistled past his ear. A single, silver strand of hair, severed cleanly, drifted down to settle on the shattered stone. Silence. A profound, breathless silence. The ANBU captain had been touched. His hair, cut by a probationary recruit. Invisible force projection. Sakumo mused, genuine surprise flickering in his eyes. His assessment of the boy ticked upward another notch. Ragnar felt a twinge of disappointment. He'd hoped the trick would land. It seemed even a surprise was insufficient. Level 3 armament Haki allowed for the basic projection of force, emission. At this stage, it was weak, diffuse, but perfect for unexpected, mid-range strikes. Good, Sakumo acknowledged, his voice low. Shing, clang. The sound was one, the whisper of a blade leaving its sheath and the metallic finality of its readiness. Heitake Sakumo had finally drawn his sword. No one saw the motion. It was as if the blade had always been there, now simply made manifest. The white chakra short sword, white fanned, rested in his grip, its edge a line of pure, deadly light. Then, it moved. It was a simple downward cut. No flourish, no wasted motion. It was the essence of cutting given form. The ANBU observers hissed in collective shock. Their thoughts were a silent chorus. He's blocking it. He's trying to block the captain's sword. That's white fanned. The blade that cuts through darkness. Nothing blocks it. When the white fan was drawn, the outcome was binary, death or severe injury. No one parried it. It was like facing a legendary technique. You evaded, you did not confront. Ragnar did not evade. His fists, sheathed in the impenetrable black of armament Haki, rose to meet the descending blade. In this moment, he felt a strange, defiant clarity. If my armor is absolute, then I am my own shield. Klea. The sound was not of shattering metal, but of two absolute forces colliding, a titanic, ringing chime that vibrated in the bones of every watcher. Terrible chakra, sharpened to a monomolecular edge, surged along White Fang's length. This was Heitake swordsmanship, the flow of chakra honed into a cutting principle that could sever ninjutsu, earth, and fate itself. The cut was deceptively quiet, as if it had stolen the sound from the world. Before its edge, all seemed to grow dim. Ragnar poured everything into his armament Haki. The power of Haki was bound by level, but it was also a manifestation of will. And in this moment, facing the legendary blade, his will, his survival instinct, his pride, his sheer refusal to break, surged like a tsunami. Adrenaline and spirit fused, forcing his Haki to burn brighter, harder, more. His black fist met the white blade. For a single, stretched heartbeat, the world ceased. Then, energy, visible, chaotic, detonated from the point of contact. A dome of distorted force erupted, shoving the air outward in a visible shockwave. The ground trembled violently, new cracks lancing out from their feet like black lightning. From the point where fist met blade, tendrils of dark red and black energy, like corrupted lightning, arced out, scorching the stone where they landed and forcing the watching ANBU to stumble back, raising arms against the physical and psychic pressure. The very light in the cavern seemed to dim, sucked into the struggle between the immovable black fist and the unstoppable white blade. A suffocating weight filled the space. Heitake Sakumo felt the shift. His power, it intensified dramatically. Is this the true nature of his strange strength? Bang! But will could only bridge so much gulf. Reality reasserted itself. Ragnar's body was hurled back, skidding across the rubble. The black sheen on his arm flickered and faded, returning to normal flesh, now trembling and steaming faintly with released heat. He had pushed his armament to its absolute limit, and it would need time to recover. Sakumo smoothly sheathed white fanned, the blade vanishing with the same silent finality. I lose, Captain, Ragnar stated, his voice steady despite the tremors in his arms. Ha! You exceeded expectations, Sakumo said, walking over, his earlier intensity gone, replaced by open approval. And did you truly believe you could win? Of course not. If you hadn't restrained the blade, my arm would be severed. Ragnar offered a wry, tired smile. He understood the mercy that had been shown. Sakumo looked at him, his gaze evaluative. Your combat strength is firmly at the elite Chunin level. Combined with that peculiar hardening technique and Tsunade's principles, you could hold your own against many jonin. Your combat instincts are sharp. Frankly, I have little to teach you in the traditional sense. He paused, his expression turning thoughtful. However, the battle revealed a limitation. It is not a flaw in you, but in your approach. What limitation, Captain? Ragnar asked, genuinely curious. Your methodology is direct. Overwhelmingly so. You rely on monstrous power to bulldoze through problems. This serves you well now. But when you face true Jonin-level opponents, those who wield wide-area destruction ninjutsu, who can attack from ranges your fists cannot reach, your advantage narrows considerably. My personal advice, when you have time, develop a signature technique. A ninjutsu, or a fusion of your existing powers, that complements your close-range dominance. It would grant you versatility, and with your foundation, the result could be formidable. He gave Ragnar's shoulder a final, firm pat, a gesture of respect from a master to a promising student, then turned and walked away, leaving the boy standing amidst the ruins, surrounded by the silent, watching masks, with a new seed of purpose planted in his mind. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. 20% now, 2 days left. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. I believe we can do it. We are at 26 members currently. Let's go for 100 power stones now. 35, Chapter 35, The Sword from Hell. Chapter 35, The Sword from Hell. Alone in the shattered arena, Ragnar pondered Hatake Sakumo's words. His fighting style was singular, brutally effective, but ultimately a one-note symphony of overwhelming force. He amplified his physical power with armament Haki and the nascent spiral force. That was his entire repertoire. As a shinobi, lacking a signature, high-level ninjutsu was a glaring vulnerability. Every jonin had at least one A-rank technique in their arsenal, some even dabbling in forbidden arts for that decisive, city-leveling edge. Techniques like the Tailed Beast Bomb, Shinra Tensei, Chibaku Tensei, these were the benchmarks of ultimate power. The realization crystallized. He was young. He had time. He had the Phoenix Fruit's potential. He would not remain a blunt instrument. To face the monsters of this world, he needed his own trump card, a perfected technique born from his unique fusion of powers. Ding! A sudden, brilliant light materialized before his eyes, a golden treasure chest. It hung in the air, pulsating with latent energy. Fighting a Kage-level opponent, even in a controlled spar, had triggered a substantial reward. Anticipation surged, but he was still surrounded by the remnants of the dispersing ANBU. With a thought, he stored the chest away in his system space. I did not anticipate your strength to be quite so substantial. It exceeds the reports, the Tengu ninja said, approaching as the other operatives melted back into the shadows. The captain was holding back, Ragnar replied, his tone neither proud nor dismissive. After a brief exchange, he offered a respectful bow and took his leave. The Tengu watched him go, a thoughtful frown hidden behind his mask. A genius, yet without the expected arrogance. Quite different from the ruthless upstart the clan whispers about. It seems some narratives are being carefully shaped. A quiet, weary sigh escaped him. The machinations of a great clan, there is too much one cannot control. Leaving the underground complex, Ragnar changed back into his simple civilian clothes, his ANBU identity once again a secret. The night over Konoha was deep and quiet, the village a haven of stillness in a world sliding toward chaos. A rare peace. Returning to his Spartan cabin, he noted that despite his week-long absence, there was no layer of dust. Someone had been here, cleaning. The gesture was small, anonymous, and oddly touching. Kushina? Tsunade? He couldn't be sure and set the mystery aside for now. After a quick, cold shower to wash away the grit and tension, he sat cross-legged on his bed. With a focused thought, the golden treasure chest manifested. He opened it. Light, sharp and hot, spilled out. Lying within was a sword. It was a katana, roughly a meter in length, with a pronounced curve and a wide blade. It lacked a blood groove. The steel was patterned with a distinct, beautiful flame-like grain, the mark of masterful fold forging. The hilt was simple, unadorned. But the most striking feature was the faint, purple miasma that seemed to seep from the blade itself, coiling in the air like a malevolent spirit. A sword. Ragnar's hand closed around the hilt. The metal was shockingly cold, and a jolt, like a static charge of pure malice, shot up his arm. Simultaneously, knowledge flooded his mind. Inma, one of the 21 great-grade swords, forged by the smith, Kojiki Sukiyaki, known as the sword that cuts to hell. Its peer is the supreme blade, Yoru. This sword. A wave of fierce delight washed over him. This was Zoro's later blade, a weapon that ranked among the very finest in that other world. It was the blade that had left a permanent scar on the strongest creature, Kaido. Its reputation was fearsome. And it had a unique, dangerous trait: it could absorb its wielder's Haki autonomously, amplifying and unleashing it in devastating, unpredictable slashes. In its original story, a casual test swing from its new master had sheared through a massive tree and carved a chunk from a mountainside. Ragnar felt a strange pull in his arm. He looked down. His right arm had subconsciously activated armament Haki, and the black energy was being siphoned directly into Yama. The purple miasma intensified, glowing with an eerie light. The flame patterns on the blade seemed to writhe, transforming into flickering black will-o'-the-wisps. It really is a demonic blade, he muttered. But I wield you. You do not wield me. He focused. Conqueror's Haki erupted from his core, a psychic tsunami of domineering will. The entire cabin seemed to groan under the pressure, the air growing thick and heavy. His Haki was not yet that of a pirate king, but its essence was the same, the power to make kings kneel. The Yama sword trembled violently in his grip. For a moment, the siphoning stopped. Then, as if in reluctant acknowledgement, the stolen armament Haki flowed back into his arm. The purple aura dimmed, the ghostly flames dying down, leaving the sword looking deceptively ordinary. Good. Serve me, and I will see you bathed in the blood of worthy foes. Defy me, and I will see you broken and discarded, Ragnar stated, his voice flat and final. The blade gave one last, faint shiver and fell still. The pact, for now, was struck. Exhaling slowly, he laid Yama beside him. A weapon of this caliber was a game-changer, a hidden ace. He then pulled up his system status. Host, Ragnar. Abilities, Conqueror's Haki LV2, Observation Haki LV2, Armament Haki LV3, Tornado, LV2, Shave, LV2, Moonwalk, LV2. Next level for all requires 10,000 EXP. Devil Fruit, Tori Tori no Mi, Model, Phoenix, LV3. Next level requires 10,000 EXP. Weapon, Yama, Great Grade Sword. Experience, 8,300/10,000. The spar with the white Fang had yielded nearly 1,000 experience points. It was time to invest. First, the Haki, he decided. He allocated the experience, feeling the familiar surge of deepening comprehension as Conqueror's, Observation, and Armament Haki all ascended to level 3. He followed by upgrading Shave, Moonwalk, and Tornado to level 3 as well. 5,000 experience points vanished in an instant, but the result was a uniform elevation of his core abilities. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in the new thresholds. Observation Haki had undergone the most dramatic change. When he focused, his perception didn't just extend further, it deepened. He could feel the presences around him not as blobs of life, but as distinct entities, the restless chirp of a cicada outside his window, the slow pulse of a rooting plant, the skittering of a small rodent in the underbrush. It was a chorus of life, all visible to his mind's eye. But there was more. As he emptied his mind, aligning his breath with this expanded awareness, he began to perceive the world itself in a new way. Not just the living things, but the forces that comprised nature. He could feel the restless flow of the wind, not just as moving air, but as a current of energy. He sensed the latent heat in the earth, the potential of fire. He perceived the moisture in the air and soil, the essence of water. These were forces ninjas manipulated with chakra transformations, but they were usually invisible, intangible. Now, to Ragnar's heightened observation, they appeared as shimmering, interwoven streams of energy. He felt, for the first time, that he could almost communicate with them. Not control them yet, but understand their flow, their essence. It was the first, profound step toward something greater. The path Heitake Sakumo had hinted at, a technique that was not just power, but a fusion of power and understanding, now seemed not just possible, but inevitable. He opened his eyes. In the dim light of his room, they gleamed with a new, sharper light. Beside him, the Yama sword lay still, a partner in the shadows, waiting for its first true taste of hell. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. 20% now, 2 days left. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. I believe we can do it. We are at 26 members currently. Let's go for 100 power stones now. We are very close. 36, Chapter 36, The Green Beast and the Golden Opportunity, Bonus Chapter. Thanks for the power stones. Now let's go for 150 power stones and join Patreon, and we are close to hitting our goal. Chapter 36, The Green Beast and the Golden Opportunity, Bonus Chapter. Early morning. The first light of dawn painted the eastern sky. Ragnar emerged from his meditative state feeling different. His body was light, brimming with vitality. His mind was crystal clear, as if his very spirit had been refined and elevated. He reflected on the previous night's meditation. After upgrading to level 3, Observation Haki had unlocked a profound new dimension, the ability to perceive the latent energy of nature itself. Ordinary shinobi chakra was cultivated internally, a fusion of physical and spiritual energies. But there existed another, rarer source, natural energy, or senjutsu chakra. This power was not generated by the body but drawn from the world. Normally, it was invisible, intangible, accessible only to those trained in the 3 legendary hermitages, Mount Mayaboku, the Forest of Death, or Ryokai Cave. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and later Kabuto tapped into this. Even Senjo Hashirama, perhaps through his Asura lineage or an innate affinity, had mastered Sage Mode. Now, through his observation Haki, Ragnar could sense that energy. After a night of focused attunement, a new, faint but distinct power hummed within him, a trickle of what might be raw senjutsu chakra. Natural energy comprised the 5 elements, wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, but when harmonized with a living being, it transformed into the immensely potent senjutsu chakra. Ninjutsu fueled by it were orders of magnitude stronger. The problem was, he had no training in Sage Mode. How to use this nascent power? The senjutsu chakra within him was a wisp, a mere hint. Observation Haki. listening to the voice of all things. All things includes nature itself. This ability grants an affinity, a resonance with the natural world, he reasoned. He couldn't truly listen yet, but he could feel. If his observation Haki ever reached its apex, true unity with nature, a state akin to the philosophical unity of heaven and man, might be possible. In the stories, entering sage mode required lengthy stillness to gather energy. Yet Hashirama could do it instantly. Why? Likely because his would release and his very physique were already in perfect harmony with nature. If my own physique could be refined to approach that level, could I, too, bypass the traditional methods and tap into sage mode directly? The idea was intoxicating. If feasible, it would represent a monumental leap in power. But that's a distant peak. For now, the path is one step at a time. Sage mode will be a personal exploration. With that resolve, Ragnar left his cabin. As an ANBU intern, his schedule was loose, his duties light. This was a precious window to solidify his gains. My Haki has hit a temporary plateau. But I have Yama now. I should develop my swordsmanship. Practicing with the demon blade itself was out of the question, its otherworldly aura was impossible to explain. He needed a standard practice blade. He still had some savings from his stipend, it should be enough for a decent, unremarkable katana. He headed for a ninja tool shop. The owner, seeing the Konoha forehead protector tied around Ragnar's bicep, was all obsequious smiles. A shinobi customer, even a genin, was a valued patron. When Ragnar inquired about swords, the man's smile turned apologetic. They had swords. Very good ones. They were also very, very expensive. A quick mental tally of his funds confirmed he was about half short. Of course. Poverty is a universal constant, he thought wryly. Young master, if funds are an issue, the mission hall down the street often has tasks with good rewards, the shopkeeper suggested helpfully. The mission hall. Ragnar nodded his thanks and left. The mission hall was where most rank-and-file shinobi picked up work. With thousands of ninjas in Konoha, not every job could pass through the Hokage's office. The hall was a bustling, noisy place, filled with genin and chunin scanning the posted requests. Honestly, if it was just about money, ANBU missions paid far better. He was about to turn and leave when a commotion erupted near the assignment desk. Why? We're both genin. He can take a C rank, why can't I? This is discrimination. A loud, earnest, and slightly boisterous voice protested. Ha, you, a Taijutsu-only genin taking a C rank? What use would you be? A mocking voice shot back. What's wrong with Taijutsu? The first voice roared, thick with indignation. Everything. Knowing ninjutsu is simply better. A wave of laughter rippled through the crowd near the desk. Taijutsu specialist. A suspicion dawned on Ragnar. He pushed through the crowd of spectators, ignoring their grumbles. Hey, watch it, kid. Where'd this brat come from? He reached the front. There, face flushed with righteous anger, stood a ninja with a ludicrously bowl-cut hairstyle, wearing a vibrant green spandex jumpsuit. Might die. I will take this to the Hokage. This is discrimination against a hard-working shinobi of humble means. Dai declared, slamming a hand on the mission administrator's desk. The administrator, a weary-looking chunin, massaged his temples. It's not discrimination. This C rank is misclassified. The client provided minimal intel. There's a high probability of combat escalation, it could easily become a B rank, or even an A rank. That's why the reward is so high yet no one's touched it. You just happened to pick the most dangerous slip on the board. An A rank. Dai's bluster deflated, replaced by shock. No wonder the pay was astronomical. But why label it a C rank? That was dangerously misleading. His face fell further. The danger was one thing, but his family, he'd just gotten married. He couldn't let his wife go hungry. As a civilian-born ninja with no clan backing, finances were a constant, grinding pressure. He was here out of sheer, desperate necessity. Ragnar's eyes flicked to the mission slip still clutched in Dai's hand. The reward listed was indeed staggeringly high for its supposed rank. His own need for funds, and the potential for significant experience from a mission that could turn A rank, collided in his mind. This wasn't just a mission. It was an opportunity. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. 20% now, 2 days left. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face 4 every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. I believe we can do it. We are at 26 members currently. Let's go for 150 power stones now. 37, Chapter 37, An Unlikely Alliance. Merry Christmas tree, we're so close to hitting our goal of 30 Patreon members for 5 bonus chapters on every fanfic. Today is also the last day for 20% off on membership. Join now at Chapter 37, An Unlikely Alliance. Might Dai was like a force of nature. The more the mission administrator refused, the more doggedly he insisted. He argued with the weary chunin, his voice a booming, earnest counterpoint to the official's flat refusals. The administrator, while privately dismissive of the eternal genin, was still a Konoha shinobi. He didn't want to send a fellow villager, however limited, to a near-certain death. But Dai's relentless, ear-grating persistence was wearing his patience thin. Fine. The administrator finally snapped, slapping a hand on the desk. If you are so determined, then find another shinobi to team up with. The mission reward will be split 50-50. Even half is generous for a C rank. If you refuse these terms, then drop it. Complain to the Hokage himself if you wish, it will not change the policy. Split. A team. Dai blinked, processing this. His face fell for a moment at the halved reward, then brightened again. It was still better than nothing. A team is not impossible. He turned, a wide, hopeful grin splitting his face, and addressed the surrounding crowd of ninjas. Everyone. Is anyone interested in forming a temporary team? A wave of derisive chuckles and muttered comments washed over him. Who'd team up with the eternal genin? Would we have to protect you? What use is a taijutsu-only ninja on a mission like that? The smiles and nods Dai offered met only cold shoulders and averted eyes. His grin stiffened, then slowly melted into a crestfallen, tense line. The message was clear, he was being scorned, his worth measured and found wanting. The mission administrator gave him a pitying look. No team, no mission approval. Those are the conditions. I'll team up with him. The voice was calm, cutting through the ambient noise. All heads turned. Ragnar stood at the edge of the crowd. Where did this kid come from? This is no place for children. Wait, look at his arm. A forehead protector? He's a ninja. That young. Another round of murmurs erupted, this time tinged with curiosity and disbelief. Might Dai's eyes widened, his jaw slack. The boy looked familiar, but he couldn't place him. Your forehead protector, please. For verification, the administrator said, focusing on Ragnar. Ragnar untied the cloth from his bicep and handed it over. Besides the Konoha symbol, it bore a faint, stamped serial number, a unique identifier for every village shinobi. The administrator produced a ledger, cross-referenced the number, and his eyebrows rose. He read aloud, partly for the record, partly in surprise. Ragnar. Serial number 01037. Recent graduate. Champion of the latest academy tournament. The atmosphere in the hall shifted palpably. The champion? That changed things. Winning the academy tournament in a village of clan heirs and bloodline limits was a significant mark of potential. This unassuming boy was a certified genius, a future pillar of the village. Might Dai stared at Ragnar, a complex wave of envy and admiration washing over him. He had no talent for ninjutsu or genjutsu, his path was one of brutal, unglamorous physical conditioning. He envied such natural talent from the depths of his soul. Youth, and talent, what a beautiful combination. The administrator handed the forehead protector back with newfound respect. With a two-man team formed, you meet the preliminary conditions. However, due to the mission's special nature, it requires the Hokage's personal sign-off. You will be notified when approval is granted. You may then proceed. How long for approval? Ragnar asked. A month's wait would defeat the purpose. This is a priority dispatch. It will be placed before the Hokage directly. No more than half a day, the administrator assured him. Acceptable. Ragnar retied his headband and turned to leave, ignoring the lingering stares. Might Dai stood frozen for a few seconds, then scrambled after him, catching up outside the hall. Thank you, Ragnar-sama. He boomed, bowing deeply. How do you know my name? Ragnar asked, though he'd heard the administrator read it aloud. He'd teamed up with Dai on a whim, a confluence of his own need for funds and a flicker of respect. In Konoha, true ninja in the self-sacrificing, comradely sense were rare. White Fang was one. Might Dai, in his own simple, blazing way, was another. Such a person was a reliable ally. You wouldn't spend the mission watching your own back. The administrator said it. I didn't expect you to be the champion. So amazing. Dai gushed, his admiration plain and guileless. It was odd, being admired by a ninja who was technically of an older generation, but Dai's character was transparent, no artifice, no hidden agendas, much like his future son, Guy. It's not that special, Ragnar said dismissively. There's no such thing as a true genius. I'm just an ordinary shinobi who trains harder than most. Effort is the only real talent. The effect on Might Dai was instantaneous and volcanic. Wow, Ragnar-sama, you also believe effort is paramount. My youth, it burns anew. Ragnar-sama, you are absolutely, 100% correct. Dai seized Ragnar's arm, his eyes shining with the intensity of twin suns, a grin stretching his face to its limits, revealing a perfect, gleaming row of teeth. The sheer, unfiltered enthusiasm was overwhelming. Ragnar, deeply uncomfortable with the physical and emotional onslaught, extracted his arm. Dai, I should go. Preparations to make. Training? Of course. Such dedication. I must not fall behind. Dai declared, his personal narrative already writing itself. Sure, whatever you say, Ragnar said, offering a weak, placating smile before quickly making his escape. He glanced back once. Might Dai stood in the middle of the street, chest puffed out, gazing at the sky with tears of passion in his eyes. Youth, sunset, you are so beautiful. He roared to the heavens. I have decided. I will run 100 laps around Konoha to ignite my flames of passion. With a whoosh, he was gone in a cloud of dust, a green blur of pure, unadulterated exertion. Ragnar shook his head, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk touching his lips. The man was an absurdity, but he was also, in his own way, utterly genuine. In a world of shadows and lies, that was a rarity. And more importantly, the mission, a potentially A-rank challenge disguised as a C-rank, was now within reach. The funds for his sword, and more crucially, the massive experience such a mission would yield, were almost secured. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. 20% today is the last day. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. I believe we can do it. We are at 28 members currently. Goal 150 power stones. 38, Chapter 38, Whispers and Preparations. Partying face. We have reached our milestone of 30 Patreon member as well as 150 power stone. Hugging face. So 6 bonus chapter will be uploaded. Enjoy and happy holidays everyone. Evergreen Tree Snowflake. Chapter 38, Whispers and Preparations. Konoha, the Senju clan compound. Within the serene, traditional halls of the Senju estate, Uzumaki Kushina sat cross-legged, her face a mask of intense concentration. A massive, almost tangible aura of chakra swirled around her, far exceeding what any child her age should possess. It was the legacy of the Uzumaki, vast reserves, potent vitality, and mastery over the art of sealing. The chakra churned restlessly, flaring and receding, before finally settling into a calmer, but still formidable, flow. Kushina opened her eyes, a frustrated sigh escaping her lips. Failed again. To awaken the deeper potential of the Uzumaki lineage, your heart must be free of turbulence, Kushina. A gentle, matronly voice spoke from the side. Kushina looked up to see her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage. Clad in a simple white kimono, her vibrant red hair, the mark of their clan, was elegantly styled. Age had not dulled the wisdom and grace in her eyes, which now held a mix of affection and gentle admonishment. Grandmother, I'm sorry. I've disappointed you, Kushina mumbled, hanging her head. Is it because of that boy? Mito asked, a knowing smile touching her lips. And no. Kushina's denial was instant, her cheeks flushing a telltale pink. Mito's smile deepened. He is a remarkable child, from what I hear. Though she rarely left the Senju compound, little happened in the village that escaped her notice. As the Shodame's widow, even the Sandame Hokage accorded her great respect. You think Ragnar is okay too? Kushina asked, hope brightening her eyes. I do, Mito confirmed with a nod. But he's so dense. He's like a block of ice who doesn't understand anything. And he's just, vanished lately. Kushina huffed, crossing her arms. Uzumaki Mito, having lived a long life and loved a great man, understood the signs. Appearances can be deceiving, child. According to our clan's discreet observers, that boy has been seen lingering near our gates on several evenings before departing. What? He has? Why didn't I know? You're not teasing me, are you, grandmother? Kushina's voice rose in surprise. Of course not. I only tell you this because I've seen your heart in turmoil, Mito said softly. A warm, giddy feeling blossomed in Kushina's chest. So he was worried about me. He was checking on me. He just didn't say anything. Typical him. In an instant, Ragnar's cold demeanor was reinterpreted in her mind as quiet, protective concern. A silly, happy smile tugged at her lips. He is a prodigy of the academy. If you wish to walk beside such a person, my child, you must strive to become exceptional in your own right, Mito advised, her tone kind but firm. I understand, grandmother. I will master the Uzumaki sealing arts. I will awaken our clan's true power. Kushina declared, newfound determination squaring her shoulders. What a good child, Mito murmured, watching her. She saw a reflection of her younger self, meeting the world-shaking man who was Hashirama. Women were drawn to strength and warmth, and that boy, for all his cold exterior, seemed to possess a hidden core of both. Since Senju Hashirama's passing, Uzumaki Mito's ties to this world had grown thin. Only the weight of the nine tails sealed within her and her duty to the village kept her anchored. Her health was failing, her time was short. She needed to find a successor, a new vessel. The thought of burdening young Kushina with this destiny pained her. But if the girl had someone to stand beside her, to offer a spark of warmth in the coming darkness, perhaps the load would be easier to bear. Hokage's office. After the mission administrator left, Hiruzen Sarutobi set his pipe aside, took a long draw, and exhaled a contemplative cloud of smoke. He looked at the man standing before his desk. Sakumo. Your thoughts on this matter? Heitake Sakumo offered a small smile. Hokage-sama, a genius untouched by blood and fire is a flower, not a true shinobi. They cannot grow. Let him walk the path. They were, of course, discussing Ragnar and Might Guy's mission application. In this world, danger lurked everywhere. An eagle sheltered forever would never learn to ride the storms. Hiruzen nodded slowly, taking another puff. Indeed. Besides, Ragnar's combat strength is on par with any elite Chunin. He should manage. A shinobi must ultimately walk his own road. There is something else, Sakumo added, his expression turning serious. I have always believed genin might die is, not simple. Might die. Hiruzen's eyebrows rose. For you to say such a thing, Sakumo, means there must be something extraordinary there. Sakumo nodded. He possessed a sharp eye for talent. While the village mocked Dai as the eternal genin, Sakumo saw something else. The man practiced the most grueling of forbidden arts, the 8 inner gates, developed by the second Hokage to unleash the body's latent potential. The difficulty wasn't intellectual, it was a brutal, soul-crushing test of physical and mental endurance. Even the Nidaime hadn't fully mastered his own creation. Yet Sakumo's intuition whispered that this taijutsu would find its ultimate, blazing expression in Might Dai. The Land of Fire, en route. One of the 5 great nations, the Land of Fire was blessed with fertile plains and gentle landscapes, its richness a direct legacy of the first and second Hokages, who had shaped its forests and rivers with their will. Over time, the disparity between it and the other nations had only grown. Winning a war against 4 other villages was not just a matter of producing geniuses like the Sannin or Namikaze Minato, it was a testament to overwhelming resources and foundational strength. Ragnar and Might Dai had been traveling for half a day, moving beyond Konoha's immediate protective radius. The scenery was still dominated by the dense, vibrant forests of the Fire Country, though occasional hills and streams now broke the monotony. It was a land of plenty, a stark contrast to the harsh deserts of Suna or the rocky crags of Iwa. They moved in silence for the most part, Dai's earlier effusive energy focused into a steady, ground-eating jog. Ragnar matched his pace easily, his mind already turning toward the unknown dangers of the mission ahead, and the demonic blade resting silently in the scroll sealed within his pack. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. Next goal 200 power stones. 39, Chapter 39, The First Bloom of Youth, bonus chapter. Chapter 39, The First Bloom of Youth. Dense, ancient forests, with trees so massive they seemed to hold up the sky itself. No other nation boasted such colossal timber, a natural advantage that Konoha ninjas leveraged for stealth, ambush, and pursuit. Ragnar and Might Dai moved through this green labyrinth, tracking their target. In less than a day, they found it, a modest merchant caravan of about 25 souls, traveling near the Fire Country's border. In these turbulent times, a group of this size was a noteworthy anomaly. Isn't this C-rank mission a bit too easy, Ragnar-sama? Dai whispered from their perch in a towering tree. He'd expected a fierce battle from the administrator's warnings. Instead, it was simple surveillance of a suspicious caravan. The pay was fantastic. He mentally calculated how many such missions it would take to secure a comfortable future for his family, freeing him to focus entirely on his blossoming youth training. Don't let your guard down, Dai, Ragnar replied, his voice low. His observation Haki, now at level 3, was humming with a subtle, persistent warning. The caravan gave off no overtly hostile aura, but his senses, attuned to the flow of life and intent, detected a dissonance. Something was wrong. Ragnar-sama worries too much. As long as we remain hidden, we are, Dai began, his trademark grin flashing. Quiet, Ragnar cut him off. He'd been observing for hours. On the 4th evening, he finally spoke his conclusions. Dai, have you noticed the inconsistencies? Inconsistencies? Ragnar resisted a sigh. Dai's genius lay in his fists, not his intellect. First, a mid-sized caravan in this era, without a single hired ninja escort? Unlikely. Second, they've taken backroads and game trails for days, avoiding the patrolled main highways. More dangerous for merchants, less observable for us. Third, his voice dropped further, and most critical. I counted 25 people initially. I count 21 now. Where did the other 4 go? The implication sank into Dai's mind. His grin vanished, replaced by a cold sweat. We've been made. Swoosh. As if on cue, 3 dark figures erupted from the undergrowth not 10 meters away. They wore Kirigakura forehead protectors, kunao gleaming in the dappled forest light, their movements silent and lethal as they lunged. Move. Ragnar barked. He employed shave, the air cracking as he vanished from his perch, reappearing 20 meters away on the forest floor. His observation Haki flared wide. From the direction of the now stationary caravan, multiple powerful chakra signatures burst into activity, converging on their position at high speed. Might Dai, not yet using his gates, relied on pure, honed reflexes. He threw himself into an inelegant but effective dive roll, the kunao slicing through the air where his neck had been. He scrambled to his feet, facing the 3 ninjas now perched on branches above. All 3 radiated the pressure of elite Chunin. Ragnar-sama, run. I'll hold them. Dai shouted, guilt and fierce protectiveness warring in his voice. He'd dismissed the warnings. Now they were ambushed. Ha! We thought we had a real tale. Just an eternal genin and a brat. Has Konoha fallen so low? A tall, scar-faced Kiri ninja sneered. His companions chuckled darkly. You may insult me, but you will not insult Konoha. Dai roared, his voice trembling not with fear, but with outrage. 8 inner gates. First gate, gate of opening, release. Second gate, gate of healing, release. Third gate, gate of life, release. Fourth gate, gate of pain, release. The transformations were instantaneous. 4 gates flew open in rapid succession. Scalding steam erupted from Dai's pores. His muscles visibly swelled and cored beneath his green suit. A violent, blue chakra aura enveloped him, crackling with raw, unleashed life force. The air around him grew hot and distorted. The pressure radiating from him now was no longer that of a genin, but brushed against the lower thresholds of a jonin. This was the debut of Konoha's first green beast, not the future taijutsu master, but his father, who had poured decades of unseen sweat and pain into mastering this forbidden art. The 8 gates. Ragnar observed, a flicker of respect in his eyes. Had he not obtained his system, this might have been his own path, a path of pure, self-destructive will. Ha! Dai's fighting spirit ignited. With a sound like a tearing canvas, he disappeared. His speed now dwarfed a standard body flicker. Pure taijutsu practitioners, who used their bodies as their sole weapon, often achieved the fastest raw movement. Dai materialized behind the scar-faced ninja. Konoha Senpyu. Leaf Hurricane. His leg rose like a guillotine blade and swept down. The force generated a visible arc of compressed air. The Kiri ninja had no time to process the speed. The kick connected with his shoulder with a sickening crunch, hurling him like a ragdoll into a tree trunk where he slumped, unmoving. Dai didn't pause. He became a blue-green blur, after images flickering through the dim forest. The remaining 2 Kiri Chunin, backs pressed together, eyes wide with panic, spun frantically, trying to track the impossible speed. You never judge a Konoha ninja by their rank, Ragnar thought, a grim approval in his heart. Dai's lifetime of effort was paying its bloody dividends. But his observation Haki pulled his attention away from Dai's spectacle. The main force from the caravan was closing in fast. This mission had just escalated dramatically. As he focused on the approaching threats, a small, inconspicuous puddle of rainwater a few feet behind him rippled. Without a sound, a 4th Kiri ninja, the missing 4th from the caravan count, rose from the water itself, a mastered water release, hiding in water technique. A shuriken, aimed with silent precision, shot toward the base of Ragnar's skull. Thwip. Got you. The ninja hissed in triumph. Water concealment. You're the 4th missing one. Kirigakur, Ragnar stated, his voice calm. He didn't turn. Zap, crackle. The Kiri ninja's eyes bulged. A searing, white-hot pain blossomed in his chest. He looked down. A fist, wreathed in arcing, chirping lightning release chakra, was buried in his sternum. The speed had been incomprehensible. He tried to speak, but only a gurgle emerged. His own shuriken was still embedded in, what? It felt like striking solid iron. How? His vision darkened as he collapsed, the life extinguished from him before he even understood he'd failed. Ragnar withdrew his fist, the crackling lightning fading. His other hand reached behind his neck and plucked out the shuriken. Where it had struck, a patch of skin was sheathed in the faint, residual black sheen of armament Haki. It hadn't even broken the skin. The first true skirmish had begun. The green beast was unleashed. And the demonic blade at Ragnar's side remained untouched, its hunger still unsated. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. Let's go for 200 power stones. 40, Chapter 40, The Green Beast Unleashed, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 40, The Green Beast Unleashed. Ding. Experience plus 800. The system notification was a cold chime in Ragnar's mind as the Kiri Chunin fell. His hand, still crackling with residual lightning release chakra, looked like a weapon forged from storm clouds. To a modern eye, it would resemble the famed Reikari lightning cutter, though its creator, Heitei Kakashi, did not yet exist in this world. Ragnar had developed it himself. With his triple affinity, understanding the principles of lightning, its speed and piercing nature, was intuitive. The process was similar to the Rasengan, extreme chakra control, focusing it in the palm while simultaneously altering its nature to lightning and its form into a concentrated blade. The result was a single-point piercing thrust of horrific power. It demanded speed, a strong physique, and precise chakra control, all qualities he possessed in abundance. Mastery was now only a matter of repetition. Konoha Senpyu. Leaf Hurricane. Konoha Daisenpyu. Great Leaf Whirlwind. From the other side of the clearing, Might Dai's roars echoed. With 4 gates open, he was a tempest. Taijutsu specialists held a distinct advantage against conventional ninjas, unless those ninjas wielded esoteric bloodlines or secret arts. Dai's power, now brushing Jonin level, made short work of the remaining 2 Chunin. Ragnar felt a twinge of professional regret. Those were experience points he hadn't claimed. Dai landed beside him, his body still wreathed in the violent blue steam of the 4 gates, his aura fierce and unyielding. Ragnar-sama, are you unharmed? I'm fine. Dai, that's the 8 inner gates. Yes, Dai admitted without hesitation, his nature too straightforward for deception. How many can you open? Currently, I have mastered 6. The 7th is possible, but the cost is prohibitive, Dai replied honestly. Ragnar nodded, filing the information away. It matched the timeline. Dai's legendary moment, his sacrifice during the Third War to save his son's team by opening all 8 gates and annihilating the 7 ninja swordsmen, was still years in the future. Ragnar-sama, we must retreat now. Dai urged, his eyes scanning the trees. Too late. We're surrounded, Ragnar stated, his voice flat. His observation Haki painted a clear picture. As he spoke, shadows flickered through the forest canopy. One by one, dark figures settled on surrounding branches, looking down with cold efficiency. 9 in total. 2 Jonin. 7 Chunin. A soft hiss escaped Dai's lips. This was no simple smuggling operation. This was a coordinated infiltration by a significant Kirigakuer strike force. What was their objective? Ragnar-sama, I will hold them. Find an opening and escape. Dai declared instantly, his body tensing. Can you handle that many, Dai? Ha, can youth ever say no? Now is the time for it to bloom. Dai's confidence was absolute, his trademark grin flashing, teeth gleaming. But instead of running, why not fight them to the death? Ragnar countered. Before Dai could argue, Ragnar vanished with a shave, appearing directly in front of the most isolated Chunin. These were not just enemies, they were walking bundles of experience. He had killed the elite Chunin Uchiha Shiro a month ago. Now, with all his abilities elevated, these standard Chunin were prey. Kill the child, one of the Kiri Jonin ordered, his voice disinterested. A child was a triviality. Their focus was the green-clad monster whose chakra was spiking alarmingly. Is this the power of youth? It truly holds infinite possibility. Ragnar-sama, hold on. I will aid you as soon as I deal with these. Dai was moved to tears by Ragnar's bravery. 5th gate, gate of limit, open. 6th gate, gate of view, open. 2 more gates shattered open in succession. 6 gates total. The transformation was terrifying. The blue chakra aura around Dai darkened to a violent, pulsating emerald green. His hair stood completely on end, swirling in the torrent of energy. His eyes lost all pigment, becoming pools of solid, glowing white. The air around him screamed, torn into a raging whirlwind that ripped bark from trees and kicked up a storm of debris for 100 meters. His aura now scraped against the lower edges of the Kage-level spectrum. I am the dark emerald beast of Konoha, whose youth is now unleashed. Genin, might die. He declared, his voice resonating with power. Damn it, this is a Genin. One of the Kiri Jonin spat, all prior condescension gone. A fine meat. Whoosh boom, Dai moved. He became a green meteor. He didn't run, he blasted through space. After images littered the clearing. Each footfall shattered tree trunks or cratered the earth. He was a force of pure, anthropomorphic destruction. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, water dragon bullet. The 2 Jonin reacted in sync, unleashing their strongest arts. An A-rank tidal wave materialized from the moist forest air, and within its crest, a colossal water dragon took shape, roaring. The combined force was catastrophic, turning a swath of forest into a raging, inland sea. There was no cover, no high ground to evade. Might Dai didn't try. His youthful flames burned too brightly. He charged headlong into the converging cataclysm of water, a green speck swallowed by the azure fury. Meanwhile, Ragnar faced his own predicament, 1 versus 7 Chunin. They had him encircled. His expression remained impassive. Shave. He vanished from the center. Moonwalk. He kicked off the air, ascending above their heads. From his aerial vantage, he dove like a raptor. Armament Haki, hardening. Spiral force. His right arm turned to black iron. White vapor, the sign of compressed power, hissed from his skin as his muscles expanded. He focused the crude, 20% spiral force compression into his fist. He didn't aim for a person. He aimed for the ground in the center of their loose formation. Kaboom! The fist struck the earth. A dome of dark red and black energy, a Haki Dominion field, erupted from the impact point. The world within its radius seemed to desaturate, turning monochrome and heavy. The very ground lost cohesion, fracturing and collapsing in a cascading sinkhole. Huge clods of earth were launched into the air. The 7 Chunin cried out as their footing vanished, thrown into disarray. In that moment of chaos, suspended in the air by Moonwalk, Ragnar's eyes, cold and analytical behind the mental image of his mask, swept over them. Targets acquired. It was time to harvest. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. Let's go for 200 power stones. 41, Chapter 41, Harvest of the 7, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 41, Harvest of the 7. The world slowed to a crawl. 7 Kirigakure Chunin, disoriented by the seismic shockwave Ragnar had punched into the earth, stumbled in a ragged circle around him. Mud and shredded grass rained down in a dirty haze. 30 meters away, the cataclysm of water still churned where Might Dai had vanished, a thundering convergence of 2 high-level water release techniques that had turned the forest clearing into a temporary, violent lake. Ragnar's senses, sharpened by level 3 observation Haki, mapped every twitch, every panicked breath. Among the 7, their reactions split. 2 immediately attached Chakra to their feet and leaped to nearby branches, seeking high ground. 3 others froze, eyes wide with shock at the devastation a single fist had wrought. The remaining 2 backpedaled, kunai held in white-knuckled grips. Even ninjas can have poor composure, Ragnar noted coldly. It was a flaw he would exploit without mercy. He targeted the panicked ones first. Shave. His body became a blur. The air cracked once as he vanished from where he stood, then again as he reappeared. Level 3 Shave had doubled his effective range to 60 meters, and the speed was now comparable to a high-grade body flicker. Combined with the raw velocity granted by his enhanced physique and the crackling suggestion of lightning release Chakra channel to his legs, he moved like a bolt of human lightning. Lightning cutter, thrust. He materialized behind a Chunin who was still staring at the crater. Ragnar's right hand, sheathed in the white-blue arc of concentrated lightning Chakra, stabbed forward. It wasn't the perfected, focused needle of Kakashi's future technique, but a cruder, wilder spear of energy. It punched through the man's lower back and erupted from his abdomen in a spray of charred tissue and blood. The victim made a wet, gasping sound before collapsing. Ragnar didn't watch him fall. He was already gone. Shave. He reappeared to the left of another stumbling ninja. This one had begun to turn, kunai rising. Too slow. Spiral force. Ragnar's fist, hardened black with armament Haki and vibrating with the compressed, rotating power he'd trained from Tsunade's notes, hammered into the man's chest. There was no dramatic explosion, just a terrible, wet crunch thud as the force bypassed ribs and obliterated the heart within. The Chunin was thrown back 5 meters, a fist-sized cavity where his sternum had been, his dead eyes wide with surprise. 2 breaths, 2 kills. A fierce, primal thrill surged through Ragnar's veins, cutting through the cold pragmatism. This wasn't just survival. This was dominance. The system's EXP notifications chimed in the back of his mind, a satisfying counterpoint to the adrenaline. This was the path, fighting, killing, growing stronger. It felt less like a duty and more like an addiction he was born to feed. Whoosh. He halted his assault, landing lightly on a thick tree branch, Chakra adhering his feet to the bark. He stood above them, looking down. A faint white electric arc still danced around his right fingers. A streak of blackish blood, not his own, was smeared across his cheek, stark against his pale, intense features. At that moment, with his dark eyes surveying the carnage below, he looked less like a child soldier and more like a demonic spirit of the forest. The remaining 5 Kirigakure ninjas regrouped, clustering together. Their eyes darted between the 2 horrific corpses, one electrocuted and gutted, the other with a hollow chest. Fear was a tangible smell in the air. "You monstrous little devil." The central ninja, likely the squad leader by his tone, shouted. His voice trembled despite his effort. "All together. Now." The order was a lifeline for their fraying nerves. "Yes, squad leader." As one, the 5 leaped, fanning out to surround Ragnar's perch. Kunai gleamed, and a spread of shuriken whistled through the air in a coordinated barrage. Ragnar didn't retreat. He dropped into their encirclement. Observation Haki, fully active. The world gained a layer of translucent intent. He saw the shuriken's paths as pale streaks, saw the slight shift in a ninja's shoulder before they lunged. His body moved with impossible economy, a slight tilt of the head here, a pivot on the ball of his foot there. A shuriken grazed his hair as he spun, the kunai thrusts finding only empty space where he had just been. In the heart of their flurry, he planted his feet and twisted his torso. Armament Haki, emission. He didn't need to make contact. He crossed his arms and then flung them outward in a short, explosive arc. The unleashed, invisible force of armament Haki hit 2 Chunin like battering rams of compressed air. They were blasted off their feet with twin cries of surprise and pain, crashing into nearby trees. The remaining 3 faltered, their rhythm broken. In that opening, Ragnar's expression shifted. His brows drew together, his gaze intensifying. An immense, invisible pressure began to swell from his core, a weight that had nothing to do with Chakra. Conqueror's Haki. Release. The clearing darkened. Not physically, but in the spirit of every living thing present. A suffocating, kingly aura erupted from the 8-year-old, bending the grass flat in a circle around him. The very air grew heavy and still. The 3 Chunin directly facing him were the first to be overwhelmed. Their eyes rolled back, their bodies went rigid, and they dropped like marionettes with cut strings, unconscious before they hit the forest floor. Ragnar was a blur of ruthless efficiency. Shave. He appeared beside each slumped form. Lightning cutter. A quick, precise stab to the heart or brain. 3 sharp, crackling zaps, 3 lives extinguished. He felt no revulsion, only the cold calculus of a completed task. He then turned to the 2 he had knocked away with the air blast. One was struggling to his knees, disoriented. The other clutched a broken arm. They saw him coming, saw the absolute absence of mercy in his eyes. The end was swift. A hardened fist to a temple. A lightning-charged palm to the throat. Silence. Whoosh, whoosh. Ragnar stood amidst the 7 bodies, breathing heavily. Sweat beaded on his forehead, mixing with the grime and blood. Killing 7 Chunin in under a minute was not a trivial feat, even for him. It had pushed his enhanced stamina to its limit, a high-intensity burst he couldn't immediately repeat. His muscles sang with fatigue, but the system's chimes were a sweet reward. Ding. Experience plus 400. Ding. Experience plus 600. Ding. Experience plus 800. A cascade of notifications. In total, the 7 Chunin yielded 4,200 EXP. His tally jumped. Experience, 8,300 plus 4,212, 500/10,000. Excess experience will be held. Level up available. A fierce grin touched his lips. Killing is the fastest path after all. He was now 2,500 EXP beyond his needed threshold. The power-up was imminent. A tremendous roar shattered his momentary focus. Morning Peacock. From the direction of the colossal water techniques, a sound like a shrieking phoenix split the air. The massive body of water was churning violently. Through the spray, Ragnar's enhanced sight glimpsed 2 gigantic humanoid figures made of water release, water formation pillar technique, massively amplified by the environment and the caster's skill. The hallmark of the Ghost Lantern clan's hydrification technique. And against them was Might Die. The man was a comet of green flame. The aura of the 6th gate had solidified around him, dark emerald and blazing. He was moving so fast he seemed to hang in the air, his afterimages painting streaks of light. Then he began to punch. His fists became a blur, moving at such phenomenal speed that the friction with the air ignited them. Each punch launched a compressed fireball of pure concussive force, trailing flames like the tail of a meteor. Dozens, then hundreds, of these flaming shockwaves rained down upon the water giants in a spectacular, omnidirectional barrage. It looked like a peacock of fire spreading its tail across the sky, a beautiful, devastating technique that evaporated the surrounding water jutsu on contact. The 2 water giants, embodiments of the Kiri Jonin's power, were being systematically, violently dismantled under the storm of fists. One of the watery forms suddenly lost cohesion, reverting to a human shape that was hurled from the sky like a broken doll. It landed with a heavy, bone-jarring thud in the mud barely 10 feet from Ragnar. It was one of the Kirigakur Jonin. His clothes were torn, his body was covered in bruises and shallow burns from the concussive blows. He was gasping, one arm twisted at a wrong angle, trying to push himself up. His eyes, glazed with pain, found Ragnar. A delivery, Ragnar thought, the cold calculus returning. An experience package delivered right to my feet. The Jonin's eyes widened in dawning horror as the blood-smeared boy took a step toward him. Ragnar didn't speak. He simply cocked his right arm back, his fist sheathing itself in the deepest, most concentrated black of level 3 armament Haki. Iron fist. He drove it downward in a piston-straight line. The Jonin had no time to weave a hand sign, no chakra left for a substitution. The armored fist connected with the top of his skull. Crunch. It was a terrible, final sound. The Jonin's body went limp. Ding. Experience plus 1,300. Experience 12,500 plus 1,313, 800/10,000. The rush of new power was immediate and intoxicating. Brother. A raw, grief-stricken scream ripped from the remaining Kirigakur Jonin. He had also shed his water form, landing unevenly on the far side of the shrinking lake. His face was a mask of fury and agony, his eyes fixed on his dead sibling. I'll kill you. He took a lurching step toward Ragnar. Don't you dare lay a hand on Ragnar. Might Die landed between them with a thump that shook the ground. The green flames around him were flickering, but his stance was firm, his expression fiercely protective. Your fight is with me. TCH. Nice assist, Die, Ragnar muttered, a thread of genuine respect in his tone. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Die's mighty posture faltered. He took one step forward and his leg buckled. He stumbled to his knees, then collapsed forward onto his hands. The blazing green aura winked out like a snuffed candle. White, superheated steam erupted from every pore of his body with a violent hiss. His muscles, previously swollen with power, now visibly deflated and trembled with violent spasms. Stars swam in his vision. The 6th gate's catastrophic recoil had arrived. GUH. Our Ragnar. Die gasped, his voice a ragged whisper. He tried to lift his head, tried to push himself up, but his arms gave way. He lay in the mud, utterly spent, a vessel emptied by his own magnificent effort. With immense difficulty, he turned his head toward Ragnar. Leave me. Go. Get out of here. On the other side, the remaining Kirigakur Jonin watched the steam pour off Die. The grief on his face twisted into a vicious, triumphant sneer. He slowly straightened up, cracking his neck. The chakra around him, while depleted, began to coil again with deadly intent. Ha, ha ha ha. He laughed, a broken, hysterical sound. The forbidden technique's backlash. It's my turn now. He formed a single hand seal. Water from the soaked ground began to creep up his legs, forming wicked, serrated blades around his forearms. Water release, water cutter. He started a slow, deliberate walk toward the helpless Dai and the fatigued Ragnar. Starting with the green beast, the Jonin snarled, his eyes burning with vengeance. Then the little demon. Ragnar stood his ground between the advancing Jonin and the fallen Dai. His breath was still uneven, his muscles protested, and he was down to his last reserves. But 13,800 EXP burned in his system, begging to be used. The power-up was right there, a mere thought away. He clenched his fists, feeling the familiar, comforting hardness of armament Haki stir within. The fight wasn't over. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 42, Chapter 42, The Price of a Ghost, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 42, The Price of a Ghost. Matt Dai's anxious, ragged voice echoed in Ragnar's ears, a stark contrast to the Jonin's chilling laughter. The gamble of the 8 inner gates had failed, its terrible price arriving too soon. The balance of the battlefield had tipped in a single, exhausting moment. The resulting situation was brutally simple. Ragnar faced a wounded but enraged Kurigakure Jonin alone. Stop your useless noise. The Jonin snarled. He stomped down hard on Dai's back, grinding his sandal into the larger man's spine, using his body as a footstool to vent his fury and humiliation. The anger was a living thing, anger at his brother's death, at being pushed to the brink by a Konoha genin, at the entire failed mission. Cough. Dai choked, spitting a mouthful of blood into the mud. His body, racked by the gate's recoil, could offer no resistance. He was pinned, a testament to spent valor. Ragnar's face remained an impassive mask. Inside, he was calculating. His muscles trembled with fatigue. The 7 Chunin had cost him dearly in stamina and chakra. A direct confrontation with even a depleted Jonin was a toss-up. But showing weakness was death. He forced his breathing to steady, his voice to remain flat and cold. If I were you, Ragnar said, his gaze locked on the ghost lantern ninja, I wouldn't be making threats. I'd be retreating. Immediately. Retreat. The Jonin's laugh was harsh, devoid of any real humor. After you killed my brother, after you slaughtered my squad. Don't be absurd, brat. Look at the bodies behind me, Ragnar continued, his tone clinical. 7 Chunin. I killed them consecutively. My combat level, at minimum, is special Jonin. You, he gestured with his chin, are a Jonin, yes. But you've just fought a Kage-level technique. Your chakra and stamina are critically low. If we fight now, it will be mutually assured destruction. That serves neither of us. The ghost lantern ninja's sneer faltered for a split second. His eyes, sharp with hatred, flicked past Ragnar to the grotesque circle of corpses. His own men. 7 of them, taken down by this child. The cold logic of Ragnar's words pierced his rage. The kid was right about the consumption. The twin water dragons and maintaining the hydrification against that monstrous green barrage had drained him. He was running on fumes and vengeance. But then, looking at Ragnar's young, determined face smeared with the blood of Kiri Ninja, a deeper, more chilling realization took root. 10 years old at most. This strength, this cold efficiency. A Konoha ninja. If he lives. The image of Konoha's white fang, a man whose very name brought dread to the mist, flashed in his mind. This boy could become worse. A future calamity for Kurigakure. The murderous intent that had been hot and furious crystallized into something cold, absolute, and professional. Ragnar felt it through his observation Haki, a killing intent so focused and final it felt like a physical chill. Negotiation failed. My reserves are indeed low, the Jonin admitted, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. And the cost you paid for 7 kills was not small. I can see your exhaustion. But you have a terrifying talent. To let you grow would be an unforgivable failure. Today, you stay here, even if the price is my life. Ragnar, run. Dai managed to croak out. With a final, agonizing surge of will, he wrapped his arms around the Jonin's ankle, clinging with the last of his strength. I'm just a failure. You're Konoha's future. Go. Let go, you pathetic worm. The Jonin kicked viciously, breaking Dai's grip and sending him skidding through the mud. He didn't finish Dai off, a conscious choice. Killing the green beast would take a moment where the demon child might flee or land a fatal blow. The primary target was clear. He turned his full, predatory attention back to Ragnar. Now, it's your turn. Water release, hidden mist jutsu. His hands flew through seals with practiced speed. Not the massive, chakra-devouring techniques of before, but the foundational art of Kurigakure assassination. A thin, cold mist began to seep from the damp soil and the remnants of the water lake. It thickened with alarming speed, rolling in silent, opaque waves. Within seconds, the battlefield was swallowed. Visibility dropped to zero. The world became a cold, gray prison where sound was muffled and every shadow could be death. In the art of silent killing, Kirigakure was unparalleled among the 5 great nations. Konoha's ANBU were deadly, but in the mist, a Kiri ninja was a ghost. This was their element, bred by the ever-present sea fogs of their homeland. For an enemy, it was blindness, disorientation, and creeping panic. For Ragnar, it was an inconvenience. He closed his eyes. Observation Haki, full sense. The grayscale world of intent and presence superimposed itself over the physical blindness. The thick mist was rendered irrelevant. He could feel the dense, pain chakra signature of Dai, crumpled nearby. And he could sense the Jonin, a pulsating, malicious point of energy, moving with silent, liquid grace through the fog, circling him. Whoosh, whoosh. Shadows flickered at the edge of his Haki sense. The Jonin was testing, moving with the absolute silence of a master hunter. A kunai, thrown not for damage but to gauge reaction, whistled silently out of the gray, aimed at the back of Ragnar's neck. Ragnar didn't turn. He simply tilted his head 2 inches to the left. The kunai passed through the space his neck had occupied and vanished into the mist. Impossible. The thought, sharp with shock, echoed from the Jonin's position in Ragnar's mind. No sound. No chakra flare. How did he? Ragnar gave him no time to ponder. He planted his feet, his right arm swinging back. Fatigue was a weight he ignored. Armament Haki, darker and more concentrated than before, sheathed his fist and forearm like forged obsidian. He located the Jonin's core through the mist, through the trees, with pinpoint accuracy. Spiral iron fist. He didn't just punch the air. He punched the concept of the space between them, unleashing the compressed, rotating force of spiral power wrapped in an emission of armament Haki. Bang! The effect was not a projectile, but a localized shockwave of pure, directed force. The air itself spiraled violently outwards from his fist. The thick, clinging mist in a cone-shaped area before him was not parted, it was violently shredded, hurled backwards as if by a sudden gale. A clear tunnel, littered with shredded leaves and dirt, was blown through the artificial fog, revealing the stunned Jonin 15 meters away, his assassination posture broken. Huff. Ragnar exhaled sharply, his arm trembling. White steam hissed from his pores where the Haki had been over-concentrated. The deep black coating on his arm flickered, growing patchy. His physical stamina was hitting its absolute limit. He was running on willpower and the dregs of his energy. How? The ghost lantern Jonin breathed, his astonishment plain. His ace, the mist, had been nullified not by a wind jutsu, but by raw, concussive power. There was no more room for technique, for tricks. It was down to the last reserves. Shave. Even fatigued, Ragnar's burst speed was terrifying. He crossed the cleared space in a blur of motion that made his muscles scream in protest, appearing directly in front of the Jonin. No feints, no elegance. A straight, armament-hardened punch aimed for the center of mass. The Jonin's eyes widened. He couldn't dodge. He crossed his arms in a guard over his chest, bracing. Crack thud. The impact wasn't just physical. The spiral force, even weakened, transmitted through the guard. A visible shockwave of energy erupted from the Jonin's back, splintering the trunk of the large tree behind him into pulp. Guh. The Jonin vomited a spray of blood, his arms going numb. But in that moment of impact, his body liquefied. His form collapsed into a splash of water that soaked into the muddy ground. Water clone? No. Hydrification. A few meters away, another puddle of water coalesced, reforming into the Jonin. He stumbled, his face ashen, one hand clutching his chest. He was breathing in ragged, wet gasps. The water release had saved him from having his organs pulverized, but the concussive force had still transferred, leaving him with severe internal trauma. As expected of a Jonin, Ragnar said, his own voice tight with strain. He didn't pursue immediately. He was buying seconds, each one a precious commodity for his body to recover a sliver of energy. His mind, however, raced through endless calculations, searching for the single path to victory in their mutually exhausted state. The ghost lantern ninja stared at this relentless child, a chill that had nothing to do with his injuries seeping into his bones. This wasn't a fight anymore. It was a duel of endurance between a wounded shark and a cornered wolf cub. And the wolf's eyes held no fear, only an endless, calculating cold. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 43, Chapter 43, The Flame and the Secret, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 43, The Flame and the Secret. The air hung heavy with silence, broken only by the sigh of the wind through shattered trees. The battlefield was a scar upon the earth, a testament to the brutal clash. Splintered trunks lay like fallen giants. The ground was a mosaic of craters, deep cracks, and patches of scorched earth where lightning had danced. Puddles from the colossal water techniques reflected the gray sky, and the metallic scent of blood clung to the damp soil. Corpses in Kirigakure gray lay where they had fallen. In the center of this devastation, two figures stood locked in a lethal stalemate. Ragnar and the ghost lantern Jonin were mirrors of exhaustion, each pushed to their absolute limit, waiting for the other to make the final, fatal mistake. Huff, huff. Ragnar's breathing was ragged, sweat tracing clean lines through the grime and blood on his face. This was the most desperate fight of his life in this world. The line between victory and death was drawn sharper than any blade. Win, and live. Lose, and everything ended here. At 8 years old, he had slaughtered 7 Chunin and was now trading blows with a seasoned Jonin. By any metric, his performance was monstrous, unprecedented. A part of him, cold and detached, acknowledged a flicker of pride. He had survived where any other would have been fodder. Kid, you're not just a genius, the ghost lantern ninja wheezed, using the precious seconds to gulp air and desperately scrape together the dregs of his chakra. You're a nightmare. If you were allowed to grow, you'd be another white Fang. Maybe worse. How many more times can you pull that water trick? Ragnar shot back, his voice strained but steady. How many more of my punches can your body take before it turns to pulp? Ha! The Jonin's sneer was weak, bitter. It galled him to be spoken down to by a child, but the truth in the words was a cold stone in his gut. Humph. A faint, grim smile touched Ragnar's lips. He saw the Jonin's eyes tracking his every move, waiting for an opening. So, he gave him one. He brought his hands together in a flash, fingers weaving through a series of seals with deliberate, visible speed. Fire release, great fireball technique. He shouted, his voice cutting through the tense silence. The Jonin's eyes widened, then narrowed with predatory focus. A seal. A mistake. He knew the great fireball jutsu. 8 hand signs. For an average ninja, 8 seconds. For a prodigy, 3 to 4. Instant ninjutsu without seals was the realm of legends and kage. This was his chance. He bet everything. He estimated Ragnar, even as a top-tier genius, needed 3 seconds. 3 seconds was an eternity at this range. His own body flicker took 1.5. Time seemed to stretch. Ragnar's hands moved through the signs. The Jonin's muscles coiled, his remaining chakra flaring. Swish. He vanished, reappearing in a blur directly in front of Ragnar, kunai gleaming with lethal intent, aimed unerringly for the heart. A perfect, decisive strike. The battle was over. The Jonin watched the tip of his blade close the final inch towards Ragnar's chest. He saw Ragnar's hands still frozen in a seal. Victory was a cold, sweet taste in his mouth. He allowed himself a glance at the boy's face, wanting to see the fear, the realization of death. He saw none of that. He saw a smirk. A devilish, triumphant curl of the lips that spoke of a trap sprung. Wrong. Something is wrong. The kunai pierced fabric, then met no resistance. No flesh, no bone. Instead, a searing, blinding heat. Zzzt. No blood spilled. The Ragnar his blade touched erupted not in gore, but in a wave of blistering air. Before his disbelieving eyes, the Ragnar before him dissolved, and the real Ragnar, who had never completed the fireball seals, stood a pace to the side, his right arm raised. That arm was no longer flesh and blood. It had transformed into a roaring conflagration of brilliant, sun-gold flames. The flames condensed, compressed, and swelled with terrifying speed into a massive fist of pure fire, larger than a man, hovering between them like a miniature sun. This isn't any fireball jutsu, was the Jonin's last, panicked thought. Then Ragnar's cold, final command echoed in the superheated air. Fire fist. The colossal fist of golden flame descended. It didn't strike so much as consume. It became a crashing pillar of incinerating wrath that swallowed the ghost lantern Jonin whole. A scream, cut horrifically short, was lost in the roar of the flames. He instinctively triggered his hydrification, his body dissolving into water, a defense that had saved him before. But this was no ordinary fire. This was the flame of a mythical Zoan, fueled by Ragnar's will and Haki. The water did not quench it, it vaporized instantly into sizzling steam. The Jonin was erased from existence, not by force, but by absolute, purifying heat. The golden pillar erupted upwards, a beacon of destruction that lit up the forest canopy. For a moment, it was as if a second sun had bloomed on the earth. At its epicenter, Ragnar stood wreathed in the afterglow. Part of his right shoulder and chest still flickered with dancing blue-gold flames, making him look like an avatar of some ancient fire spirit. With a thought, the flames obediently receded, snuffing out, leaving behind only the intense smell of ozone and scorched stone. The ground for meters around was vitrified, rock melted into glossy, black glass. Ding! Killed Jonin. Experience plus 2000. Total EXP 13,800 plus 2015, 800/10,000. Clunk. A silver treasure chest materialized at his feet with a solid sound. Ragnar had no energy to examine it. He willed it into his system space with a thought. Every fiber of his being screamed for rest, for collapse. But his observation Haki, stretched thin and raw, pinged a distant warning. A malice. Not from the fallen Kiri ninja. From farther away, from the direction of Konoha. And it was closing in, moving with purpose. No time. Gritting his teeth against the protest of his body, he staggered to where Might Dai lay, half-conscious. He hauled the larger man's arm over his shoulders, ignoring the groan of pain, and with a final burst of desperate speed fueled by shave, he vanished into the deeper, unburned woods. Long after the last ember died and the glassy ground cooled, a black shadow dropped silently from the trees. The figure surveyed the devastation, his eyes taking in the unique carnage, the 7 Chunin killed with brutal efficiency, the 2 areas of massive water damage, and now, this circle of absolute incineration. The rocks had flowed like wax. Interesting, the shadow muttered to himself. Intel said the boy Ragnar doesn't use fire release. Might Dai is a taijutsu specialist. So who? He couldn't reconcile the evidence. In the gloom, 3 Tomo spun slowly in his dark pupils, capturing every detail. The Uchiha clan's pursuit had found the battlefield, but their quarry had already fled. Elsewhere, beneath a thundering waterfall that masked all sound. After half a day of focused breathing and minimal movement, Ragnar's strength had crawled back to perhaps 60%. The phoenix fruit's latent regeneration was finally making a noticeable difference, soothing his battered muscles and replenishing his energy far faster than any normal person could hope for. On the bank of the stream, Might Dai was already back to his energetic self, having borne the brunt of the gate's recoil but none of the lasting damage of Ragnar's direct combat. He was happily spearing fish with a sharpened stick, having already caught 7 or 8 small trout. Lord Ragnar, a little help, please. Dai called, holding up the skewered fish with a bright, grateful smile. With a sigh that was more performative than irritated, Ragnar flicked a finger. A tiny, controlled wisp of blue phoenix flame shot out, igniting the carefully stacked firewood Dai had prepared into a perfect cooking fire. Wow, so convenient. Dai marveled, immediately setting to roasting the fish with the practiced ease of a man who'd eaten many meals off the land. As the smell of cooking fish filled the small clearing, Ragnar made a decision. Dai, he began, his voice serious. Dai paused in his turning of the skewers. I need you to keep my ability with the flames a secret, Ragnar said, watching him closely. At least until I choose to reveal it myself. Dai's hands resumed their work after only a brief hesitation. A warm, understanding smile spread across his face. I don't know why you'd want to keep such an amazing power hidden, Lord Ragnar. But you must have your reasons. You saved my life. My youth and my honor are sworn to keep your secret. Ragnar believed him. Dai's character was as solid as the mountains. His reasons for secrecy were rooted in cold pragmatism. Konoha already watched him for his strange power, Haki, and his connection to Tsunade. Now he had displayed a flame ability that required no hand signs, could elementalize his body, and unleashed power on par with A or S rank ninjutsu. To the village's strategists and shadowy figures like Danzo, he wouldn't be just a talented boy. He'd be a unique, dissectable weapon. A resource to be controlled, studied, or, if they feared they couldn't control him, eliminated. He would not judge all of Konoha by the standards of its darkest corners, but he would not be naive. The fate of other bloodline limits, the Ghost Lantern clan, the Kagaya, the Uzumaki, was a stark lesson in the brutal politics of power. Better to have a trump card no one knew about. With that settled, another question arose. He looked at Dai, who was now happily munching on a perfectly cooked fish. Dai, Ragnar asked, genuine curiosity in his tone. You said you could open 7 gates. But you were completely spent after fighting 1 Jonin with the 6th. Why? Crunch. Dai fumbled the fish. It was a tiny motion, but to Ragnar's observant eyes, it was a tell. When Dai looked up, his ever-present smile was there, but it was strained at the edges, plastered over a deep, well-concealed guilt. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. Let's hit 200 power stones. 44, Chapter 44, The Unseen Burden and a New Power, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 44, The Unseen Burden and a New Power. The foundation of mastering the physical arts is a strong body, Might Dai explained, his usual exuberance tempered by seriousness. This is especially true for the 8 inner gates. Without a body forged like tempered steel, it's impossible to even open the 6th gate, let alone survive it. He poked at the fire with a stick, the embers casting flickering shadows on his face. Lord Ragnar, I am just an eternal genin. My monthly stipend is minimal. It's difficult to get missions approved. The intense training I do. He paused, a flicker of pain crossing his features. It leaves many hidden injuries. So, the gates can only be maintained for a very short time. The 7th gate, it is possible to open. But the backlash would be. He didn't finish, but the grim set of his jaw said enough. It would be catastrophic. Ragnar listened in silence. He understood. Power always demanded a price, a sacrifice incomprehensible to the ordinary. The 8 gates were the ultimate expression of that truth, a suicide technique masquerading as a trump card. He remembered fragmented knowledge from his old world, a green-clad monster kicking a godlike being half to death. That power came from a lifetime of grinding, hidden agony. Die, Ragnar said after a moment, his voice low. When we return to the village, if they ask about this mission, tell them you killed all the Kurogakure ninja. Every last one. Might Dai's head snapped up, his eyes wide. What? How could I? That's a lie. Most of them were killed by you, Lord Ragnar. I cannot steal your glory, it would be a betrayal of my youth. You need the recognition more than I do, Ragnar stated flatly, cutting through Dai's protest. You need the mission reward, the promotion, the improved standing. I heard you have a son on the way. Do you want him to grow up with the same struggles? To be called the son of the eternal genin? The word struck Dai like physical blows. His eyes, already damp with emotion, welled up. The thought of his unborn son, little Guy, facing the same mockery, the same desperate poverty. It was a fear that haunted his brightest dreams. Will you? A ragged, heartfelt sob escaped him. He cried openly, shoulders shaking. To find someone who understood his struggle, who would offer such a profound sacrifice for his sake. In that moment, Might Dai felt a bond deeper than any he'd known. If you have such a comrade in life, you can die without regrets. His youthful spirit, so often dampened by hardship, blazed anew with fierce, grateful fire. To Ragnar, it was a slightly unnerving sight, a grown man weeping passionately before him. But it cemented his assessment. Might Dai was genuine to his core, a man of unshakable loyalty and simple, powerful emotions. All right. The fish is turning to charcoal, Ragnar said, nudging the conversation back to practicality. Dai snapped to attention, wiping his face with a rough sleeve, his smile returning, brighter than before. He quickly handed Ragnar the best-cooked fish. They ate in companionable silence, the only sounds the crackling fire and the rushing waterfall. After they'd finished, a pile of clean-picked fish bones between them, Ragnar spoke again. We'll rest a while longer, then head back to Konoha. A persistent unease gnawed at him, a faint prickling at the edge of his observation Haki that spoke of unresolved danger. Understood. Dai replied, his voice firm with renewed purpose. Using the rest time, Ragnar focused inward. The silver treasure chest awaited. Logically, after such an intense battle, the rewards should be significant. But a silver chest suggested a powerful, but not world-altering, prize. He visualized the chest in his system space. It opened with a soft, metallic click, spilling forth a radiant white light. Hovering within was a card edged in silver. As he focused on it, the image resolved. Within the card's frame, countless slashes of white sword energy crisscrossed in a violent, beautiful maelstrom, a whirlwind of cutting force that seemed to tear at the very image. One sword style, 36-pound phoenix. The knowledge flowed into him instantly, the footwork, the grip, the precise angle and explosive motion required to generate a tornado of cutting power with a single blade. It was a perfected technique, one of Roronoa Zoro's signature moves, now etched into Ragnar's muscle memory as if he'd practiced it for a decade. Perfect timing, he thought, glancing at the demonic sword Yama sheathed at his side. A sword needed techniques to become more than a sharp club. He pulled up his status panel. Host, Ragnar. Abilities, Conqueror's Haki LV3, Observation Haki LV3, Armament Haki LV3, Tornado LV3, Shave LV3, Moonwalk LV3, 36-pound Phoenix LV1, 10,000 EXP to next level. Devil Fruit, Tori Tori no Mi, Model, Phoenix LV3, 10,000 EXP to next level. Weapon, Yama Demon Blade. Experience, 15, 800/10,000. He had a surplus. Without hesitation, he allocated 1,100 EXP. 36-pound Phoenix LV3. Remaining EXP 14,700. Now came the real choice. With over 10,000 EXP in reserve, he could upgrade a core ability. The Hakis were powerful, but their LV3 forms were already formidable. His immediate weakness, as Sakumo had noted, was a lack of overwhelming, large-scale power. The Phoenix Fruit offered that potential. Strength first. Always. Upgrade Devil Fruit to level 4. 10,000 EXP deducted. Tori Tori no Mi, Model, Phoenix LV4. Remaining EXP 4,700. The change was instantaneous and internal. A surge of power, hot and wild, erupted from his core. Where before the blue flames had been a tool, an extension of his will, they now felt like a living, roaring inferno within him, eager to be unleashed. The gentle regeneration he'd experienced intensified. He could feel micro-tears in his muscles from the earlier fight knitting together at a visible pace. Externally, the air around him wavered. The temperature in the small clearing spiked abruptly. Might Dai, who was checking his gear, yelped and scooted back. Lord Ragnar, is it just me, or did it get really hot all of a sudden? Ragnar took a slow, deep breath, exerting control. The internal inferno settled, banked like a furnace. The ambient heat faded. Did it? He said, opening his eyes. They seemed to glow with a faint, blue ember for a second before returning to normal. Must be the fire. We should move. The two set out as dusk began to paint the sky in purples and oranges. At their pace, even traveling through the dense fire country forest, they would reach Konoha by morning if they moved through the night. Their enhanced stamina made it feasible. However, a few hours into their journey, under the cloak of true night, Ragnar's observation Haki pinged a sharp, discordant warning. He stopped instantly on a high branch, holding up a fist. Lord Ragnar. Dai whispered, landing silently beside him. Something's off ahead. Too quiet after the river. We go by ground from here. They descended, moving with more caution. The forest floor was a mess of disturbed earth and broken foliage. Then they saw the signs, dark splashes of blood on leaves, a discarded kunai with a broken tip, a torn piece of fabric with a Konoha insignia. Finally, they found the source. 3 bodies in the distinctive animal masks and armor of Konoha ANBU lay in a small, brutalized clearing. Their masks were cracked, their postures telling a story of a sudden, vicious ambush. Rustle. A black shape erupted from a thick bush to their right, lunging with desperate speed. I've got it. Dai yelled, reflexes honed by a lifetime of being underestimated. He spun, the powerful muscles of his leg driving a savage, Konoha whirlwind. Towards the shadow. Ragnar's observation Haki had parsed the shape a fraction of a second faster. It wasn't an attacker. Dai, wait. Too late. Dai's foot connected with a sickening thud. The black shape, a slender figure in torn, blood-stained ANBU gear, without a mask, was kicked like a ragdoll across the clearing. They hit a tree trunk and slid down, unmoving. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. Let's hit 200 power stones. 45, Chapter 45, The Weight of a Shadow's Death. Chapter 45, The Weight of a Shadow's Death. The figure that had lunged from the undergrowth lay crumpled against the tree, the trunk slightly splintered from the impact. Might Dai's kick, fueled by instinct and formidable strength, had been brutally effective. Against a normal foe, it would have been a fight ender. Sigh. Ragnar couldn't help but shoot a look at Dai, a mix of exasperation and resignation. Dai scratched the back of his head, his expression sheepish. My apologies, Lord Ragnar. I thought it was another ambush. My youth reacted before my brain did. By the uniform, that's Konoha ANBU, Ragnar stated, his voice dropping. What? Dai's face paled under the moonlight. Striking a fellow Konoha ninja was bad enough. Striking ANBU, the village's hidden blade, was a potentially lethal mistake. Ragnar moved forward, kneeling beside the slumped form. The figure's breathing was shallow, wet, and growing fainter. The life in them was guttering out like a candle in the wind. He carefully turned the body, his eyes going to the mask. It was one of the 12 zodiac masks, the boar. Recognition clicked. Not just any boar. He'd dueled this ninja in the ANBU crucible. Through the medium of observation Haki, every person's spiritual pressure had a unique texture. This fading aura belonged to the same boar-masked ANBU he had faced and defeated. It really is ANBU, Dai moaned, horror dawning. I've killed him. You didn't, Ragnar corrected coldly, his finger pointing to the center of the boar's chest. Look. Even in the poor light, the wound was evident. A deep, precise puncture, cauterized around the edges by intense heat, no, by lightning. Faint traces of lightning-released chakra still sizzled faintly in the ruined tissue. The attack had pierced directly through the heart. The boar was still alive through sheer, stubborn willpower and perhaps, Ragnar noted clinically, a thicker layer of pectoral muscle that had slightly misdirected the blow from instantly destroying the organ. Ahem. The boar coughed, a weak, bubbling sound. His head lolled, eyes searching the darkness until they found Ragnar and Dai. His voice was a paper-thin whisper. Konoha, am I back? Not yet. We're ninjas on a return mission, Ragnar answered, keeping his ANBU status hidden. What happened here? A flicker of profound disappointment crossed the boar's visible lower face. I see. Please, remove my mask. It was an odd request for a dying ANBU, whose identity was meant to die with the mask. But Ragnar complied, his motions gentle. He unhooked the porcelain boar mask. Underneath was a face far younger than expected, rounded with youthfulness, cheeks still holding a hint of childhood softness. He couldn't have been more than 14. In the dim light, his eyes, losing their focus, seemed to stare past them at the night sky. Death is a ninja's fate, the boy whispered, his voice gaining a strange, distant clarity. From the day I put on the mask, I lived in shadow. Killing, being killed, it's just a matter of time. To see the light, one last time, before the end. I have no regrets. Might Dai stood frozen, a deep sadness etching his normally exuberant features. Ragnar said nothing, offering the silence the dying shadow deserved. These were the last words of a tool being returned to the box, finally acknowledging it had been a person. What happened? Ragnar pressed, his voice low but firm. ANBU operatives dying on home territory signaled a severe breach. Kumo. The boy gasped. Kumogakure infiltrators, they took the Jinchuriki. Our squad, ordered to track, retrieve silently. Ambushed, heavy losses. Ragnar's blood ran cold. The Jinchuriki. In this era, in Konoha, there was only one candidate. Kushina. The incident from the vague history of his old world was unfolding before him. Kumo, seeking the Uzumaki clan's legendary sealing prowess and resilient bloodline, had made their move. Was there no larger pursuit? A retrieval team? Ragnar asked, though he already suspected the answer. The boar gave a weak, almost imperceptible shake of his head. Only our ANBU team. The Hokage doesn't want this public. Konoha's weakness can't be shown. The cold, political logic was stark. The Jinchuriki was a vital asset, but her public kidnapping was a devastating blow to morale during tense, pre-war times. A single, deniable ANBU team was the compromise: succeed in secrecy, or fail in silence. If they failed, Konoha could feign ignorance, avoid an immediate, all-out war it might not be ready for. Kushina would become a statistic, a tragic, unsolved loss. The thought of Kushina, brash, loud, secretly kind Kushina, being discarded as a political casualty sent a jolt of something hot and fierce through Ragnar's cold pragmatism. He saw the bento boxes left at his door. The way she cheered for him with utter, uncomplicated faith. The silent cleaning of his empty home while he trained in the ANBU depths. In a world of calculations and survival, her actions were a stubborn, bright flame of genuine care. The boar's breathing hitched, then smoothed out into a terrible, final stillness. The light left his young eyes. His mission, in death, was complete. Lord Ragnar, what's a Jinchuriki? What's going on? Dai asked, bewildered by the grave exchange. Ragnar took a slow, controlled breath, banking the sudden fire in his chest. Dai, he said, his voice leaving no room for argument. I have to go after someone. You cannot come with me. Why not? Two are stronger than one. My youth is ready to burn again. Dai protested, clenching his fists. This is different. The side effects of the gates haven't left you. You're at half strength at best. And these ANBU, Ragnar gestured to the bodies in the clearing, were loyal shinobi of Konoha. They can't be left for scavengers. Bury them. Give them that dignity. Dai opened his mouth to argue, but the truth of Ragnar's words sank in. In his current state, he would be a liability, not an asset. His shoulders slumped, then squared with resolve. Understood. I will wait here for your return, Lord Ragnar. Ragnar glanced at the moon's position. If I'm not back by dawn, he said, his tone leaving no illusion about the odds, don't wait. Return to Konoha and report what you found here. Omit my part in the chase. The unspoken finality of it hung in the air. Dai's face hardened into an expression of fierce loyalty. Lord Ragnar, you will come back. If anything happens to you, I swear on my life and my youth, Kumo will pay a price they cannot imagine. With a final nod, Ragnar turned. Shave. He vanished from the clearing, becoming a streak of motion through the midnight forest. Whoosh. Whoosh. Ragnar moved like a ghost, his observation haki stretched to its limit, painting the world in shades of intent and lingering chakra. He followed the faint, fading trail of conflict, a scuff mark here, a drop of blood on a fern there, the residual ozone smell of lightning release. The path led away from Konoha, towards the more remote, mountainous borders. Another hard fight. The thought was a clinical assessment. A rescue against an unknown number of Kumo Ninja, likely Jonin level to take on an ANBU team. The logical part of him screamed it was a terrible risk for a girl who, in the grand scheme of his survival, was not essential. But Kushina was essential. Not to his plans, but to the faint, atrophied part of him that remembered what it was to have a connection not based on utility or fear. She was the only one who sought nothing from him but his existence. For that stubborn, irrational spark of light, he would walk into the darkness. A mile from the estimated location, his observation haki screamed a warning, not of attack, but of presence. He killed his momentum, melting into the shadows of a rocky outcrop. He moved with agonizing slowness, every sense amplified. In a small clearing ahead, under the bleak, silver moon, he saw her. Tied tightly to the thick trunk of an ancient oak was Kushina. Her vibrant red hair was dulled by dirt and tears. Her head was bowed, but he could see the track of tears cutting through the grime on her cheeks. The usual fiery defiance was gone, replaced by a heartbreaking look of helpless despair. Kushina, he breathed, the word soundless. His eyes scanned the area. Two figures in the distinctive attire of Kumo Ninja lounged against trees on the far side of the clearing, seemingly taking a rest. Their postures were relaxed, but their positioning covered all approaches to their prisoner. They were professionals, confident after dispatching their pursuers. Ragnar's mind began to work, cold and fast. Two visible guards. Were there more on patrol? In the trees? His haki swept the area, detecting no other immediate hostile presences, but the range was limited by his exhaustion. He assessed his reserves. Fatigue was a heavy cloak. His chakra was low. His haki was stable but not at peak. The phoenix flames within him, now at LV4, simmered with new, volatile power, but unleashing them here could too easily catch Kushina in the blaze. He needed a plan. A silent, precise, and merciless one. The demon blade Yama felt heavy at his side, almost humming with anticipation. The technique, 36-pound phoenix, lay ready in his mind. He would get one chance. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 50 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 46, Chapter 46, The Deception of Lightning and Flames, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 46, Bonus Chapter. We have reached our goal, partying face of 200 power stone. Next goal is 300. Thanks y'all. Hugging face, red heart. The forest at midnight was a tapestry of deep shadows and oppressive silence, broken only by the intermittent chirp of crickets and the rustle of unseen creatures. Kushina, bound tightly to the rough bark of the oak, felt the chill of the night seep into her bones. Her face was pale, smudged with dirt and dried tears. Panic, a cold serpent, coiled in her stomach. Is anyone coming? Will anyone come? She had seen the Konoha ANBU fall during the day, their desperate fight silenced by the Kumo Ninja's brutal efficiency. Since then, nothing but the mocking confidence of her captors. Each passing hour took her closer to the Fire Country's border, and with it, a future of unimaginable horror, a lab specimen, a tool to be dissected for her clan's secrets. The thought made her small frame tremble uncontrollably. Shh. A sound, fainter than a sigh, softer than a leaf's touch. It came from directly behind the massive tree trunk she was tied to. A sound that cut through her despair like a sliver of light in a sealed tomb. And it was familiar. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Who? It's me. The voice was low, calm, utterly devoid of panic. And she knew it. She would know that flat, serious tone anywhere. Ragnar. A shock of pure, disbelieving joy surged through her, warming her frozen core. He came for me. But it was followed instantly by a wave of terror. No, you idiot. Why? These were not academy bullies. These were killers. Jonin. Go, she whispered, the sound barely leaving her lips. Get out of here. Now. Don't talk nonsense. His reply was immediate, a command brooking no argument. We're leaving. Together. The finality in his voice stole her breath. She fell silent. She felt the pressure on her bonds ease, then vanish as a kunai, wielded with silent precision, severed the ropes. Her numb arms fell to her sides. She turned, and there he was. In the deep shadow of the tree, his face was all sharp angles and focused intensity, his eyes scanning the clearing. He looked older than 8 in that moment, a veteran assessing a battlefield. He grabbed her wrist, his grip firm. This way. They took 1 step, then 2, moving with ghostly quiet towards the thicker darkness of the forest. Just where do you 2 think you're going? The voice was a lazy drawl, dripping with amusement and arrogance. It came from above. Ragnar's head snapped up. The 2 Kumo ninjas were no longer lounging against the trees on the far side. They stood perched on a high branch 20 feet away, looking down like hawks who had been watching mice scurry all along. A trap. He'd walked right into it, drawn by the obvious bait. What do we do? Kushina breathed, her hope crumbling as fast as it had bloomed. Stay behind me. Ragnar's voice didn't waver. He pushed her gently but firmly back, placing his body between her and the Kumonin. His eyes, cold and calculating, locked onto the 2 figures. I was hoping Konoha would send someone actually worth my time, the larger ninja mocked. He was a mountain of muscle clad in Kumo's distinctive gray and white leather armor, his skin a deep bronze. Lightning seemed to crackle in the air around him. But another brat? Is this all the great Konoha has left? His companion was leaner, wiry, but radiated a similar predatory confidence. The harsh climate and relentless training of Kumogakure produced shinobi built like fortresses. Their average physique was the envy and dread of the other nations. By openly abducting a Konoha citizen, Ragnar said, stalling, his mind racing, you're trying to start the second war early. War. The large ninja, Captain Armani, by the lean one's address, barked a laugh. Kid, the strong make the rules. Konoha is rotting from within if it sends children to fight its battles. Where is the White Fang? Hiding. Probably scared the legendary White Fang will break against our strength, Captain. The lean ninja sneered. Armani laughed again, a deep, grating sound. Ha, true. Ragnar's expression remained impassive. If the White Fang were here, he stated, his voice flat as a blade, you'd both be dead already. It wouldn't even be a fight. The amusement vanished from Armani's face, replaced by cold fury. Arrogant little worm. If White Fang won't come, I'll settle for crushing you. Crackle zzzt. Blue-white arcs of electricity erupted across Armani's body, making his hair stand on end and casting jagged shadows around the clearing. This was Kumo's signature, Ninteijutsu. The fusion of chakra enhancement with brutal physicality, creating speed and power that pure taijutsu could never match. It was different from the 8 gates, which unleashed the body's own latent steam and heat. This was raw lightning release chakra supercharging muscle and nerve. Another jonin, Ragnar noted internally. The chakra output was immense, nearly tangible. This was the man who had mortally wounded the boar. What's wrong, brat? Scared stiff. Armani taunted. Then he moved. Flash. It was pure speed. Even with observation Haki painting his intent, Ragnar's body, fatigued and pushed to its limit, lagged a critical fraction behind the prediction. Armani was suddenly there, his fist a comet of crackling energy. Ninteijutsu, thunderclap fist. Boom. The punch didn't just hit, it discharged. The concussive force of the blow, amplified by the explosive lightning, lifted Ragnar off his feet and sent him hurtling backwards. He smashed through a thick shrub and cratered the trunk of a younger tree with a sickening crunch, sliding to the ground in a heap of splintered wood and dust. "Ragnar!" Kushina screamed, her voice raw. "Shut up, you little red-haired rodent." Armani backhanded her casually. The blow wasn't meant to kill, but to disable. She was knocked sprawling, her cry cut short as her head hit a root, dazing her. Armani didn't spare her another glance. He stalked towards the debris where Ragnar lay, lightning coiling eagerly around his right arm. It elongated, solidified, crackling with malicious intent into a spear of pure, condensed electricity. "Not long ago," Armani said conversationally, as if discussing the weather, "a Konoha dog in a boar mask thought he could track us. I put one of these through his heart. He ran, but the heart was pulp. He's dead in a ditch somewhere. Now it's your turn." He looked down at Ragnar, who was struggling to push himself up on one elbow, his face a mask of pain and stubborn defiance. "Don't take it personally, kid," Armani said, a strange, almost philosophical note in his voice. "The shinobi world has never known real peace. We kill, we get killed. It's a wheel that's turned for centuries. No one can stop it." He raised the lightning spear, its tip sizzling in the night air. "Least of all you." He thrust down. Schlick. A wet, piercing sound. Ragnar's body convulsed, his eyes flying wide, blood spraying from his mouth. "It's over," Armani stated, pulling the electric spear back. A flicker of something, weariness, crossed his features. "Killing children, even enemy ones, never sat right. Be boss." The voice was a strangled gurgle of agony. It came from behind him. Armani whirled. His lean subordinate, the mocking one, was staring down at his own chest in utter disbelief. Protruding from the center of it was an identical spear of crackling blue lightning. Standing behind him, one hand on the spear's hilt, which was, in fact, his own armament, Haki hardened arm sheathed in volatile, newly awakened phoenix flame disguised as lightning, was Ragnar. His clothes were torn, his face smeared with dirt from the crater, but his eyes were clear, cold, and fixed on Armani. A devilish, triumphant smile touched his lips. "You killed my comrade," Ragnar said, his voice eerily calm. "Now I've killed yours. That's the truth of your world, isn't it?" Armani's head snapped back to the crater. The Ragnar he had just impaled dissolved into a puff of white smoke. Poof! A substitute jutsu. A basic academy technique, executed with flawless timing under the cover of the debris cloud. And not just that. He glanced at where Kushina had fallen. Her form too shimmered and collapsed into a simple log. Poof! He had been playing against a shadow and a piece of wood from the very beginning. The real Ragnar stood over the dying lean ninja, his haki-clad arm, wreathed in blue-gold fire he'd shaped to mimic lightning release, withdrawing from the fatal wound. The real Kushina was nowhere to be seen, likely hidden by Ragnar the moment he cut her bonds. Armani's face twisted with a rage so profound it silenced the lightning around him for a second. He had been outmaneuvered, humiliated, by a child. "You." He snarled, the word a promise of annihilation. Ragnar met his gaze, his smile gone, replaced by the cold focus of a hunter. The first move of the real battle had been his. Now came the storm. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 47, Chapter 47, Clash of Thunder and Iron. Chapter 47, Clash of Thunder and Iron. For a single, disorienting second, Armani believed he was trapped in a genjutsu. The scene before him defied logic. The bait he'd been guarding was a clone, the child he'd just killed was a substitution, and his subordinate lay dead at the feet of the real target. It was a tableau of perfect, humiliating failure. He ran a frantic, internal check. His chakra flowed cleanly, no foreign interference. No illusion. The cold, sickening reality settled in. It was all real. But how? The Jinchuriki girl had been right there. The kid had been in the crater. His mind reeled, then focused into a razor point of pure, incandescent rage. "Brat, I will tear you apart." Armani's roar was a physical force. Lightning erupted from him in a violent nimbus, bleaching his eyes a furious white. Veins stood out on his neck and temples. The sheer power of his chakra shred the upper half of his uniform, revealing a torso of cord, granite-like muscle, crisscrossed with old scars. He was a storm given human form. Ha! Ragnar's sneer was a soft, cold counterpoint to the thunder. He pulled his haki-hardened arm back, letting the lean ninja's body slump lifelessly to the forest floor. Killing a Chunin was trivial now. The real fight had always been against the captain. His plan had been a gamble of precision and timing. The moment his observation Haki had warned him of the guard's deceptive relaxation, he'd acted. A shadow clone, infused with a sliver of his will and Haki to feel more real, had taken Kushina's place the second he cut her bonds, while the real girl was shoved into deeper cover. Another clone, carrying the lingering scent of his exhaustion and blood, had played the wounded quarry. The basic Academy 3 had become tools of lethal deception. I admit I underestimated you, Armani grated out, his voice vibrating with suppressed lightning. That mistake cost my subordinate his life. But it won't happen again. You have no more tricks. He didn't wait for a reply. His foot stamped down, and the earth exploded beneath him. He became a bolt of living lightning, crossing the distance in a blink. Ninteijutsu, Thunderstorm Fist. His right fist wasn't just cloaked in lightning, it was lightning. The chakra didn't just enhance, it detonated in a controlled storm around his knuckles, a technique designed to obliterate on impact while the raw physical force shattered bone. A contest of strength? Ragnar thought, a fierce, challenging light igniting in his own eyes. Against a jonin of this caliber, it was madness. But his body, tempered by Haki, the Phoenix, and relentless training, sang with power. He would not yield. Armament Haki, full hardening. Spiral force compression. His right arm transformed. From fingertips to shoulder, it became forged obsidian, radiating a palpable, weighty aura. Simultaneously, he focused inward, driving the spiral force technique Tsunade had outlined. His muscles coiled, compacted, energy compressing along the meridians of his arm. The strain was immense, white steam hissed from his pores as his body protested. But the power, it was more than before. The relentless battles had pushed his compression ratio from 10% to nearly 15%. His arms swelled, not with bulk, but with concentrated, vibrating potential. Iron Fist. He swung, not away from the lightning, but into it. The collision was not a sound, but an event. Boom! A sphere of silent pressure erupted first, swallowing all lesser noise. The very light seemed to dim, sucked into the point where fist met lightning fist. Then the energies clashed. Around Armani's fist, spider webs of furious blue electricity crawled and spat, seeking to ground themselves, to vaporize. Around Ragnar's, the black of armament Haki rippled like a dark pond struck by a stone. But these ripples were solid, violent, they lashed out like black lightning, striking the ground and shattering rock where they landed. Bzzzzzzzzzt, crunch. The space between them warped, a visible heat haze distortion of competing force fields. The ground beneath their feet didn't crack, it disintegrated into a fine powder that billowed outward. Trees within 10 meters splintered into matchwood without being touched, shredded by the radiating shockwaves. They were locked, a study in opposing forces, primal, elemental lightning against forged, inhuman will. Blood pounded in Ragnar's ears. His capillaries screamed, forcing out steam in desperate jets. Armani's teeth were gritted, the muscles in his neck standing out like steel cables. Neither gave an inch. This is no ordinary jonin, Ragnar realized, the thought clear amidst the storm. This was an elite, perhaps one of the Rakish zone. This brat, his raw strength, it rivals a veteran jonin's. Armani was equally shocked. His physical power, honed under the third Rakish's brutal tutelage, was legendary in Kumo. He could overpower most foes with sheer might. Yet this child, this genin, was holding him at a standstill. Bang! A mutual decision, sensed in the instant. They disengaged, the repelling force sending them skidding back through the debris, carving furrows in the earth. They stared at each other across the ruined clearing, chests heaving, already gathering themselves for the next exchange. No wonder the white fan didn't come, Armani spat, wiping blood from a split lip. I thought Konoha had no one left. But you have a strange power. I told you, Ragnar replied, his voice steady despite the steam rising from his skin. If the white fan were here, you'd already be dead. You wouldn't merit a second blow. A fight with the white fan, that's what I crave. Armani roared. You're no mere child. If you lived, you'd carve your name across the shinobi world. But you won't. Today ends here. Lightning release, lightning armor. Armani's hands flashed through seals. A second layer of crackling, dense electricity solidified over his skin like a second, pulsating musculature. His speed and durability would now be exponentially greater. Lightning release, false darkness. His hands came together, and the lightning coalesced, elongating into two vicious, spear-like projections of pure chakra held in his grip. He wasn't just fast now, he was a wielded bolt of judgment. Zap! He vanished. Not with body flicker, but with the true, near-instantaneous movement of lightning release chakra enhancement. Ragnar reacted. Shave. He blurred sideways. Armani's lightning spear stabbed through the afterimage. Zap. Shave. Zap. Shave. A deadly dance erupted across the clearing, then above it. Two streaks of motion, one blue-white and crackling, one dark and silent, clashed, separated, and clashed again. They fought on trunks, in mid-air, off falling debris. Each impact was a localized detonation of force and light, shaking the forest. Ragnar's armament-hardened fists met the lightning spears with concussive clangs, sparks of blue and black flying. But the lightning armor dissipated much of the force. Armani's spears, while deadly, could not easily pierce the absolute defense of level 3 armament. It became a brutal war of attrition, speed versus imperviousness, lightning's fury against iron will. BAM cracksupped. After a furious, blinding sequence, they parted once more, landing heavily 30 feet apart. Ragnar crouched, one hand on the scorched ground. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. His muscles trembled with fatigue and channeled energy. His eyes never left Armani. The Kumo Jonin wasn't faring much better. Maintaining the lightning armor while spamming high-speed attacks and ninjutsu was a colossal drain. Blood seeped from a cut on his brow, and his breathing was labored. The cocky arrogance was gone, replaced by the grim respect of a warrior facing a worthy, terrifying foe. The stalemate was clear. The next exchange wouldn't be about testing or feints. It would be about unleashing everything they had left in one, definitive assault. Ragnar straightened slowly. His mind was clear, the path forward obvious. He would have to risk it all. The phoenix flames at LV4 simmered in his core, a sleeping inferno. The new sword technique lay ready. His haki was burning bright. Across from him, Armani raised his lightning spears, crossing them before him. The air grew thick with ozone and killing intent. He, too, was ready for the end. There were no more words. Only the silent understanding that the next move would decide who walked away. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 100 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 48, Chapter 48, Yama's Wail and the Troubled Wind. Chapter 48, Yama's Wail and the Troubled Wind. The midnight forest lay in ruins, a testament to the storm of violence that had passed through it. The air, thick with the scent of ozone and scorched earth, was eerily still. Chunks of ground were upturned, trees reduced to charcoal or splinters, and the lingering heat from lightning-released chakra made the atmosphere shimmer. Across the devastated clearing, Ragnar and Armani faced each other, their chests heaving in unison. They were no longer just combatants, they were two predators who had tested each other's claws and found them equally sharp. The next move would not be an exchange, it would be a final, all-in gambit. Lightning armor. Enhanced physique. My brute force can't break his defense decisively. I need something sharper. Something that cuts. Ragnar's mind, honed by battle and haki, analyzed coldly. This kid's weird power is too durable. My stamina won't last. Lightning armor is a drain. I need to end this fast, before my chakra runs dry. Armani's thoughts mirrored the urgency. Kumo Ninja were explosions of power, not marathon runners. Only freaks like the third Raikage could fight for days. Ragnar's hand moved to the pouch at his hip. With a practiced flick, he produced a standard-issue ANBU storage scroll. Every operative received one, a necessary tool for carrying the arsenal of a shadow warrior without being weighed down. Release. His hands formed the seal. The scroll unfurled on the ground, its complex seals glowing briefly before dissolving into a puff of white smoke. Poof. The smoke cleared. In Ragnar's hand, resting there as if it had always belonged, was a sword. It was not a standard ninjato. It was Yama, one of the 21 great grade blades. The demonic sword he had subdued in the ANBU crucible. The blade was just over 3 feet of wicked, elegant lethality. The steel was a dark, hungry gray, and along its spine flowed an etching like frozen, dark flame. The edge curved like a captured crescent moon, so sharp it seemed to cut the very light that touched it. A palpable, bone-deep chill radiated from it, a cold that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with malice. As Ragnar's fingers closed around the tsuka, a shudder went through him. Not of fear, but of recognition. A wave of dark purple, almost invisible energy whispered up the blade. He had never formally trained in kenjutsu, but holding Yama felt like completing a circuit. Instincts he didn't know he possessed stirred, footwork, grip, angle of attack. The sword was a teacher of violence. What blade is that? Armani asked, his voice uncharacteristically tight. The sword didn't just look dangerous, it felt like a hole in the world, a promise of oblivion. The sword's name is Yama, Ragnar said, his voice low and clear. He lifted the blade, holding it horizontally before his eyes, watching the moonlight run along the cursed edge. It sends all it cuts to the hell of the dead. Yama. Armani breathed. A fitting name. A monster's sword for a monster child. The assessment was grim, without mockery. He saw it now, the boy and the blade were two halves of the same terrifying whole. Ninteijutsu, thunderstorm fist. Armani committed. There was no more time for awe. He became a thunderbolt again, a streaking comet of blue-white annihilation aimed at Ragnar's heart. The ground tore apart in his wake. The touch of Yama's hilt had sharpened Ragnar's mind to a diamond point. As Armani charged, his right arm, and then the sword itself, was sheathed in the deep, absolute black of armament haki. The dark energy flowed like liquid shadow, coating the entire blade until it became a sword of pure, light-eating darkness. He didn't think. He acted. A simple, fundamental draw and cut. The world changed. Shi-yang. A sound like a universe being torn in half. From the tip of the blackened Yama, a crescent of pure black energy slashed outward. It didn't move through the air, it erased the space it passed through. Color, sound, substance, all were nullified in its path. Armani's combat-honed instinct screamed. He threw himself forward into a desperate, graceless dive, his face plowing into the dirt. The black crescent passed so close over his back he felt the absence of heat, a vacuum of death. Cold sweat drenched him instantly. He looked up, and his blood ran cold. Behind Ragnar, in a perfect fan-shaped arc extending for hundreds of meters, everything was gone. Or rather, cut. Every tree, every bush, every rock at waist height had been sheared clean through. A whisper of a pause, then the upper halves began to slide, crashing to the earth in a cacophony of falling timber. Farther back, even the distant waterfall had been momentarily split, a clean gap visible in the white water before it crashed back together. This sword. Armani's confidence, rooted in his Raikage-given power, cracked. Across from him, Ragnar swayed, the sword dipping point first into the soil. That single, instinctive slash had drained a staggering amount of his armament haki and willpower. Yama was a bottomless pit, amplifying power at a horrific cost. But the demonic blade also sang with pleasure. It had tasted intent. No more playing. War, Ragnar stated, the word a flat declaration. He ripped Yama from the ground, the fatigue burned away by a surge of battle lust fed by the sword. He launched himself forward, shave carrying him in a black blur. Armani, pride wounded and fear fueling his rage, met him head-on. You think I fear a child and his fancy knife? The battle reignited, but it was different now. No more pure taijutsu clashes. This was a duel of blade and lightning. Clang szzzt crunch. Yama, sheathed in haki, met the crackling lightning spears. Sparks flew, black and blue. Armani's speed was still immense, but he was no longer untouchable. He had to respect the blade. Every parry sent jarring shocks up his arms. Every missed dodge resulted in a line of cold fire across his skin as Yama's edge kissed him, parting the lightning armor like cloth. Ragnar fought with a ferocious, untutored grace. The sword was an extension of his will. He used shave not just for movement, but to create fleeting openings, his body and blade appearing from impossible angles. 70, 80 exchanges passed in a blistering, violent symphony. When they broke apart again, the cost was written on their bodies. Armani's lightning armor flickered and died, unable to sustain the damage. His torso and arms were cross-hatched with deep, weeping cuts. One gash on his thigh showed bone. He bled freely, his breath a wet rasp. Ragnar was no better. His haki had prevented dismemberment, but the concussive force of Armani's thunder-enhanced blows had transferred through. Several ribs on his left side were cracked or broken, sending lances of agony with every breath. His internal organs felt bruised and battered. Blood, his own this time, coated the inside of his mouth. Brat, last move. Armani roared, spitting a glob of blood. He brought his hands together, the last dregs of his formidable chakra screaming to life. The lightning didn't form spears this time. It condensed, compressed, into two thick, short blades of solid, buzzing energy around his fists, less finesse, more raw, drilling power. Lightning release, heavy burst. The principle was akin to the Chidori or Reikari, immense speed and piercing power focused to a single, devastating point. He became a living drill, a final thunderbolt aimed at Ragnar's core. This was it. The end. In that suspended moment, Ragnar's mind, linked to Yama, became preternaturally calm. The world faded. His injuries faded. There was only the sword, the enemy, and the technique sleeping in his muscle memory. He settled into a low, centered stance, Yama held at his side, blade parallel to the ground. His voice, when it came, was a chant, a focus for the sword's demonic energy and his own conquering will. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind, the six senses of man. Good, evil, indifference, each has its purity and its defilement. A single life, 36 troubles. One sword style, 36-pound phoenix. Cut. He didn't swing at Armani. He swung through the space between them. Yama became a blur. Not one slash, but a whirlwind. The dark purple aura of the blade merged with the emitted black haki, multiplying, reflecting, crisscrossing. It wasn't a single wave of destruction, but a storm of slicing intent, 36 distinct, yet simultaneous, cuts woven into a net of absolute annihilation. The air itself seemed to be shredded into confetti. The ground in front of Ragnar dissolved into a cloud of dust as countless intersecting lines of force carved it apart. Armani, mid-charge in his final, glorious assault, saw it. His lightning release, heavy burst met not a defense, but a domain of cuts. His eyes widened, the white lightning reflecting the approaching, inescapable mesh of black and purple. There was no sound of impact. Just a terrible, wet-slicing whisper, like fabric being torn a dozen times over. Then, silence. The lightning around Armani's fist sputtered and died. He took one more stumbling step, then stopped. He looked down at his body. Fine red lines appeared across his chest, arms, legs. Dozens of them. They deepened, welling with blood. The mighty Jonin of Kumo, the student of the third Raikage, came apart. His form dissolved into a cascade of meat and blood, collapsing into the dust his own technique had just churned up. Ragnar stood, Yama pointing at the ground, its blade slowly shedding the last vestiges of black haki and purple miasma. He was trembling, every cell screaming in protest. But he was alive. The demonic sword gave one last, almost satisfied hum, then fell silent. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 100 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 49, Chapter 49, The Hunter in the Aftermath. Thanks for the power stones Red Heart. Next goal 200 power stones. Bonus chapter will be uploaded later. Chapter 49, The Hunter in the Aftermath. Silence. Not the quiet of peace, but the profound, ringing stillness that follows a cataclysm. The echoes of thunder and the scream of steel had faded, leaving only the smell of blood, ozone, and freshly cut wood. The 36-pound phoenix. A technique to cut away the troubles of life, leaving only purity, or nothingness. Armani remained standing, frozen in the final moment of his heroic charge. His powerful body trembled faintly, a statue of arrested violence. His pupils were wide, staring at nothing. Sweat and blood mingled on his skin. His lips moved, forming soundless words, a final curse, a question, perhaps a prayer. PSSSSHHH. Then, the delayed eruption. Dozens of fine red lines blossomed across his body like crimson flowers opening in fast motion. Blood misted the air in a gruesome haze. The lines deepened, becoming trenches, and the mighty frame of the thunderstorm beast of Kumo collapsed. He fell to the churned earth, a ruin of meat and cloth, only his eyes retaining a flicker of furious, fading consciousness. Huff, huff. Ragnar exhaled, the sound ragged in the sudden quiet. He leaned heavily on Yama, the demon blade planted in the soil like a crutch, and half-collapsed to one knee. Every breath sent fire through his broken ribs. His vision swam. This had been the limit. A true, elite jonin pushed to his own absolute edge. He forced himself up, walked, each step in agony, to where Armani lay. He raised Yama. Sentiment had no place here. Only certainty. The enemy's head must be separated from his body. What? Armani gurgled, blood bubbling at his lips. Was that sword style? 36-pound phoenix, Ragnar answered, his voice hollow with exhaustion. A life is full of troubles. This blade cuts them all away. Ha, good. A terrible, wet smile stretched Armani's face. You will surpass the White Fang. The acknowledgement from a dying warrior of that caliber held a strange weight. Ragnar said nothing. One last thing, Armani whispered, his gaze growing distant. The Jinchuri key, where? Ragnar paused. He glanced towards a seemingly ordinary, half-burnt log near the edge of the clearing. Come out, Kushina. Poof. A puff of white smoke. The log transformed, revealing Uzumaki Kushina, curled tight, her red hair stark against the soot. She'd been there the entire time, hidden by a basic transformation jutsu maintained by her own small but tenacious chakra, exactly as Ragnar had instructed in their first, frantic second of contact. Armani's dying eyes saw her. Understanding, and a final, grim admiration, flashed within them. So clever, from the very start. The light in his gaze winked out. The last breath left his body. Ragnar lowered Yama. It was done. Then his own strength failed. The world tilted. He fell backwards, but instead of hard ground, he landed against something soft. Ragnar. Kushina was there, having sprinted over. She caught him awkwardly, easing him down to lean against the splintered base of a felled giant tree. Her face was a mess of dirt, tear tracks, and utter terror. Ragnar, please don't die. This is all my fault. I was stupid, I wandered too far from the village, if you hadn't come for me, you wouldn't. Her words dissolved into choking sobs, her tears dripping onto his torn shirt. Ragnar's body was a symphony of pain, but none of it was immediately fatal. The phoenix regeneration was already knitting at the edges, a slow, soothing warmth in his core. What he needed more than anything was stillness. Rest. Stop crying, he managed, his voice a rough scrape. Cry any more, and you'll finish what he started. Let me rest. Kushina hiccuped, a wet, half-sob, half-laugh escaping her. She clamped a hand over her mouth, nodding furiously. Silence fell again, deeper now. Ragnar closed his eyes, letting his awareness Haki turn inward, monitoring the damage, channeling what little energy he had towards the most critical breaks. His recovery rate, boosted by Haki and the mythical Zoan, was monstrous. A night of true rest might see him functional, if not whole. Kushina sat rigidly beside him, her small body trembling with spent adrenaline and resolve. He fought for me. Now I protect him. Her eyes, wide and fierce, scanned the ruined perimeter. She was the sole sentinel. Hours bled together in the deep forest night. The moon crossed the sky. Exhaustion, emotional and physical, is a tide that drowns all vows. Despite her fierce determination, Kushina's head eventually nodded. She slumped sideways, her temple coming to rest gently against Ragnar's uninjured shoulder, her breathing deepening into the rhythm of sleep. Rustle. Ragnar's eyes snapped open. Pain flared, a white-hot reminder of his state, but it was secondary. His observation Haki, even depleted, had pinged. A presence. Not approaching with haste, but with deliberate, chilling slowness. A hunter who knew the prey was wounded. He sat up, a suppressed grunt escaping his lips. The movement jostled Kushina awake. Ragnar, what's? She mumbled, rubbing her eyes. Get behind me, he ordered, his voice low and tense. He pushed himself fully upright, every muscle screaming in protest. Ragnar? Who's there? Kushina whispered, fear returning to her voice as she scrambled to her feet behind him. He didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on the tree line. Rustle. Crunch. A figure emerged from the shadows, walking with an almost casual gait into the moonlit carnage of the clearing. He was tall, wearing the standard Konoha flak jacket over dark clothes. A forehead protector gleamed on his brow. A long, straight ninjato was strapped across his back. He moved with the lethal grace of a seasoned predator. Konoha. The shape, the gear, it was unmistakable. But the aura, it was cold. Malicious. This was not a rescue. Kushina saw the leaf symbol and a flicker of hope ignited. A Konoha ninja. We're saved. Quiet. Ragnar cut her off, not taking his eyes off the man. Stay where you are. The man stopped 20 feet away, his face still in shadow under the canopy. He let out a low, appreciative whistle as his gaze swept over the scene, the bisected forest, the gruesome remains of Armani, the battered 8-year-old standing defiantly in the center of it all. I never would have believed it, the man said, his voice smooth, conversational. Armani. The thunderstorm beast. A jonin whose reputation reaches even our village. And here he lies, carved up by a child. Even I would have struggled to take him down. Remarkable. Let me guess, Ragnar said, his own voice flat, devoid of fear. It was a mask. Inside, he was calculating survival odds that were plummeting by the second. There's only one clan in Konoha with a reason to stalk me out here. Uchiha. The man chuckled, a dry, unpleasant sound. Sharp. Yes. I am Uchiha Chino. Uchiha Shiro, was my son. He stepped fully into a shaft of moonlight. His face was sharp, aristocratic, etched with cold lines of grief and vengeance. His eyes, previously hidden, now glinted with unholy light. With a deliberate slowness, his pupils dilated. One tomo spun into existence, then another, then a third. 3 tomo in each eye, spinning lazily, bathing Ragnar in their scarlet glow. An oppressive, evil-feeling chakra rolled off him in waves, thick with hatred, far surpassing anything Ragnar had felt from the Chunin or even Armani. This was the focused malice of the Sharingan, wielded by a true jonin of the Uchiha clan. The final enemy had arrived not from a foreign village, but from the heart of his own. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 100 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. We are at 48 members right now. Next goal 200 power stones. 50, Chapter 50, The Unfathomable Abyss, bonus chapter. Chapter 50, The Unfathomable Abyss, bonus chapter. The path here had been paved with corpses. The Kiri assassination squad. The Kumo infiltration team and their monstrous captain. Now, an enemy from within his own village. A gauntlet of blood and lightning that had stretched Ragnar's mind, body, and spirit to a fraying point. The killings had layered upon him, a grim patina that left him feeling hollow and numb. But the cold engine of his will never stuttered. Kill or be killed. That was the first and last law of this world. Sentiment was a luxury for the dead. He had not survived the annihilation of his home, the scorn of the academy, the crucible of ANBU, to become fertilizer for some Uchiha's grudge. He would not be erased. He would burn his name into this era, and no clan, no village, no war would stop him. If heaven had no path, he'd walk through hell. If hell had no gate, he'd carve one open with the blade in his hand. The air grew thick with the Uchiha's cold, predatory chakra. Uchiha Chino. A full jonin. The difference between him and Armani was one of style, not scale. Armani had been a force of nature, a thunderstorm. This man was a scalpel, honed by grief and the Sharingan's cruel insight. Ragnar's body was a leaking vessel of pain. His chances in a straight fight were near zero. A mutual kill was the optimistic scenario. Think. An idea, born of desperation. The platinum treasure chest. The reward for defeating a Kaga-level threat like Armani. He hadn't had the strength to look before. Now, it was his only conceivable lifeline. He focused inward, accessing his system space. To the outside world, he simply stood still, eyes distant. Uchiha Chino watched, a faint, contemptuous smile on his lips, in no hurry. A cat with a mortally wounded mouse. The chest materialized in Ragnar's mental view. Platinum, ornate, radiating latent power. He willed it open. A seam of brilliant light appeared. The lid lifted, revealing not an item, but a single card suspended within. It was edged in glowing platinum, and its surface swirled with chaotic, majestic energy, depicting no clear image, only shifting impressions of immense power and sovereignty. The knowledge flowed into him. For Emperor's summoning card. Effect, randomly summons one of the 4 Emperors of the Sea. The summoned entity will unconditionally obey the host's will for a duration of 10 minutes. A summoning card. A Yonko. 10 minutes. The calculation was instantaneous. Any of the 4 Emperors existed on a scale of power that dwarfed conventional understanding. Compared to the Kage of this world, it was an unknown, but the potential was catastrophic. 10 minutes was more than enough. This is it. He didn't hesitate. In the privacy of his mind, he gave the command. Use. Summon now. The platinum card in his mental grasp dissolved into a cascade of brilliant, white motes of light. They swirled and vanished. He waited. A second. 2. Nothing. The forest remained as it was. The ruined clearing. The oppressive Uchiha. The silent Kushina. No rift in reality, no titanic presence, no sudden salvation. Delay. A trap. Did it fail? A cold trickle of true despair, the first he'd felt since the system awakened, threatened to seep in. Had he gambled his last hope on a dud? Uchiha Chino's patience evaporated. The theatrical pause was over. The murderous intent he'd carried from Konoha, nurtured since finding his son Shiro's hidden grave, crystallized into motion. His purpose was naked. Here, in the wilderness, far from the Hokage's gaze and ANBU's shadows, he could indulge in vengeance. The dead tell no tales. With a soft, metallic shing, he drew the long ninjato from his back. The blade was a sliver of captured moonlight, plain but lethally refined. The air around it seemed to grow colder, the promise of a quick, clean kill. Ragnar stopped waiting for miracles. He closed his physical eyes. He could not risk a direct look into the triple Tomo Sharingan, not in this state. He didn't know if his Conqueror's Haki could shatter a Jonin-level genjutsu from a prepared Uchiha. The risk was annihilation. The world didn't go dark. It transformed. Observation Haki, full perception. The grayscale landscape of intent, energy, and life force painted itself over his blindness. He could see Uchiha Chino's cold, focused malice as a pulsating scarlet core. He could sense the tension in the man's muscles, the minute shifts in his stance. He could feel Kushina's terrified, warm presence behind him, a small, bright point of worry. Closing your eyes. A wise, if futile, precaution, Uchiha Chino remarked, his voice dripping with condescension. He began to circle, his steps silent on the littered ground. Ragnar. Kushina whimpered, hating her own helplessness. Don't move, Ragnar ordered, his voice a low monotone. His hand found Yama's hilt. The demon blade answered his touch with a faint, hungry tremor, a whisper of violet energy coiling up the scabbard. Shing. He drew it. The sound was different from Chino's blade, darker, deeper, a note of finality. Uchiha Chino paused, his Sharingan focusing on Yama. A collector's interest flickered amidst the hatred. That sword, its presence is unique. Unrecorded in any of the known scrolls of famous blades. For such a treasure to be sullied by a child's hand, a pity. It will look better on my wall, after I take it from your corpse. He exploded into motion. No warning. Pure, efficient violence. A simple, perfect Iaijutsu draw. A crescent of silver light cut through the darkness, aimed to bisect Ragnar at the waist. Ragnar didn't see it with his eyes. He felt the cutting intent a microsecond before the muscles fired. Yama, guided by Haki instinct, came up in a diagonal parry. Clang. Sparks, white and black, erupted where the blades met. The impact jarred Ragnar's broken ribs, a white-hot spike of agony. He grunted but held. The dance began. Uchiha Chino was a master. His taijutsu, enhanced by the Sharingan's predictive sight, was a flawless, flowing offense. Every slash was precise, every feint believable, every recovery instantaneous. He pressed, a relentless storm of steel. Ragnar defended. He was slower, heavier with injury. But his defense was not based on sight. It was based on knowing. Observation Haki read the intent behind each move a fraction before the move itself. Yama became a blur of black and purple, meeting each strike not where the blade was, but where it would be. It was a desperate, clairvoyant ballet. Sparks flew in a constant storm. The sound was a rapid, deafening cacophony of shrieking metal. Impressive, Chino admitted through gritted teeth, his Sharingan spinning wildly, trying and failing to find a predictable pattern in Ragnar's blind defense. Your strange power, it lets you sense me. But sensing and reacting are different. He disengaged a half step. His free hand flew through a single, practiced seal. Fire release, great fireball technique. The inferno that erupted from his mouth was not the Academy standard version. This was a Jonin's fireball, denser, hotter, a rolling sun of annihilation that lit up the entire clearing and stole the breath from the air. Ragnar planted his feet. He couldn't dodge and protect Kushina. He poured the dregs of his armament Haki into Yama. The demon blade drank it greedily, turning a deeper, more absolute black. He didn't swing a technique. He simply put all his remaining strength, all his will to survive, into one vertical cut. Swoosh. A single, vertical line of darkness split the world. It met the rolling sun of fire and cleaved through it. The fireball parted like a crimson curtain, the two halves roaring past Ragnar on either side, setting the already broken trees ablaze. The black slash continued, carving a deep, smoking trench in the earth towards Uchiha Chino. The Uchiha's Sharingan whirled. He was fast, twisting his body aside with preternatural grace. The black energy missed him by inches, but the residual cutting intent tore a gash in his flak jacket. He stared at the devastation, the split fire, the trench in the ground, with genuine shock. But the cost for Ragnar was catastrophic. The effort emptied him. His Haki flickered and died. The black sheen vanished from Yama. He doubled over, vomiting a stream of dark blood onto the scorched earth, his grip on the sword faltering. I see, Uchiha Chino said, his voice cold with final understanding. Strong on the outside, ruined within. That was your last gasp. He raised his ninjato, point aimed at Ragnar's heart. No more games. No more fireballs. A simple, quick thrust to end it. He lunged. Suddenly, the space between them, warped. Not with light or sound, but with a profound, existential pressure. The air didn't move, it became heavy, syrupy, like the depths of the ocean had been transplanted into the forest. Uchiha Chino's perfect thrust slowed, then stopped, as if the atmosphere itself had solidified around his blade. From the shadows behind Ragnar, a figure stepped forward. He hadn't appeared, he simply was, as if he'd been standing there since the beginning of time and had only now decided to be noticed. He was immense, not just in height but in presence. He wore a simple, open coat, revealing a chest crisscrossed with old scars. His hair was wild, dark. One arm ended in an iconic, red prosthetic. In his other hand, he casually held a gleaming, white naginata. He didn't look at Ragnar. He looked at Uchiha Chino with an expression of profound, almost bored, disinterest. His voice, when it came, was a low rumble that vibrated in the bones more than the ears. Hey, he said. You're kinda both Aaron, my nap. You mind givin' a guy some face and shut tin up? Uchiha Chino froze, his sharing and recording every impossible detail, screaming a warning of danger so profound it bypassed thought and went straight to primal terror. The three Tomo spun uselessly, unable to process the sheer, unmitigated aura of the man who had just spoken. Ragnar, slumped on the ground, managed to tilt his head back. Through blurred vision, he saw the silhouette, recognized the prosthetic, the weapon, the overwhelming, lazy dominance. The summoning hadn't failed. It had been precise. The card had summoned red-haired Shanks. And the 10 minutes had begun. End of chapter. If you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Partying face for every 100 power stones. Partying face. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. We are at 49 members right now. Next goal 200 power stonus.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.